rural life and urban curiosity. It empowers our farmers by providing them with an additional source of income while also offering visitors the opportunity to connect with nature, understand our agricultural roots. India, with its rich diversity farming traditions, holds immense potential in the field of agritourism. At the Agri-Tourism Development Corporation, our mission is to promote sustainable rural development and create new opportunities in the farming sector. We also aim to encourage the youth to take pride in farming, consider rural entrepreneurship as a viable future. Let us all work together to transform agritourism into a powerful new movement that benefits both farmers and travelers. Thank you, and let us celebrate the spirit of our farms, our culture, and our shared future. At Agritourism India, we believe in keeping farm in the family and family in the farm. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, madam. This is the first time that Vaishali madam has spoken in front of a large audience. And congratulations to you, madam. Thank you so much for being our support system.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, we have with us the chair of the Education Committee of the Global Agri-Tourism Network, Marike Dunselman, madam. I request madam to kindly share a few words. Marike madam, are you here? Ma'am, we are not able to hear you.
Marik, your voice is not coming.
We are not able to hear you, ma'am. Ma'am, will it be possible to rejoin again? I guess some problem.
Ma'am, till that time, Hede sir has joined.
Yes. Yes. Marike madam, I request you to kindly please rejoin again because I think there is some audio issue. Next, we have with us Shri Hanumant Hede sir, who is the Senior Regional Manager of the Maharastra Tourism Development Corporation. He has been working tirelessly towards the sustainability and the development of the agri-tourism sector in Maharashtra. Without his support, the growth of this sector wouldn't be as rapid as it has been. I request Hanuman sir to kindly proceed with his inaugural speech. Namaste, Hanuman sir. How are you? Hanuman sir, are you here with us? Yes, Marike madam. I think there is still an issue with the audio. Valeria madam, are you able to hear? No, no audio, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Until then, we have Madam Scotty Jones, who was also the jury member for the evaluation of the applications that we have received for the 18th World Agri-Tourism Awards. Namaste, madam. We would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Namaste. I didn't realize I was going to say anything, but it was a great honor to be invited to be on the jury for the awards that will be announced tomorrow. And it was wonderful to see applications from all over the world. It really was. And to watch a number of the finalists to be able to present and hear their stories and see their pictures, where they were from, what they were doing. I want to congratulate you all on having picked such great finalists in the end that we were able to vote on. And I'm very excited to see the presentation to all of them at the end of this ceremony. And congratulations on this World Agritourism Day and everything you've pulled together and all the speakers. And I have to tell you, I will be asleep while you are doing most of those speakers, but I will be there very early in the morning for the final presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for being a part of this journey. Hanuman sir, are you here with us? Hanuman Hede sir? Yes. Next, we also have with us Dr. Sandeep Tapkir, who has also been in the agri-tourism journey right from many years of its inception. Sandeep sir, are you here with us? We would love to hear you speak a few words on the 18th World Agri-Tourism Day. Dr. Sandeep Tapkir sir, are you here with us? Yes, Marike madam has, I think, restarted her computer. Ma'am?
I have. Is it working?
Yes, we can hear you now.
The joys of technology. But first of all, I would like to thank the host, Agritourism India, for the huge amount of work you've done to make this event happen with people from all over the world. I know it's a huge job, and so thank you very much for doing that. It's been an incredible last sort of 2.5 years since I've been involved with the Global Agritourism Network. And I've just been so humbled by everyone around the world and everyone I've met and everyone sharing ideas, and that's the biggest thing with everyone. So open with what everyone's doing. And that's just that cooperation and seeing the innovation around the world. That's been very exciting and so nice. And Pandurang, I've met Pandurang several times and his family around the world. So it's been very nice. So thank you very much for organizing this. And I look forward to hearing many of your presentations. I won't be able to see it all because we are the time zones. It's always a challenge for everyone. I think around the world we can't see everything that's happening, but yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see some of the recordings as well. So thank you very much for organizing this, and yeah, wishing everyone a wonderful conference. And sorry about that.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are also looking forward to your presentations during this event.
Great.
Thanks a lot. Dr. Sandeep Tapkir, sir, thank you so much for being a part of this event, and we would love to hear a few words from you.
A very good morning from Sri Swami Samartha Maharashtra Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, Solapur, under Maharashtra Tourism Government of Maharashtra. So I am always a part of this World Tourism Conference. Mr. Tavre always invite me in his all endeavors. I again see many guests are there. My guide colleague, Mr. Jaiswal, is still there, and in and out Indian and foreigners are there to share the thoughts on agritourism. As you all know, agritourism is growing, especially in India, so the state of Maharashtra, western part. You see a lot of new agritourism centers are opening because of the support of government. Maharashtra government has declared agritourism policy under the leadership and guidance of Mr. Tavre, who has really shaped the policies, and the policy really help our farmers. And it's not a side business for the farmer, but it is becoming as a mainstream business to the farmers who's earning a lot through agritourism. Since India is a diverse country, you find people from urban areas to travel to rural side villages to explore the agritourism activities, and farmers are also earning through these. The motive and the basic purpose of all this entire exercise is to generate the revenue for the farmers and to elaborate the services on agritourism. And this year, the theme is about digital technology, how we can incorporate more technology and more suitability considering the sustainability part, since everybody is talking about climate change, sustainability, and the practices what we adopt. Still long way to go for this sustainability aspect, since we are all looking for this sustainability aspect and the practices. Mainly, we expect our farmers and the agritourism centers to adopt maximum sustainability practices. As Mr. Jaiswal already mentioned, few practices which need to be done. It could be packaging, it could be delivering the products, it could be delivering the services. What we expect as a customer, as a tourist from agritourism centers and the policymakers, that they should be looking into more and more about sustainable practices. And I'm sure in future we have to have more seminars, webinars, conferences, regional conferences also, because meeting often it will deliver more, and it should be in regional languages also, where local farmers could understood and they can practice and they can get more knowledge. We have to connect academia to industry, that is agritourism farm, agritourism centers. The education need to be included, the agritourism subject need to be included in all levels, especially a couple of institute and university, they already started giving specialization in agritourism in MBAs. Like Mr. Tavre was the part of universities to set up the curriculum. Similarly, it should be down to the level where secondary education is happening, especially in the rural side. It should be up to level of 10th, 11th, 12th, where students should understood the benefits of agritourism. And once they are reaching 18 plus, they are ready to work or they're ready to set the centers. So main task is while developing centers, the policymakers need to decide on how to make skillful agritourism people or the entrepreneurs right from the beginning at the age of 18, 20, where we can make them available to start the centers. So education skill training is also important part of agritourism centers. As Baramati Agritourism Center, they already doing a lot of training all over India and also some places outside India. So they are doing huge tasks, but here we need to see that maximum quantity of training, maximum frequency of training need to be done with private, public institution, private universities. It is not supposed to be limited to a few institutions, because we have huge land, huge agritourism base, which need to be utilized to grow the agritourism network and to grow the agritourism services. So with this, I would say that from our institute, we always ready. We already started looking into agritourism training at Solapur, which could be extended to regional level, that is Western Maharashtra and Maharashtra. So looking forward to have more connection with World Agritourism Network as well as Baramati Agritourism. And I wish a very best to this 2 days conference. And out of this conference, I'm sure that many things would be discussed and it would be fruitful for next 1 year till the next conference. We can have more consolidated and solid outcome of the conference, which need to be practiced and prevail in the industry. Then only the use of conference will happen, and people are getting award. I feel education also need to be an award. Education, skill education, or hospitality education, or agritourism education need to be included in your award system, so that people who's teaching in the agritourism, they could be recognized. So that is my suggestion to your management, that we need to check and we need to see the trainers, we need to see the persons voluntarily working in the agritourism sectors or providing the trainings. With this, I would conclude, and I wish very best to Mr. Tavre and his entire team, all the delegates, all the participants, all the speakers who's going to deliver their thoughts on the Agritourism Day. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm always with Mr. Tavre and Agritourism Center and Agritourism delegations and Agritourism network. Right? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Takir sir. Hanuman Hede sir, are you here with us?
He is actually traveling. He's on the traveling to the destination
Okay.
too. But we have Dr. Sarath. He is the PhD in agriculture. Gratitude.
Sir, is that my voice is audible?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, first of all, I thank for this opportunity and Pandurangji for hosting this kind of conference related to agritourism on the eve of 18th World Agritourism Day. So this is a kind of most notable one because the people nowadays, they are looking for some kind of pleasure, some kind of green environment. So for that, we have to showcase this kind of task. So that is the growing trend. I want to say that in terms of India, agritourism is growing at the rate of 20% according to Business Economics report. So this is in the right platform under the. I think Pandaranja is in limelight of this agritourism. When it comes to in terms of India, we all know that he is front runner in terms of agritourism. He curated the agritourism policy, especially for Maharastra state. So like that, we need agritourism policy for the other state. So this year the theme is really interesting one. So the theme related with the sustainability. So sustainability in the sense almost SDG UNO stated that 17 goals. Out of that, almost 10 goals we can relate with agritourism because agritourism can able to match with these kind of 10 goals. So I think this is the most wanted one because nowadays the people want to have some kind of that's what I already said that. So in order to that, I hope this kind of conference will give some kind of output in order to have or in order to develop some kind of fruitful policies or the regulations for the entire India, apart from that other developed countries or the developing countries. So once again, I congratulate and my best wishes to the host and as well as the conference organizers for organizing this kind of wonderful event. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are also looking forward to your presentation in the coming 2 days. Thank you so much. I request Sri Pandurang Tare, sir, to kindly give his closing remarks and the vote of thanks for this opening ceremony.
On behalf of Global Agritourism Network, yeah, I personally, on behalf of my team, and all of us, stakeholders, PK, Dave, Dr. Sarah, everybody, being, of course, my friend, philosopher, guide, Chandrasekhar Biswal, sir, for being here and guiding us towards agritourism, India, and
Pandurang, sir, your voice is breaking.
I conclude here for the opening ceremony of glorious landmark event.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the word of thanks of this opening ceremony. With this, we conclude the opening ceremony for the 18th World Agritourism Day 2025. We begin with our next session where the first esteemed speakers are Mr. Sunil Lankar and Omkar Ichke sir, who are the directors from the Go-To Agro Service LLP. They are here to share about their contribution and work methodology at the Go-To Agro. Namaskar Sunil sir, Namaskar Omkar sir. Are you here with us? Sunil Lankar sir?
I'll just check.
Yes, sir.
They are there.
Yes. Omkar Ichke sir?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Namaskar, sir.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Pandurang Tavre sir, and all other members to invite us for the World Agrotourism Day. It will be our pleasure to share our thoughts with all the members and dignitaries, those who are present over here. And I would like to share some of my experience related to the agritourism and the work which we have doing in agriculture sector to just encourage the agriculture youth to be an agripreneur or agri entrepreneur and share their some contribution towards the agrotourism and be an agripreneur in agriculture sector. So I myself, Omkar Vijay, I'm a founder and director of Go to Agro Services. From 2020, we are uh, running and Go to Agro Services as an international internship and training organization based in Pune. Specifically, we send agriculture students for their internships and trainings to the all over the world, including some part of Europe and USA and Australia as well. Last year, we also visited the agrotourism conference in Italy, Bolzano. At that time, Pandurang Taure sir also shared some thoughts related to the same, and we always try to contribute ourselves for these agrotourism sectors as well. As we are connected with the agriculture students all over the Maharashtra or all over the India, we are working with almost 156 universities and colleges all over the Maharashtra, and we always try to push agricultural youth to just contribute themselves for the agritourism. And because each and every student.
Omkar sir, sorry to interrupt you. Do you want me to show your film first? Then
Yeah, it will be better, Pandurang Tavre sir, because I have already shared with you.
Doctor, a lawyer, a policeman, and a preacher. But 3 times a day you need a farmer. Then why does an agriculture dominated country like India have very few wealthy farmers? The origin story of Go to Agro begins with this very question and a solution for it. It is said that once in your life you need a doctor, a lawyer, a policeman, and a preacher. But 3 times a day you need a farmer. Then why does an agriculture dominated country like India have very few wealthy farmers? The origin story of Go to Agro begins with this very question and a solution for it. Omkar HK and Sunil Landkar are co-founders of Go to Agro. Both belong to a very minimal agriculture family background and also completed their whole education in agriculture sector.
In 2019, we launched Go to Agro. After reviewing our agriculture situation, we realized that something was missing. So we decided to help our agriculture students for their personality development and skill development.
Then, since our journey begins, we have sent hundreds of students to the multiple countries like Israel, Denmark, Germany, with the help of our respective country partners.
In 2019, a solution emerged known as Go to Agro, an agricultural institute aimed at empowering agricultural students and cultivating agri entrepreneurs in every village. By introducing them to world-class training and improving their practical skills via international training and internship programs in professional fields such as dairy farming, poultry farming, and horticulture, and preparing them for future agri entrepreneurs.
We have many successful stories of our students, those who are running successful businesses over here in India.
Initial Go to Agro began its journey with Israel by joining Abraham Yehuda and Associates, a foundation organization. Go to Agro focuses on long-term paid programs such as the Denmark Internship Program for current students, the Germany Internship Program, and the Israel Volunteering Program for graduate students, and a few work programs in African countries. Many more countries are going to join the list in the future. Let's take a look at how Go to Agro works. Go to Agro associates with many agriculture colleges and universities in India and conducts seminars in colleges to motivate students and build their interest in internship and training programs. Go to Agro invites students and their parents to the office and provides them with detailed information about the eligible program, climate and cultural differences between both countries, working conditions through virtual reality, the duration of the program, cost of participation, the rules and the regulations of the desired country and partner organization, as well as learning and earning opportunities with future benefits. In the past, the Go to Agro team visited a few countries to meet partner organizations and host farmers to understand their expectations from interns. As per their suggestions, Go to Agro introduces a new pattern of pre-departure hands-on training to students for a few days on dairy, poultry and horticulture farms. During training, students practice all the work like feeding, milking, cleaning, open field and nursery operations on modern farms. Their field training and virtual reality information give them an idea of what it's like to work there during an internship program in the desired country. Go to Agro prepares video profiles of students during their pre-departure hands-on training and forwards them to partner organizations. It's very helpful to the partner organizations to easily secure placement for the students. It also helps host farmers understand students' capabilities and skills through video profiles before hiring them as interns. There will be a day when all our students will become strong agri entrepreneurs and they will proudly represent themselves as young farmers. In our daily lives, we hear stories that touch our hearts. But here are stories that are actually happening in Go to Agro students' lives. And Go to Agro is an eyewitness to these life-changing experiences. The stories from petrol pump worker to young dairy farmer, from washing dishes in hotels to owning a food processing plant, from night watchman to nursery owner. And Go to Agro feels proud and honored to be a part of many beautiful journeys like these, and also feels blessed that all could happen only because of ideal support by their country partner organizations.
I'm really impressed with his Go to Agro works, especially on giving pre-departure training to interns, which is very helpful for me and other farmers.
We Go to Agro. We believe in change.
Yes, Omkar.
Thank you so much, Pandurang Taure sir, for sharing our introductory video. I hope all the dignitaries and all the guests got an idea what exactly we are doing. And right now, we are just looking forward to give more opportunities for our students in agro-tourism sector, because majority of students, those who are having international experience, they have their own farmlands over here in India. So normally they always try to just build their farms. So I just introduce them to the agro-tourism as well. So just they can introduce agro-tourism concept on their farms, and they can improve their career and represent themselves as an successful agri entrepreneur. That's all from my side. Thank you so much, Pandurang Taure sir and all other team members to having us here and sharing our thoughts on the occasion of World Agro-Tourism Day.
Thank you so much, Omkar sir. Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions for from the participants?
I have a question to Omkar.
Yes, sir.
Sir, imagine, because we have many farmers in Scotland, we have many farmers in European countries who are dairy farmers, who are floriculture, who are, and like we here have Valeria here also, and Bige from New Zealand. They have many queries. They need skilled agricultural graduates to work on agritourism farms across the globe. So, if we get the opportunities or the inquiries from European countries or Australian, New Zealand, so how will you help us?
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, your voice is not completely audible to you, but I can assume that what you guys wanted to ask me. It is very easy to send our students to the New Zealand and Scotland as well, sir, because as we know that we have an recognized agriculture universities, those which are accredited with the global education certificates and global education standards. So there is no problem to send students as an intern or as an skilled worker on in Scotland or in New Zealand. We already sent few students in New Zealand as well. We have associate partner in New Zealand. Scotland, we are looking forward for the same. It will be our pleasure to send agriculture students, Indian agriculture students to these countries.
Yeah, because see, everywhere in the world there is major labor problem, skill man
Yes,
problem,
correct.
and with your company go to agro, I think has been opportunity for all the farmers actually who are into agri-tourism to take your help, get the skilled graduated agricultural graduates from India, because India students are very, very hardworking. They are very, very skilled, very, very enthusiastic, intelligent. Because for an Indian, don't have to repeat the any work. Once we tell them what to do, all the graduates and students will be on the move. Do you think that?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. That's what we are actually trying to do because agriculture sector is always facing a labor shortage all over the world, including India as well. And to get a skilled worker is very difficult nowadays, specifically in areas like Europe or in specifically in developed countries. Nobody wants to work nowadays. Young generation like me, there are very few people those who are ready to work in agriculture sector. That's why we feel that it's our responsibility to just encourage our youth to see the world, what's going on in the world, learn some technologies, earn some good money, come back to India, and be an agripreneur or start your agri tourism business over here in India. That's the main ambition which we're having right now.
Sandeep sir, do you have any question?
Hello.
Yeah, please go
Hello.
ahead. Sandeep sir,
Yeah.
please ask the question.
Yeah. I just want to know how does it connected to agritourism? Like how it helps to grow agritourism, in India, since they have agriculture training and programs. How does it connect to agritourism?
See, basically, so basic concept is like that. The students from specifically from the Maharashtra state, though they don't want to continue their complete work profile in abroad. They just wanted to uh, be a financially stable first for first 2 3 years, 5 years. They wish to work over there, and afterwards they always try to come back to India, start some businesses over here in India. Specifically, they always try to look forward to the traditional businesses like dairy farming, goat farming and other businesses as well. And each and every student, those who are belongs to the Maharashtra state, belongs to the agriculture sector, they have their own lands in their hometowns. So it's a simple concept. If you are trying to build an goat farm or cow farm, along with that, you can run your agriculture tourism business as well, which will give you an additional source of income and which will enhance your profile as well in socially.
Yeah,
This is
I
the
could
basic.
see on your website you have some program, agriculture professional development program. I
Yes,
just opened
exactly.
your website. 30 days program you mentioned. So it is just a practical program, or you conduct some theoretical part also, or how does it evaluated? Access.
Yeah, majorly, sir, we are focused on the practical because agriculture students learn a lot of things in theoretical during their 4 year degree programs.
So
But the
Marathi
major
medium,
concept
English
is
medium?
Sorry.
Marathi English medium or how?
No, it's completely in English or Marathi as per the dependency of the batch, because we got some students from out of Maharashtra as well, from MP, UP, Haryana, Punjab, so and some from Kerala as well. So we need to include English as well.
It is autonomous course or it is affiliated to some
No,
organization?
no, it's an autonomous course. It's just a certification course, and after this course, we give some basic trainings to the students, and afterward, those students are interested for an international internship and training. We send them to the overseas like Denmark, Germany, and some other countries as well, as per their educational background and as per their interest.
Like in Swami Samarth Maharashtra Institute of Hotel Management, it's under Maharashtra Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, Solapur. So we are also looking into agri-tourism training and skill development. So in future, we can have together something for students. From my side also, we can offer MOU kind of, where we can give formal training and certification together, so that it will be benefited to the farmers to get the loan or some subsidies, or somehow they need to expand their business in future. So for the basic level also, because now agri-tourism centers in Solapur, all banks and all, they started giving loans also. So very much involved in this agri-tourism, like government of Maharashtra as per policy, agri-tourism policy. So later on, maybe connected to know more about this, and we can work it on.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. It will be our pleasure, and it will be pleasure for our students as well to get connected with the recognized institutions, so they can get loans from the banks, and it will be always good for their careers.
Right, right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Thank you so much.
Prandu, sir.
Omkar sir, we have another question. That nowadays the youth or the younger generation, the Gen Z that you call, are running more towards the desk jobs or the IT jobs or the high-profile jobs that you see. So in this case, when you are getting into the internship or the training of these students, do we have to go and market towards them more, or are they coming towards us? Like, what is the ratio?
Okay, so good question, ma'am. Actually, in initial days, we just need to go to the colleges and represent ourselves that these are the opportunities we have for the agriculture students, because there is a myth. Agriculture students always try to build their careers in government sector, like in IS, IPS, or class 1 or class 2 states, or maybe third class level as well. But it's quite difficult for us initially to convert them to this track. But once a few students already went there, they saw the development over there in agriculture sector in different countries. They learn a good things over there. They earn a good money as well. When they come back to India, they started their own businesses. Like I do have some example. Like some people are doing some paneer manufacturing units. Few of them having a poha manufacturing unit. Some students are started their own cattle feed units. After seeing all these things, their juniors are directly right now approaching to us. We no need to go to the colleges and inform that this kind of programs we have. Now there are little bit awareness is already there in the market. So nowadays it's good that students are approaching us directly. We no need to put more efforts to convert them for this new track.
Yes, a very well answered question. It is definite that only in the first case you need to, showcase what we can do, and then the potential opens up. Another question related to this only, sir. Many of the students, they go outside, they learn the new techniques. So is it that all of them come back and serve in India, or just because there is lucrative money opportunities outside India, do they reside there and become a resident there and start earning there itself?
You can say it's almost 50-50% ratio for the same, because some countries don't have an opportunities to continue themselves. For example, if you consider USA, they're having only 1 year program. After completion of your 1 year program, you can travel all over the USA for another 1 month, and you have to come back to India. It's their government policies. For countries like USA, students have to come back to India. And countries like Germany and Denmark or some other European countries, they have flexibility for the same. So majority of students, if they got an opportunity as a skilled worker or as a manager or a higher position in the same farm, so they wish to continue. Student those who are having a good minimalistic background over here in India, and they earn a specific amount of money which they are expecting, so they come back to India. So it's completely depend on their nature and the opportunities available at the time of the current situation.
What does your institute promote, sir? Coming back to India or residing there?
No, we always try to promote that you have our motherland is our motherland. So go abroad, learn some new things, meet people, be a part of their culture, learn more things from them, earn good money, uh, share our culture with them, share get their culture in our country as well, and come back to India and try to build yourself something over here in India. And once you started something on your farm, the other farmer near to your place is going to replicate yourself. So it's kind of you can say it's a chain.
Correct.
So we always try to promote students after you get and financially strong, come back to India and start your own business and be an agripreneur, which is termed as agri entrepreneur.
Correct, sir. We have another question from the participants that why is it necessary that the students are taken outside the country in order to showcase the different technologies? Don't we have units in India which can also showcase the same?
Yes, probably we do have units over here in India. If you compare, if you talking about the dairy farming, the farm which you have seen in our presentation video, we have only 2 to 3 farms similar like this in all over India. And these farms are mostly from the private industries. These guys are not allowing students to just enter and learn some things over there on their farms because of contamination and other specifically like farm in Mansar, like Mahalakshmi Dairy Farm, and specifically farm in Baramati, which is affiliated with the ADT Agriculture Development as Baramati. It is specifically for themselves, not for the everyone. So and just by seeing farm or just getting a practical learning for 6 7 days is not enough. You need to be there as a worker. You need to see all the systems from morning to evening. You have to be there as a worker. Then you can understand what is the loopholes in between the business, because majority of agriculture farmers having cattle over here in India, but majority of them are in loss. If you compare Indian dairy farming with the Danish dairy farming, the whole Danish dairy farming is very much developed as compared to India, because single farmer, only one farmer having 500 cows, 1000 cows. It's and only 4 5 laborers to manage this 1000 cows. You can just imagine robots are milking. Robots are milking the cows. It's unimaginary for the Indian farmers. So when you see these things, seeing and working over there is quite different things. Just seeing is fine, but working over there, you will get to know the loopholes for the business. And once you know about the loopholes of the business, then you can be a successful businessman in the same sector.
Thank you so much, sir. Pandurang sir, any other questions?
Avinash Jogdan. Mute. Dada, you are on mute. Please mute yourself.
Actually, it's a very good presentation by Omkar. He's done Sunil's work is very good for the agriculture student. Wishing him all the best.
Yeah. Over to you, Rekha.
Yes. Thank you so much, Omkar sir, as well as Sunil sir, your partner. You're running this extremely well, and definitely we have many, learning opportunities from you. We are looking forward to more and more students that will be coming and learning about the agricultural techniques and technology. Thank you so much for being a part of the 18th World Agri-Tourism Day event. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
We begin with the first virtual farm tour session and invite our experienced speaker, John Stanley, sir, from Australia. He is an international consultant and conference speaker in agri-tourism. He works with this sector in 35 countries. He is a Nuffel scholar and has a degree in agriculture and commercial horticulture. He and his wife Linda own the award-winning Chestnut Bray Farm. He is here with us to share his success story, the Chestnut Bray Formula. Hello, John, sir. How are you?
I'm very well. Hello to everybody. It's great to be on this program. And welcome to everybody from Australia as well. I live in the southwest of Australia. My nearest city is Perth, which is about 3 hours drive away. So I'm going to talk about agritourism and the formulas that we should be looking at. But let's look at the big picture first. Agritourism is an expanding industry. We have, because it's expanding, huge opportunities and huge challenges. We keep seeing research that says that the growth of the industry is around 11% a year. That is an amazing growth. So what are the opportunities and challenges? I want to stress, first of all, one of the challenges is more farmers are going to come into agritourism. That's a good thing, and it's also a bad thing, because what you're going to find is a lot of people, a lot of farmers will start copying other farmers. They'll become what I call me too. And that could damage the agritourism industry within any country and also globally. So one of the keys to success that I think we need to be doing to attract our potential guests is what I want to look at in this session. We all talk about a memorable, unique agritourism experience, and that is something we need to build on. And when we purchased Chestnut Bray 11 years ago, that was just a commodity chestnut farm. It was growing chestnuts and it was selling those chestnuts to the central markets. Most people in the industry are actually selling product to the central markets and losing money. So we were fully aware that with 1,000 chestnut trees, we had to do something different. So success formula for Chestnut Bray, I think, could also be a success formula for any farmer in the agritourism industry. So number one, we are farmers, and we need to promote the fact we are farmers. So at Chestnut Bray, our number one strategy is to promote the fact we are farmers. There's an article come out in the UK press last week, talked about farm washing. What is farm washing is people that are branding products from farms using false names, giving the impression they're farmers when they're not actually farmers. And of course, as more people see the opportunity of agritourism, some people are going to come into the industry not being farmers. And I think it's critically important that all of us promote we are farmers. Promote that on your webpage. Promote that when people come to your farm, that you are the actual farmer. Visitors want to meet and have a conversation with the farmer. So being a farmer is something special. And we need to promote the fact that we're farmers, but we're also in the well-being industry. There's a big debate going on the way food is produced at present. And more people are getting ill because of ultra-processed foods. We actually grow authentic food, real, true food. We need to be promoting, we're in the well-being industry, the produce that we produce improves your health. So number one is promoting your fact that you are a farmer. Number two is make sure you know your values and the rest of the people involved with your business know your values. I work with a lot of farms where I say, well, before I can work with you, I need to know what your values are. I may not agree with those values. That's irrelevant. I need to know what their values are. So as Chestnut Bray, we produce a card, and every person that comes to our farm as an employee, and we have a lot of backpackers, they are shown our values. So we make sure every person that joins our team is aware of our values. Those values include the quality of the product we're trying to produce. It includes what type of experience we're trying to create for our visitors. It talks about the integrity of our business and what we believe in from an integral point of view. It talks about sustainability and regenerative agriculture, and one of our aims is to be a regenerative farm. It talks about that we, as farmers at Chestnut Bray, are curious. We're looking for ideas from around the world because there's lots of ideas in every country that we need to bring on board. And it was good to just listen to this speaker who's got students who are going overseas. I'm a great believer that someone new coming into our industry should go overseas. They'll see bad habits, they'll see great new habits. But the important thing is they can analyze what they're doing in their home country by having an overseas experience. And finally, in our values, we believe we should have fun. This should be a fun place to work. So all our team that come into the business are presented with this value statement, and then we communicate that to our visitors. And of course, if all the team understand these values, they then will automatically start talking and relating to the consumer in the right way when visitors come through the farm. So number 2 is have some values, communicate those values to your team members, communicate those values to your customers. So that's my number 2 in my formula for success. Number 3, I think is an important one, and that is we cannot grow our business using a commodity product. We have to grow our business by adding value. Commodity product growers are price takers. The supply chain tells them what price they will be paid. We would go bankrupt if we did that. So we have a philosophy of being price makers. So any business in agritourism has an opportunity to be a price maker. Now, being a farmer, I accept you've got a price taker product. In our own farm, our price taker product is the chestnut in the shell going to the commodity market, supermarkets and retail stores. But where do we make our money? By being a price taker. So we produce chestnut liqueur, we produce chestnut ale, we have chestnut fed pork, chestnut mustard, chestnut honey, and so it goes on. We've just launched a range of chestnut cosmetics. So think about your business. And before this session, I started thinking about mangoes. Now, I'm passionate about fresh mangoes from the tree. I think it's the most glorious time to have a mango. But of course, if you're in agritourism, think about the mango. And I just made notes that I could do 14 things as a price maker with a mango. And there's probably a lot more. With mango, we could do mango juice. We could do mango chutney, mango smoothie, mango salad, coconut and mango cake, lamb and mango curry, mango jam, mango fruit bars, mango flakes, dried mangoes, mango ice cream, syrup from the pip, mango peel tea, mango pickle. So the list goes on. So what you need to do is take your price taker product, look at it as a price maker, brainstorm all the ideas that you can come across, and then as a result of that, look at the viability of the different products you could make. So my 14 mango products, not all of them are going to be profitable. All of them are doable. And yes, you should test the market. Because for me, the first thing I'd go to is mango ice cream. But you may be surprised, it may be mango chutney that is the most popular item. We do chestnut leaf tea. It's amazing how much sales we make from the leaf. And we're the only farm in the Southern Hemisphere that does chestnut leaf tea. So my third factor is you have to be a price maker, not a price taker, if you're going to grow your market. My fourth consideration is it's important to remember we're all on a journey. We're all at different points on that journey, and you need to know where you are on the journey and how you need to progress on that journey. So we all start off as farmers with a commodity product. We sell what we grow, and that's an important issue. It's also a huge learning opportunity to be a commodity farmer. Then we move from being the price taker as a commodity farmer into being the price maker. We add value to what we grow. Now, I personally wouldn't eliminate the commodity product. About 20% of our product stays as a commodity product. 80% goes into being a price maker product. But that's the second point in the journey of agritourism. Then, once you've got that right, you tend to provide services. That could be farm tours, it could be a restaurant, or it could be both. But providing services and tours are important. Now, I'm a great believer that you should not provide tours for free. People should respect the fact that we are farmers and our time, like anybody else's time, is important. Now, that price structure for a tour will differ from country to country. You may be able to charge more, for example, in Italy for a farm tour than you would, for example, in an African country. But I think it's important that you do tours of the farm and show people how our food is grown, because so many people have no knowledge of how food is grown and how food is processed. You move from there to providing experiences. So that's the fourth stage of the journey, is providing experiences. That could include workshops, it could include long table dinners, but it's taking the services and putting them into an experience. So if you like, a higher priced or higher ticket item. Finally, the last stage is when you own your market. So we are the only chestnut grower in our part of the world. And we own the market because no one else has ventured into our space. So what you've got to look at is what can make you unique, because your final goal in agritourism is not to be a Me Too farmer, but to be owning the marketplace that you're in. So those are my first four strategies to being successful in agritourism. We must remember that the core of our industry is around farming. So one word of warning is be careful of how much entertainment you put on the farm. Remember, we're farmers. Remember that we're in the well-being industry. And remember that food is a critical issue and people are beginning to look at food as a wellness product. Now, accept we're on a journey. We've got a long way to go, but create experiences based around the farm and the product that you grow. So I hope those ideas are valuable to you. I gather at this point, we're going to take a tour of Chestnut Brae. So we've got a 15-minute video. We're going to take a tour of the farm, look at our farm, but don't look at our farm as someone that grows chestnut. Look at your own product, put your farm in the place of Chestnut Brae and say, instead of chestnuts, it's a mango or whatever product you're producing. How can I create that experience for the consumer? So have a great day. Enjoy the agritourism events over the next 2 days. Look forward to seeing some of you guys in the not too distant future. Have a great day. I'll talk to you again soon. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. I will share your video.
Welcome to Chestnut Bray.
We purchased Chestnut Bray in 2013. At the time, we said to the real estate agent that we wanted something no more than 3 hours from the international airport, something that had good arable soil, a mature crop of something that we could add value to, permanent running water. Water's important here because the rainfall has fallen 20% in the last 10 years. And we wanted something that was a little bit different, a little bit unusual, so that we could create added value products that were unique. We ended up with a chestnut farm.
The business of Chestnut Bray is split into three. The first profit centre is the farm stay, and this accommodates 8 people at a time. The second profit centre is Chestnut Bray. And Chestnut Bray is the farm, so all the production goes through Chestnut Bray. Chestnut Bray then sells product to a company called Chestnut Land, which Linda and I still own. So Chestnut Land is the retail division of the business. So we have 3 profit centres. This has helped us develop the business moving forward. One of the first things we did when we set up the farm was to sit down and look at our priorities, our mission, our values, and what we wanted to do with the business. Our vision is to have a healthy, successful farm that is a leader in added value products based on chestnuts and chestnut experiences. Our values are quality, our experience, our integrity, our sustainability, curiosity, and fun. Now, how do we use this? Every new team member, even if they're only a casual team member, has a tour of the farm before they start work and are handed this document and we talk through it. We also promote this to our consumers, so everybody buys into our values and our mission. And it surprises me how many businesses I go to where this document is hidden. This is our lifeblood, and this is a document we promote whenever we can to people visiting the farm.
This is the farm stay. It was originally the farmhouse. We encourage families with young children to come so that children can learn where their food comes from and their parents can experience nature. We get a lot of foodies who come who want to see how the pigs are raised, how the chestnuts are grown, and we get people who want to come and do pick your own as well. It's beautiful in autumn, and with all the deciduous trees, people from Perth like to come and see all the colour as well.
One of our target markets is people that enjoy their time in the country but normally come from the city, and what we call foodies, people that want to know about their food and where that food comes from. But we have an unusual product, sweet chestnuts, and most people don't understand how we harvest sweet chestnuts. So one of the most common questions we're asked is, how do you pick a chestnut? Well, chestnuts don't ripe until they hit the ground. So these nuts here are about to ripen, then they will hit the ground, and we harvest from the ground. So we have lots of people come through doing pick your own, picking chestnuts off the ground. But they're also interested in the process, and that's an opportunity to engage them. There's 2 ways of picking these off the ground. One of them is to actually bend to the ground and pick them up. So hand picking is one technique. We have up to 20 tons of nuts. So picking these by hand is great for the pick your own.
But when it comes to commercial harvesting, we've got to rely on an Italian harvesting machine. The FACMA machine comes from Italy and is the main harvester used in the industry around the world. People are often fascinated at looking at machinery, so we have to be careful with health and safety, but this is part of the entertainment during the harvesting season. Visitors are always interested in machinery, and they're fascinated by our grading system. Those nuts that we harvested, we've got to grade into 4 sizes: small, medium, standard and large. So the nuts go in the hopper and they're graded here. Then they go up the conveyor belt and they go along the auger and then down into the different grades. So in a typical year, 30% of our nuts are small, 30% are medium, 30% are standard, and 10% large 1, large 2 and specials. So we encourage in season the visitors to experience the grading. We rope off the area so they can't get close, so we're aware of the safety precautions, but they love seeing the machines working. Like many farmers, we have a challenge. Chestnuts are basically a 6-week product because chestnuts start shrinking because they're 60% water. But we want to get visitors to the farm all year round, so we have to look at how can we add value to the product so they can get the product all year round. And many farmers have the same challenge in their operation. So you need to look at how do you add value and how do you attract the customer all year round. We've got a number of different systems. One of them is we peel our chestnuts. We have a Korean peeling machine. It's the only one in this part of the world. And what it does, it actually peels the nut, which allows us to freeze the nut, and that allows us to add value and provide a product to our visitors all through the year. This piece of equipment probably intrigues people more than anything, because what we do is we take a frozen nut that is still 60% moisture. We then dry that in a dryer for 72 hours and bring it down to 4% moisture. These then go in the hopper and we end up with chestnut flour. Probably one of our biggest sales on the farm is chestnut flour. It's something that's unique to us. So I think one of the challenges is, if you're a farm in agritourism, is to really hone down what makes you unique and what products you can produce that is unique to you. Then you've got a marketing opportunity. So these are Wessex saddleback pigs, which are now extinct, I believe, in the UK, and there's only a few breeding pairs in Australia. We used to have Berkshire pigs. We've changed to Wessex, which produce better bacon. So the pigs arrive on the farm when they're about 8 weeks old, and then will stay on the farm until obviously they go to the abattoir and we do chestnut fed pork. So this is one of the areas where we've specialised in chestnut, but chestnut fed pork in the sense that the animal gets the chestnut that's not saleable. So we look on this as part of our unique niche, is production of chestnut fed pork. We are in the national awards this year, the Delish Awards, for our pork. So originally when we started, these guys were going to the top restaurants in Australia. Now they go to our database, which is people that come to the farm. So we have a database now that buys pork directly from us through that system. These are free range. There's an electric fence around the paddock. These pigs move every week. So you can see that they've been on this piece of land for 4 days, and now tomorrow, in fact, they will move onto a new piece of land. So we're constantly moving them so the land doesn't get sick, because part of our strategy is to build soil. And yes, pig manure is going to help, but too much pig manure will make the soil sick. So you keep moving the animals across the land. So it's an intensive farming system. We'd read about chuckmobiles or chicken mobiles where the chickens are moved with a mobile hut. This is a pigsty on wheels. So every time we always feed the pigs in here, so the pigs naturally go in for food. When the pigs go in for food tomorrow, we'll shut the door, move the sty, put a fresh paddock together. So it's easy to move the animals purely because of this. So we had this made specifically for us, so we have a pigmobile. Our shop is probably smaller than most of your shops. There's a reason for that. We live in Australia, and the regulations in Australia are completely different to other countries. As far as the regulations are concerned, we have to have farm gate sales. In practice, that means we can only sell on the farm produce that has been made or produced on the farm. And the size or the footprint of the shop has to be kept very small. So we have to play around with the rules that the Shire stipulates as important in designing the farm shop with what we need to do as a retailer and marketing of our product. So our farm shop is at the end of the processing. The customer, the visitor, goes around the unit and finishes up in the farm shop because that's where we want them to finish. So we promote heavily with 2 promotional boards as they walk into the farm shop. On purpose, these have been put on angles to make the door look bigger. So it's a very small farm shop, but it's got a one-way system. So they come through from the processing unit and they exit through the side into the garden area. The reason for doing that is to keep a flow going, because we will get coaches come to the farm and it can easily get crowded. So the flow is critically important, and what we want to do is to expose all our products to the consumer. Something that may help you with the design of your farm area is this is very small, but what we have done is we've put wood against the wall and changed the ceiling and used a corrugated look in the ceiling. We've then used spotlights to highlight the specific areas we want to highlight in the store. And of course, these freezers can be a problem. So we've introduced freezer wraps on the front of the freezer to maintain the image that we're trying to create, that rural image. We also use apple boxes. And of course, apple production is one of the crops that are quite common in the area. So we're trying to keep it to using local props that are authentic and show our values and the fact that we are actually still on a farm. We've talked a lot on the farm about the chestnut experience. We're great believers that in the industry we're in, we should create experiences. But how do you define an experience? The way we define the experience is on the following issues. One is the stories associated with the chestnut. And there's a lot of folklore revolving around the chestnut, but there is with most produce. So as a seller of the produce, the team need to know the folklore, the stories associated with the product. Number 2 is they need to understand the history of the product. Now, we're lucky. Chestnuts is one of the oldest foods in the world. So we've got a lot of history we can talk about. Now, the history is a difference to the folklore. The folklore are stories, the history is actually facts about the product. Another part of the experience is talking about Linda and myself and how we came to buy the farm, what we found difficult and what we found successful. People want to know the people behind the farm, and it's not just the good stories, they need to know the downturns as well. And everything you sell, you need to know how to prepare it and how to cook it. So you need to attract cooking stories. We have got over 300 recipes now. We went to France and Italy and America, and we decided we were going to collect restaurant recipes and cooking recipes to develop the stories. Look globally and think locally. Look at what's happening to what you grow and sell around the world. Look at the different techniques being used, and then look at your market and alter that thinking process to suit your market. That is something we've really learnt as a business. Yes, we've been to the chestnut areas through Asia, Europe and America. We've looked at as many ideas as we can, and then we've sat at home and we've adapted them for the population in our catchment area. I think that's critically important. Think outside the box, find out what's happening around the world, adapt it to your local customer base.
Another point is to get people to buy into your values, not just your customers, but your team as well. They need to understand where you're coming from, what's important to you. For us, the values are very important. We're organic, we're regenerative. We want our customers to know that the food that they are buying from us is authentic, organic, sustainable. These are our values. Your team and your customers need to be fully aware of what your values are.
Finally, get to know your customer exceptionally well. What are they thinking about? What are they looking for when they come to your business? What can you offer that's different? They've come for an experience. It's our job to provide that experience. Thank you for visiting Chestnut Brae. We hope you've enjoyed the experience. We also hope you've picked up some ideas to help you in your business. We look forward to travelling again to the USA, Canada, Ireland, the UK, and seeing you face to face. If you've got questions, now is the time. We'll try and answer those questions. So thank you again from Chestnut Brae, and sometime we look forward to seeing you on the farm so you can enjoy the chestnut experience.
That's a truly amazing video, sir. And not some, but we've learned majority of the things from your farm. It is said that the true agri-tourism wisdom comes from the hands that have touched the soil. And definitely we can understand why you are an experienced consultant in this case. You've also said, look globally, but think locally. And that is absolutely correct, because all the circumstances that are there that cater to your local environment may be a little different than what you actually see in the global perspective. Do we have any questions from the participants, please?
My suggestion is, if the participants has questions, write in the chat box. Definitely, we will take that questions to the to the speakers.
Yes, John sir, I have a question for you. Definitely, we can see that if it is a value-driven organization, it leads to more of success or more of goodwill. Otherwise, it will just lead to profit or numbers and not your goodwill. So each employee must understand the value that is there in your entire organization or the culture-driven organization. So how do you go about actually imbibing the particular value or the skill set in them? Because generally we see that in the organizations, there is a board or there are some steps that are written that these are the values that we cater to. So how do you go about that the employees ensure that they have imbibed the particular system in themselves?
We employ mostly overseas backpackers, first of all. So we have people that are already interested in growing their own skills. But the big surprise to us is the amount of backpackers that say to us, this is the first farm we've been to where the first thing you do is take us for a walk around the farm as if we were visitors and talk through the farm experience from a visitor's perspective. So I think one of the most important things is to engage with the new team member on day one and make sure that they're aware of what the farm is about and look at the farm as a visitor would look at a farm. So I would say it's day one. I would say we have a lot of backpackers come to the farm or inquire to come to the farm. We can only take a maximum of 4 at any one time. We probably get about 15 apply a week. So we have to really go through who are the good guys that we want to have on the farm versus those that are just looking for a working holiday, shall we say. So I would say make sure that the new team members are go around the farm. The other thing I'd say is I'd get one of the other team members, if at all possible, to take them around. Don't take them around as the owner. Get another guy. Empower the existing members to engage with the new members coming along. So tour number 1 and empowerment of the existing team number 2.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Along with this, the question related to it itself, that once the employees are aware about the value system that has been created in the organization, what keeps them motivated? Is it the incentives that you provide or the visitor feedbacks that are there? What keeps them going?
What keeps them motivated is in a typical day, I will move them around 4 different jobs because I fully understand that there are jobs they dislike. There's jobs I dislike. But what we do is they know that after an hour and a half, they'll be rotated onto another job. The other thing we do at the end of every day is we get together for a meal. At that meal, we get everybody to talk through what was their peak of the day, what did they find the most exciting part of the day, what was their valley for the day. That gets them to focus on the farm and their work experience. It's also an exceptionally good guide for Linda and myself to know what are the hate jobs and what are the like jobs. Because what will happen is one job that somebody hates, another one loves it. So we do that every night, get them together to talk through the day.
That's great, sir. We need to also imbibe this on our farm also. There is a question from the participant that what are the contingency provisions that you have done on the farm? Just in case there is any contingency, how do you revive back?
I wish someone wouldn't have asked that question. Well, the big concern for all farmers, rainfall in my part of the world has declined by 20% in 10 years. Climate change. So climate change is a big factor that we're all facing. And my big worry is, will we need to change crops because of climate change? So I've got no real control over changing climate change, but the big worry for all farmers is contingency plans based on the climate, not on succession planning. Succession planning is a system we have control over. Climate change we have no control over. That is my biggest worry as a farmer. Whether I'm a chestnut farmer or a mango farmer is irrelevant. Climate change is the big threat. And I think all of us will be forced to make changes because of climate change.
Yes, sir, definitely. We pests or flies that are there on the farm. So how do you deal with them? Because if you have any sprays in order to get rid of the pests or the flies, it leads to, chemical usage. So how do you exactly deal with this?
We are an organic farm, so we get checked every year. So we can't use nasty chemicals, but we do use organic chemicals. And I'm not saying all organic chemicals are non-poisonous or dangerous. Some are very dangerous, but we use organic pest control. We have guinea fowl on the farm that control some of the beetles. if we are doing a good job of keeping the plants healthy, they are less chance to get a pest or disease. So our first priority is making sure before we get a pest or disease that the plant is healthy. Do we succeed all the time? No, we don't. And there are times where we have to use organic chemicals. There are times when we have to remove a plant because it's too late. But we try and look at how do we keep the plant healthy, or how do we keep the soil healthy before we start looking at putting any chemicals on. So it's walk the farm every day looking at crops.
Definitely, sir. We have understood your message that we need to be proactive rather than reactive to different circumstances. Thank you so much, sir. Your experience always speaks heaps and bounds for every conference that we have. And it was great meeting you around last year personally in our conference. Thank you so much for being a part today. Thank you.
Good to see everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Somnath Mane is an agricultural scientist with 20 years of experience in livestock management. Serving as a chief scientist at the Indigenous Cattle Research cum Training Center, Pune, under MPKV Rahuri. He is a distinguished speaker from India and will be presenting on the indigenous cow tourism for sustainable rural development. Dr. Somnath Mane, sir, namaste.
Yes, namaste. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am very honored to be here at this International Agriculture Tourism Conference. Myself, Dr. Somnath Mane, as a chief scientist working at Indigenous Cattle Research cum Training Center. And today I will be presenting an exciting and imagining concept from India, that is cow tourism. So all of you know, agrotourism has grown globally as a way to connect people or back to food, back to farming, or back to rural heritage. That is main concept of agrotourism. And this model bring all people together. That India's age-old revenge of cow, that is sustainable livestock practices, and that modern tourism economy to create the rural experience that both educational and empowering the rural development. So main objective of this cow tourism is to promote the India's indigenous cattle breeds with their value to sustainable agriculture development, because main future of this indigenous cattle breed is sustainability and adaptability in different climatic condition. All of you know what is the importance of indigenous breed all over the world, because the Bos indicators is the very famous all over the world for its milk production, its adaptability or the adaptability in different climatic condition. So, for example, Brazil now Gir originated from the Gujarat, India, but it's most popular in world in Brazil, and they have developed different breeds, Girlando or original Gir, so that in last 60 years they have developed very good genetic potential animal at Brazil. So second objective is offer farmers to alternative income source by the diversifying into tourism. Now in India, agriculture and dairy farming is a co-business, and that business is very important for the rural farmer, and that diversifying that business into tourism will get the more economical stronger to the farmer. Third one, to preserve and promote the local tradition and culture knowledge. So that India is the hub for the traditional and culture knowledge, so that can be disseminated in different state or other country also. and most important to support the ethical, sustainable, and experiential tourism that benefits for the host and visitor. So that is the different objective of this cow tourism. First time we introduced in our university. Now, presently, government of Maharashtra has sanctioned one project, that is the Indigenous Cattle Research Cum Training Center at College of Agriculture, Pune. And first time we have started this cow tourism project in this Pune city. So why it is? So most important, India is the rich indigenous cattle heritage. So as mentioned, India is the home to over 54 recognized indigenous breed, and each adapted in local climatic condition, in diverse climatic condition, or we can say ecology. So out of these 53 breeds, 5 breeds are mostly popular for the milk purpose, and all these 4 breeds are imported by the different countries. Australia is there, Brazil is there, Tanzania is there. All these breeds means Sahiwal, Gir, Red Sindhi, Rati, Tharparkar, all these breeds are popular in other country also. And this is a very pride moment for you and us also. And other breeds, 25 breeds are popular for the draught purpose, and only 9 breeds are popular for the dual purpose. That is means for the milk purpose as well as draught purpose. So it's because of only breed characteristic, or the heat tolerance or disease resistance or ability to thrive in different climatic condition, or we can sustain all this animal in low input system. So that's why in diverse climatic condition, you can maintain all these indigenous breed, or mostly Bos indicus. That's why there is very great demand for the these breeds. Now, under this climatic change, adverse climatic change, so our indigenous breed can sustain. So that's why day by day, our government of India or government of Maharashtra is trying to conserve or preserve all these breeds in different part of country. Now, these breeds are more than livestock, as they are cultural icons and essential to India's ecological livestock model. So now, government of India is also preparing the ecological livestock model in different state or as per the climatic condition of India. So that's why this first time we are introducing this cow tourism concept to the our state government. Now, in indigenous cow tourism, visitor can experience the rural life by engaging with the local breeds. In our dairy farm, in our indigenous cattle research cum training center, we have demonstrated near about 15 different breeds from our Maharashtra or other state also. So that categorized as the draught purpose breed or meal purpose breeds. So that categorized we have done here, and mostly urban people are mostly visiting for this cow tourism project. This activity includes mostly guided cattle farm tours, then milking practices, then grooming cows, and learning about the cow-based dung and urine-based products, that is biogas and handmade paper, or enjoying the authentic rural food prepared by using the desi cow ghee. That is also most part of this cow tourism. Also, some model also integrated wellness practices. Wellness practices is very important now nowadays. That is cow curding, we can say cow communication, cow therapy, mostly in Ayurveda or yoga retreats, offering this tourist to holistic or spiritual or agriculture connection to the urban people. So all these practices we have giving here, our facility here at our cow tourism center. Now, climate change or methane emission is also most important factor everywhere. So environmental sustainability is also a major concern. So in our cow tourism, indigenous cattle research station, cow tourism is deeply aligned with the environmental sustainability. Thus, cow support organic farming or natural farming, our Indian government is also supporting for the organic farming or natural farming, and their byproducts, mostly cow dung and urine, is used for the vermicompost or preparation of biogas, reducing chemical inputs or fossil fuels, as that you can use their dung for the fuel purpose, or we can prepare the different organic liquid or solid fertilizer, and that can be used for the organic farming as well as natural farming. So cow-centric farming, agriculture farming, is very famous in some part of India. So that's why without cow or without cow dung, organic farming or natural farming is impossible. So that's why day by day that demand for this indigenous cow is increased. Also, we are adopting some new technology like environment friendly housing system. So this center has developed Phule Prashant housing solution to maintain cow in comfort zone, uh, even in during extreme climatic condition. Also educate the tourist about the low carbon circular system, creates awareness and advocacy for the climate smart agriculture. So we have developed digital agriculture or digital livestock farming. So on basis of the THI, temperature humidity index, so that livestock advisory for that particular region, particular that animal, it may be for indigenous cattle or it may be for the crossbred cattle, automatically that advisory will be reached to the farmer. So that system, digital platform we have developed. So on basis of that location, on basis of the different climatic condition, that advisory is provided to the farmer. Such kind of facility also we have created in our center. So because of some electricity issue, I will show the demo of our farm. So we'll start from here. So this is our indigenous cattle research training center. Sir, we have facilitated this e-cars for the tourist. Electric car is there. So this indigenous cattle research training center mostly working on this Sahiwal, Gir, Arati, Tharparkar and Red Sindhi, and Maharashtra breed, mostly popular Khila. So these breeds, Sahiwal, Gir, Arati, Tharparkar, they are popular for the meal production, for its meal production. We are studying on the adaptability or adaptability and comparative study of cow milk, cow dung, cow urine, what is difference on this different aspect. So that awareness program is going on. So these are the objective of our indigenous cattle research training center. So breed improvement program is there, conservation program is there, then training center is there. We are giving training for the especially school students, also farmers, self-help group. Also, we are working on the breed improvement by using the IVF technology or embryo transfer technology. Then preparation of indigenous cattle, different milk and milk products, dung urine products. We are preparing the biogas. We have developed the sustainable indigenous cattle farming model at this center. Also, awareness program through this way, that is the guarantee of indigenous cattle. So cow-centric farming, that is the concept of our this center. So residue-free milk production, then climate resistant ability of that cow, then organic and natural farming, use of cow dung and urine for the organic farming, then methane emission, then stress-free life. So all these concepts we are come together in this center. Also, we are working on the digital technology for the smart and precision agriculture in this center. So we have developed India's first temperature humidity index based livestock advisory on real-time sensor and open source. APIs. Then dairy pilot for the monitoring all activity of this dairy farm. That will also be helpful for the young ones. Then e-dairy farm, that software to manage all the technical activities in one desktop. Then to develop dairy calculator. Suppose you have started that business and you have to calculate anything, requirement of fodder, requirement of green fodder, dry fodder, ration, then space required for the one animal or for the 10 animal, then area required for the fodder production. So all these activity or things we can calculate through this dairy calculator. Then we have working on the health monitoring system for the animal, and most important environmentally cattle set. So that also we are working. I will show this environment cattle set. So this is the bamboo set, mostly prepare for the cow tourism. It's on working. This is the front line of our project. So here we can see different breeds, indigenous breeds. So here you can see Pungunur, world's smallest cattle, Pungunur, which is used for the cow cutting or cow communication. So are mostly famous in cow tourism. So this cow tourism project is totally based on this Pungunur cow, world's smallest Pungunur cow for the cow therapy. So small children, even young ones also play with this cow. You can say this is. So very docile in nature, this Pungunur cow. So this is a environmental friendly cattle shed. You can use in all seasons in adverse climatic condition. This shed is fully automatic on basis of the THI, temperature humidity index. This fan fogger system or will be activate. Also in this center, in cow tourism center, we have established music therapy center for the cow as well as our staff member. This is the Sahiwal cow, mostly popular for the milk production. India's best milker, Sahiwal. And this breed is imported in 27 countries. So that's why India has a very big biodiversity, and that we want to show to all over the India. So this is Gir. This Gir is very famous, originated from the Gujarat, but presently Brazil is working on this breed. They have developed Girlando breed, which is a world famous genetic material now, which is transferred in the 69 countries presently. Then, Guardian. This is Thar Parker. Thar Parker from Rajasthan. This breed also very famous for the milk production and very docile in nature. And this breed can sustain in even 50 degrees Celsius temperature in Rajasthan. So that's why this breed is nowadays very demanding breed in India also. So this is a Rathi breed. Rathi is a mixture of three breeds, that is Sahiwal, Red Scindia and Thar Parker. So multiple color we can see in this breed. And milk production, all these breeds are mostly popular for the milk production, and that capacity of milk production is ranged from 10 liter to 15-16 liter per day. So all different breeds we can see here. This is Khil are most popular in western Maharashtra and drop purpose, and that breed is used for the racing purpose. So such kind of activity you can see here. So all these are the trainers. So many students are taking training here. They are enjoying training under cow tourism. Also, we can see here the facility for the animal as well as our staff member. So this is a fan and auger system for the animal. As a temperature humidity index is increased, that automatic there will be fan auger will be start. So all these are the training. So feeding to the animal. So that practice is. So every visitor can experience all this activity under training or for the visit also. So all these cows are pregnant cow. So most important, as I mentioned, utilization of dung and urine, that is waste management in dairy farming is very big concern under change in climatic condition. So we have developed this project that utilization of dairy waste for the sustainable livestock farming. So you can see here the biogas. So biogas facility is there. Whole processing in our project is done on biogas. Also, we are trying to develop model for the preparation of biogas from the hybrid napier. You can see here the sensor-based system is there. You can measure the total biogas production from the cow dung from crossbred cow as well as indigenous cattle. After getting slurry, you can separate solid and liquid. So this is the solid and liquid separator. So every thing you can enjoy here in cow tourism as well as in training center. So this is the cow dung based products. We can say the PROM, phosphorus rich organic manure, mostly used in natural farming as well as organic farming. So this is cow dung. So that fertilizer is prepared. You can also prepare Ganesh idol from the cow dung. So this is the cow dung log, mostly used for the different cultural event. So you can see here the chrome pack. We are selling all these products in market for the organic farming as well as natural farming. So all these small machineries are there. This project totally environmental friendly. So this solar system is there. Whole energy required for the this project is based on the solar and biogas. You can see here this is the balloon biogas and this is solar. So all energy required for electricity is required for this project is generated by the solar, and energy required for the food processing is done by the biogas. So such type of sustainable livestock farming model we have developed here. Also, we are taking fodder production by using only this cow dung and urine by organic way or natural way. Also, we have developed one Go Parikrama. Go Parikrama. So, main concept of Go Parikrama is demonstrate all the breeds in one place. This is Go Parikrama. So main objective of this Go Parikrama to demonstrate all the breeds in one place. So all information is here. So breed information, this is Taiwan. So its origin, its breed characteristic, then milk production and availability of these breeds, all this information is given in front of cow. So this is the Rathi. So information is given here. So gear, origin, what is breed characteristic, and milk production, availability. All this information with demo giving here. So this is Tharparkar, and information about Tharparkar is here. So it's origin, breed characteristic, milk production capacity, availability. Also, this breed is very famous in Sri Lanka, Iraq, and Philippines for the dual purpose, for meat purpose as well as milk purpose. So now these are the local breeds from the Maharashtra. This is Dangi. Dangi is very famous in rainy season. Paddy farming is mostly for paddy farming. This Dangi breed is used, and there are another 5 strains in Dangi. So this Dangi breed is very popular in mostly high rainfall area. So that information is given here. So its origin, then its breed characteristic, and its utility. Then next one is Kokan Kapila. So this breed is also popular in Maharashtra. Origin is Maharashtra, but mostly popular in Konkan region only, where there is very high humidity. In that climatic condition, that these breeds only can be sustained. So this Kokan Kapila. That information given in front of that cow. Then this Gaulau. Gaulau is also famous in Vidarbha, mostly in Madhya Pradesh, Chhindwara, Uttar Vidarbha, or Nagpur district. And this breed is also popular for the dual purpose. Dual purpose means it's popular for the milk purpose as well as draft purpose. Then this is Devni. Devni from Marathwada. This red Kandari from also Marathwada. This male is very popular. Red Kandari male is very popular for the draft purpose. And this one is Khilar. The Khilar breed is very popular for the draft purpose. Popular in Western Maharashtra. So all these breeds of cow, different cow, we can see here in one place, and that is also we can say cow go parikama. You can take ride in one place, all these 11 breeds. So this is actually concept of cow tourism under indigenous cattle development project under Mahatma Phule Krishi Vidyapith around. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ironically, we are really thankful to the electricity issue. Because of that, you could actually move around and show your live farm. And that's what agri-tourism is about.
Yeah.
Sir, if you have any questions from the participants, please write in the chat box. Until then, sir, we have a question that in case in the tourism settings that we have, in the cow tourism settings that we have, how do we take care of the animal welfare or the safety issues?
Yes, animal welfare is we can say cow comfort is very important. So government of we have taken permission from the government of India, and one animal ethical committee we have developed from that committee constitute of some social worker, veterinary doctor, animal nutritionist, and some biologist. So that committee we have formed, and every 6 months they are visiting at our farm. Surprise visit may be there, and cow comfort is very important. Most important, as I mentioned earlier, environmental friendly cattle housing system. First time we have developed here in adverse climatic condition. that is very important. Space requirement, timely watering, timely feeding. Feeding means not feeding only green fodder. Feeding of green fodder, leguminous crop, non-leguminous crop, dry fodder. In dry fodder also leguminous, non-leguminous. Then feeding of concentrate for maintenance purpose, for meal production purpose. All these activity we have to mention or done at proper time. So that's why dairy pilot, that app we have developed within 24 hours, that daily routine management practices are there in particular time. So that app will alert you for the different activities. We can, for example, feeding of animal or milking of animal. So all this reminder will be given to that particular assistant or dairy manager or for the worker. So such kind of activity or technology we have developed here. And as I mentioned, so hygienic or hygienic condition is very important here. So all these care are taken in our cow tourism place.
Yes, sir, definitely. We have another question from the participant, whether they are allowed to visit your center and what are the timings?
Yeah, this is cow center. 2 batch we have recently completed, and from Monday to Friday you can visit here. Charges for the 3 hours is 600 rupees per person.
Another question is, what is the business model that works in cow tourism?
Business model is not. This is part of conservation. Means on base indigenous cattle research camp center main objective is conservation of indigenous breed. Then that supply of this good quality animal to the farmer, and production of milk and development of different milk and milk product. And then this is diversifying model. Additionally, by if you maintain in like cow to agro-tourism, so additional benefit we will get from the your processing. Processing is from the milk processing, cow urine or dung processing products we can sell at our center. Also organic farming is most important. We have one organic farm, 2 acre organic farm. We are mostly preparing the leafy vegetables or some fruits are there, so that we can sell at our center.
Right, sir. Pandurang sir, any questions from your end?
Yeah, Dr. Somnath Mane sir, you have brilliantly put up the cow tourism case study in front of global audience. My question is, for a small farmer, like a farmer saying small and marginal farmer, if we want to add cow tourism to tourism, what are the 1, 2, 3 steps he has to do, and whether maintaining the cows, their health, their hygiene, whether it is going to be feasible for a small farmer like.
Yeah. So already we have developed such kind of model in Konkan region, where that nature is there. So Dr. Amit is there from the Konkan region. Mostly Konkan local cow they have selected. 10 cows are there. They are giving the facility like agro-tourism. So facility of staying there, visiting farm, development of diversifying agriculture model there. Means the cow with poultry, cow with goat milk, then preparation of different milk and milk products. And that value addition is very important in this model. When you are selling milk at the rate of 40 rupees or 50 rupees, you can earn by processing or by value addition 200 to 300 rupees per liter from that 50, instead of this 40 or 50 rupees. So such kind of model we need to develop there. Then it's possible. Also, we have introduced herbal garden for the animal also. So farmer, you have to use that some herbs in animal feed. So that will definitely reflect in quality of milk. So that concept we have to give to the farmer, and once they understand what is concept of this agro tourism as well as cow tourism, definitely the city people give the good response on the small farmer also.
I'm very thankful to you, sir. You took that busy scheduled time and came here, guided the farmers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mane, sir. Thank you so much for your presence. And definitely, we loved seeing your farm and the cows. And I really want to visit once and see everything in reality. Thank you so much for being a part of this session, sir. Thanks a lot.
Please welcome.
Brace yourselves for the upcoming technical session 1. We have the next speaker all the way from Austria to enlighten us on agritourism around the world, the global definition and the regional perspectives. Erika Quindler is a senior researcher at the Federal Institute of Agricultural Economics, Rural and Mountain Research. Agritourism is a central focus of her research, where she has made substantial contributions through scientific publications, participations in the international conference, and active involvement in the global networks. Namaste, Erika, madam. How are you?
Fine. Hello from Austria. Good morning to the early birds. Good day to the normal types. And a good evening. Pardon? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. And good evening to the night owls from all around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the opportunity to present the work of the GAN Definition and Standard Committee. As you can see, this presentation is a result of our collective efforts. Today, we have already learned a lot of different agritourism practices, but now we explore how agritourism is defined globally by the GAN Committee, Definition and Standards, and how the GAN framework serves as a global reference. Won't we? 17 cases from 6 continents exemplify the diversity and regional implementations within the sector. First, we start with the GAIN framework and its 4 components, which offer a global viewpoint for understanding agritourism. Then we explore the 17 cases from around the world, highlighting their unique characteristic and how they fit within the framework. Next, we look at the common ground among these cases presented. And finally, we wrap up with the main takeaways, showing how the GAN framework unites diverse practices under a common vision. We have been talking about it for 2 years. Let's begin with the foundation. What is agritourism? The global viewpoint. The GAN, the Definition and Standard Committee, defines agritourism as an agricultural diversification activity that emerges from the synergy between agriculture and tourism. True agritourism is not only visiting a farm, it's about authentic experience directly tied to the agricultural production. These experiences show both tangible resources from the landscape to intangible ones, such as the experience of tasting food. May this global definition capture the essence of agritourism, but how it manifests in practice. This may lead us to the following question: is not it all in one and one in all? We therefore can hypothesize the GAN framework is a key in the global agritourism landscape, acting as unifying reference for diverse practices around the world. Despite diverse forms of agritourism, the framework serves as a common ground. However, national realities still shape how agritourism is practiced. Legal frameworks, policy involvement, cultural attitudes toward tourism, and the role of government versus private sector all influence how the country model fits within the framework. The strength of the framework lies in its flexibility. It supports diversity while maintaining a consistent global version for agritourism. Maintaining a balance between unity and diversity is essential. How we are going to explore this? We collected cases from 17 countries across 6 continents: Africa, Asia, Europe, North and South America, and Oceania. The presentation draws on expert input from each region. To ensure consistency and comparability, we used a template-based approach for data collection. This allowed us to get the information systematically from diverse national realities. National experts shared their insights on how the term agritourism is used and highlighted the country-specific aspects about the 4 components. We then conducted a thematic comparison using the components of the GAN framework to identify both commonalities and unique national characteristics as shown by the symbol on the side. The first one is about the term, the next 4 one about the components, and the last one tell us something about national specificities. This approach highlights the global viewpoint while emphasizing different national realities. Now let's start with Europe, namely Italy, and move clockwise. In Italy, ladies and gentlemen, the term agriturismo is legally protected by national law since 1996, updated 2006. Activities and the use of the term are strictly regulated by the Ministry of Agriculture. One may say Italy is a well-known leader in agritourism. Tourism and agriculture are seamlessly integrated, especially in family-run farm stays that is supported by policy. Italian farmers offer farm stay with meals tasting of farm products. Examples are wine and olive oil, cooking classes, and recreational educational activity as well as hiking. Tourism benefits from Italy's celebrated food culture, while agriculture gains direct sales and brand recognition. Guests enjoy hands-on activity like cheese making and grape harvesting, engaging all senses. The sector relies on the landscape, food, wine, and local festivals, blending tangible and intangible resources. Italy's approach is underpinned by strong tradition and robust legal framework, with authenticity as a core value. On that, Italy is a real global player and can serve as a role model. Moving on to Austria. Here the term agritourism isn't officially used or recognized as such. Instead, similar concepts are referred to as holiday on the farm or farm holidays. In Austria, agritourism is well established as a diversification strategy supported by public-private partnerships and policy. The synergy between tourism and agriculture based on diverse landscape and family farms is evident through farm stay, local food experience, rural events, often coordinated by regional association. Guests enjoy authentic experiences by participating in farm work, tasting local products, and engaging in traditional rural life that is very well served by tangible and intangible resources. The sector benefits from strong policy support and local adaptation, though sometimes rural tourism is prioritized over strict agricultural production and its tourism spillovers. Although the common term is holiday on the farm, Austria's approach fits very well within GAN framework, offering a major policy-based model that balances tradition, farm viability, and visitor experience. Ladies and gentlemen, in Poland, agritourism is widely practiced, also viewed by stakeholders as farm-based tourism. Nevertheless, it is considered as a part of rural tourism. The lack of a clear definition means the terms are oft used interchangeable. So agritourism is well established as a diversification strategy with policy support and tradition. Farmers offer rural guest house, folk festivals, craft workshops, and local food tastings, often selling directly to visitors. Tourism benefits from Poland's rural charm and traditions, while agriculture gains new markets and community pride. Guests engage in hands-on activity and seasonal celebrations, making the appearance personal and genuine. Authenticity is based on Poland's rural landscape and deep-rooted cultural customs. Projects like There Is No Place Like the Countryside promote quality rural tourism, blending landscape and cultural elements. As well as a well-integrated model of rural tourism, it fits within the GAIN framework. Now moving on to the Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen. In the Ukraine, agritourism is gaining recognition with tourism and rural development strategies with growing use of the term. The term is increasingly used to describe rural tourism linked to farms and traditional estates, where visitors experience village life and engage in agricultural activities. Legal frameworks are under development to support farm-based tourism. On that, Ukraine recognizes agritourism for diversification and rural development, with increasing integration and policy attention. Farmers run eco-farms with guest accommodation, food workshops, and seasonal festivals, selling organic products and handicrafts. This form of tourism boosts rural economies and cultural preservation, while agriculture benefits from direct sales and greater visibility. Visitors can take part in traditional cooking and farming, immersing themselves in the rhythms of village life. Although both tangible and intangible resources are highlighted, more formalization, rooted in its landscape and folk tradition, would enhance coherence and scalability. On that, in Poland, the framework fits very well. Moving on to Georgia, ladies and gentlemen. There's no separate tourism law yet, but government resolutions define agritourism as farms offering tourism services on farms. Moreover, the tourism law defines agritourism also, providing tourist service on farms such as accommodation, catering, entertainment, educational, recreational, and other activities. In Georgia, agritourism is emerging as a diversification strategy, especially in wine region. Tourism draws attention to Georgia's ancient food and wine supply, while agriculture gains new markets and cultural pride. Regional initiatives and activities form the synergy, highlighting the link between rural heritage and tourism. Farmers offer wine tasting, traditional cooking classes, bread baking, cheese making. Tourism brings attention to Georgia's ancient food and wine culture, while agriculture gains new markets and cultural pride. Visitors enjoy hands-on activities and heritage that link agriculture and tradition, showcasing local culture, hospitality, and agricultural heritage. It therefore matches very well. Agritourism in Albania, ladies and gentlemen, is formally recognized and legally defined, promoted by ministries and donor programs, and widely used in policy. Certification requires active farms. With over 300 registered agritourism operators, the sector is seen as a key agricultural diversification strategy. Tourism complements agriculture through integrated regional models like those in Fitcha and Burmat, promoted by joint policies and fiscal incentives. Authenticity is maintained by requiring agritourism to take place on an active farm, supported by destination management organization. Albania effectively highlights tangible assets and local products alongside tangible ones like culinary skills and hospitality. There's a strong legal framework improving quality and further enhance its potential. Having said that, Albania meets the components of the GAN framework. Let's move to Asia. Agritourism in India lacks a uniform national definition, but Maharastra led the way within the first state policy in 2005, updated in 2024 as a form of niche tourism. The term is gaining recognition, though often overlaps with rural and ecotourism, focusing on farm stays and rural experiences. In India, farmers offer homestays, crop harvesting, local cultural to generate supplementary income and preserve rural traditions. Visitors actively participate in village life, plowing fields, cooking local dishes, exploring the landscape. That also shows very well the tangible and intangible resources. The GAN components are very present. In Nepal, ladies and gentlemen, tourism lacks a formal definition and usually runs under rural tourism and homestay. The term is very present. Nepal's farmers are leveraging the existing agricultural practices to diverse income through homestays, guided treks and terraced fields, depulking, apple harvesting, and cultural performances. The synergy is very well shown and given. Authenticity is central, so the agricultural activities practice and the different regions like the Himalayan, Mid-Hill and Terran regions show very well the different resources from terraces to the tea gardens. So also in this land, the GAN components are present. Moving on to Taiwan. Taiwan is officially recognized. The term.
Erika, I'm because now when you are talking about Taiwan, take it to the Taiwan slide.
Oh, sorry. I have forgotten to move on. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Agritourism in Taiwan is officially recognized, and this is also seen as a diversification strategy for rural development, backed by national regulation and targeted programs. Farmers offer food packing, tea plantation tours, hand-on agricultural workshop, eco-lodging, and farm-to-table dining. These activities are designed to deepen visitors' engagement to the genuine agricultural production. The models integrates tourism into agriculture through leisure, agricultural zone, and agritourism corridors. Authenticity is upheld by strict standards requiring most land to remain actively farmed, while the special agrotourism spot certification ensures that activities stay rooted in real farm life. Also, Taiwan approach showcases both tangible assets, tea fields, traditional farmhouses, as well intangible elements, old customs, indigenous knowledge, and local culinary. Also, this model fits within the GAIN framework. Now moving to the Philippines. In the Philippines, agritourism is officially recognized and promoted as a rural diversification strategy, as in Taiwan. There is a special act in place. The concept emerges agriculture and tourism enhances farmers' income while preserving rural culture. There's a growing policy support to foster this integration. Farmers in the Philippines diversify by picking and bay gardening, fishing, educational tours, wellness retreats, and eco-adventures. Tourism brings new income and helps promote sustainable practices. Visitors enjoy interactive experiences. They are based on tangible and intangible resources. As the sector is developing, policy support is increasing. The Philippines serves the GAN framework, as exemplified on the slide. Moving on to Vietnam, ladies and gentlemen, the term is increasingly used in tourism and rural development, but overlaps with tourism and homestays. Formal definitions are evolving with government interest in promoting tourism. The sector is emerging as a diversification strategy with growing synergistic intersection, especially in rural areas. Vietnamese farmers offer homestays, rice planting and harvesting, cooking classes, and handicraft workshops. Authenticity is guaranteed by Vietnam's landscape and deep-rooted tradition. A very good example is Mekong Rustic and the Herb Village. While still development policy support is increasing. Also this example matches with the GAN framework. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to Australia. Australia agritourism is well established, supported by policy like Queensland Agritourism Roadmap, and plays a key role in agricultural diversification and rural economic development. Farmers offer experiences like farm stay tastings and workshop, fostering connection with visitors and boosting income. Regional clusters and collaborative branding strengthen the link between tourism and agriculture. This is guided by the Agritourism 2030 Action Plan. Authenticity is central, with hands-on activities reflecting local practices and identity, with both tangible and intangible assets like product and landscape and community historic and hospitability. What sets Australia apart is decentralized approach, where regional leaderships and grassroots collaboration drive success rather than national regulation. So Australian model fits within the framework, shaped by regional diversity and community-driven initiatives. Now let's hop to Africa, Uganda. The term agritourism is emerging and promoted in rural tourism development, but formal legal definitions are limited along with growing recognition. It is an emerging diversification tool with some integration with tourism, especially in rural areas. There's room for improvement. Farmers diversify with coffee tours, farm stay, guided nature walks, and craft making sessions. Tourism brings attention to the agricultural products and rural culture, while agriculture benefits from new income streams. This sector highlights rural landscape and tradition that is ensured by Uganda's natural beauty and cultural storytelling. Also here, the GAN framework fits very well. Moving on to Rwanda. In Rwanda, agritourism lacks a formal legal definition, but it is also gaining recognition through practices. It is supported by grassroots initiatives and community engagement. Rwanda's approach actively includes agritourism as a rural development strategy with significant synergy between tourism and agriculture. The beauty of the landscape and the rural culture and agricultural practices highlight the assets applied. Also, this framework is very well practiced. Now let's move on to South America. In Peru, the concept of agritourism itself is not widely used or formally defined. Instead, rural community tourism or community-based rural tourism is more prevalent and is actively promoted as a strategy to diversify rural economies. In this model, tourism is linked to traditional agricultural lifestyle, offering farmers new income streams, as are also all other countries do, while preserving cultural heritage. The focus is on community-based activities such as farm demonstration, weaving, and gastronomy experiences. Farmers host visitors for homestay where guests participate in agricultural tasks, traditional cooking and crafts. The integration supports rural livelihoods and empowers local communities, particularly women and marginal groups. That makes the model unique and shows a strong focus on authentic, immersive experiences. The tangible resources like landscape and crops, as well as the intangible ones like cultural elements as rural stories, rituals, and traditional knowledge, are very well shown in the activities. However, while this approach incorporates the four components, the challenge remains in standardizing terminology and formal recognition agritourism with the broader CRT or DRC framework. Finally, but not least, we are in North America, ladies and gentlemen. Agritourism in the United States is a dynamic, evolving field recognized in policy, marketing, and state regulation. It is more than just farm visit. It is a strategic way to diversify farm income and strengthen rural communities. Agriculture therefore provides place-based experiences, while tourism opens new market and economic opportunities for farmers, ensuring the vitality and resilience of rural America. However, it is important to note that agritourism practices vary greatly from state to state. This diversity, while sometimes fragmented, also fosters regional innovation and rich local experiences, from big farms to educational tours and farm staff. On that, authenticity varies as it is not always formally defined or consistently applied. This suggests that authenticity is present as it is implied through hands-on activity rather than being consistently emphasized. The showcasing of resources is often limited to specific contexts, such as working agriculture setting, leaving other areas underrepresented. All in all, the US approach fits also within the GRAN framework. Finally, we are going to Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, it is all a very dynamic sector, combining agriculture and tourism to support real economies. While the term agritourism is widely recognized, its definition and regulation vary by provinces. Farmers use agritourism to diversify income through U-Pick farms, pumping package, maple syrup tours, and farm-to-table dining. These experiences connect visitors with the land, showcasing local produce, rural landscapes, and community tradition. It does not explicitly highlight authenticity as a core strength, indicating that this component is indirectly addressed. Although the diversification is present and the intersection, this however, support and development vary, with some provinces more advanced than others. Having said that, Ecotourism in Canada thrives on local connection, but progress depends on regional policy and community development. So the components are also present in Canada. The framework may play a key role in shaping global agritourism landscape by providing a common reference for different practices based on defining agritourism and its components. It helps to connect various models from all around the world while keeping a core set of components that define agritourism. The sector, we have seen it as exemplified in the case in, and also presenters have done it in earlier presentation, is diverse and evolving. Policy support and legal frameworks, though different, are vital for its growth. This notwithstanding, countries with well-established policy and traditions are better in the alignment with the GAN framework. National models from around the world fits the common ground as they are diversification tools. They show that the synergy between agriculture and tourism is fundamental. One simply cannot exist without the other. Authenticity and local adaptation are key successes with both tangible and intangible resources, from landscape to visitor experiences. So the framework offers a consistent vision, enabling clearer communication and stronger support. May it be in research or advocacy. The concept is widely practiced. There is a diversity. It is very true. All is in one and one is in all. So the takeaway is that despite diverse legal framework, terminology and practices, the country cases fit within the GAN framework. The GAN framework forms a common ground, not only just provides guidelines, but establish a clear, consistent global vision. By uniting diverse national models under a shared understanding, the GAN framework not only offers a solid foundation for assessing and developing the sector. This common ground makes it easier to develop better policy and more efficient support mechanisms. In the end, the GAN framework helps bridging the variations in practice by offering a cohesive global viewpoint, fostering collaboration. All in all, by recognizing nationalities and a shared vision, the framework contributes to the sustainable development of agritourism worldwide. With this in mind, I hope this presentation has inspired you to explore new travel opportunities. Well, that's all for me. Thank you very much. I wish you all a fulfilling conference. I also thank all the contributors from the GAN and Definition and Standard Committee to join me to prepare this presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Erika, madam. The collation of information that you have done from various parts of the globe is definitely noteworthy. The key takeaways that you have set in the last 2-3 slides is also important. One question that we have from the participants' view is that when you consider the global perspective or the regional perspective, you were talking about the tangible as well as the intangible resources that need to be considered. So while collating the information regarding the intangible resources that are there across the globe, how should it be considered or how should it be protected? What is your take on that?
I think the intangible resources are very important because I had my reflections on it. I think that agritourism is on a crossroad. Does it want to be more commercialized, or does it really want to set up and keep a focus on what is the real agritourism? Because when choosing the pictures, we really try to choose pictures that show the agritourism in the country, the unique picture. And we can also see that in each picture you have all 4 components, also the intangible ones. And the intangible ones is the culture, and it's very important what agritourism culture will be today and in the future.
That's absolutely right, ma'am. We have another question from the participants. Agritourism includes inclusivity. Inclusivity. So in this case, in the 17 countries, the regions that you have seen, was inclusivity also involved in your research?
I think inclusivity is the next step, because there's also the task to set up a standard and to define agricultural activities in agritourism, so agritourism activities. And the next step would be to say, okay, how sustainable is it? And I think sustainability or sustainable development is a measure for inclusivity. It is a proxy.
That's absolutely right, ma'am. Thank you so much for presenting the cases on the agritourism models and the adaptations from the 6 continents. You have done a great job in collating all the information. Thank you so much for being a part
You're
of the
welcome.
18th World Agritourism Day event. Thank you. Dr. Valeria is the Vice President of the Global Agritourism Network. She is an associate professor at Belarusian University and the founder of the Belarusian Association of Rural and Ecotourism. Madam shall be sharing her thoughts on the role of NGOs and GAN in rural tourism development, the experiences from the Eastern Europe. Ma'am, just give me a second. I will share your presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for me a great honor to be here. Already I have learned a lot from presentation today and looking forward to have more. You know that I represent also again, it's all continents, and Eastern Europe, a little bit unknown for many people, and I represent it. We spoke already about product, about definition, different kind of angle of rural agrotourism. Now about institutional level, about non-governmental organization. Next slide, please. It's very important for people. So this is, no, it's a little bit about myself. You can see, or I'll tell you that I have been wearing many hats in a sphere of tourism and rural agrotourism. I am a professor, associate professor of university. I had my own travel agency for promoting of rural tourism, and in 22 I initiated and created a non-governmental association, Agro and Ecotourism in Belarus, Country Escape. And I consider the mother of agrotourism in Belarus. We started later than other East European country, but we did it very actively. I visited many countries, and also I write books and articles. One of these about development in post-Soviet nations. It also was about Eastern Europe, so I have some knowledge. Please, next slide. This is about what non-governmental organizations are supposed to do. I think it's very important to have NGO. We develop agro and rural tourism in each country, and most of them have, if they have agro and ecotourism, because someone should to start this process. And in our country, it is, Eastern European country, it's normally NGO. People lived in a
social world or in the world with strong social component, and they know how to form networking. They know what is this togetherness. So for them, it's easy to form this network. Why so important? Because you should present and lobby interests of these people, because for our country, it's absolutely new businesses. We should promote rural tourism, agritourism about different stakeholders, media, social media, of course, government, expert. We should educate people. We should develop and create actually tourism product, and we always try to emphasize that it's important to create Belarusian rural tourism and not just copy. We provide quality standard certification, do marketing, of course, and develop cooperation, networking, and team building. I think it's very important to create an environment or team where there is no really strong competition. They should work together and made a really multi, I don't know, angles product. Not compete and not to repeat each other, but to create a whole product, holistic. Next slide, please. This is about different kind of institutional levels we have now in the world. The most, I don't know, unite all continent. This is global agritourism network I belong. From the very beginning, it's already more than 2 years exist, and it's tried to coordinate, to unite examples from all over the world. Tomorrow it will be our General Assembly from 5:30 till 6:30 Indian time, so everybody welcome. This is international level, Eurogit, for example, or rural tours. This is European Federation of Rural Tourism, national different kind institution. Erica told a lot about them. There are regional institution and local institution. We will speak about everything. Next slide, please. This is about Global Agritourism Network. I won't speak too much because we are going to have General Assembly and you will get a lot of information about GAN, but you see, we are all continents with more than 100 participants. And this is picture from Vermont, where we voted and initiated this organization. Next. And about a national association, Erica told already, but just I want to show you the diversity. Next slide, please. I want to show you diversity of association. And of course, definition, because traditionally different. In my country, it's in the law, and we formulate it like agro and ecotourism. When we started develop this movement or this product, we understand that, not too much to see in our villages. We should also think and show nature around village, because in our countries there is no really farmers. It was rural dwellers, because during Soviet time we didn't have private ownership for the land. Everybody could have a small piece, relatively small piece of land. Now we have 2,000 farmers, but it is not much, and we have 100,000 of villages or settlements. So we were more concentrated on the rural life. The most developed association in Europe, it's Latvian, it's Polish, we collaborate with each of them, Ukrainian, and there are more or less new association. Why I mention them? Because they belong to Soviet Union and we had communication with them. And this is our rustic countryscape. Next slide, please. This is national level. What are they doing? Oh, a bit about our association. We existed 20 years, and in 2002 or 3, our association was liquidated, and many other NGOs in our country, about 2000. But we did a lot. We created a framework for development. We united people, we educated them. We had a lot of study tour, a lot of seminar webinars, and now there are many very strong, let's say, actors on this market. This is international projects. Our partners from all over the world gave us a lot, seminar webinars, a lot of promotional materials before we printed them, international conferences we organized, greenways. This is a kind of rural tourism products and clusters. Next, please. And this is our history. I just will try to be short. How did we unite people? We wrote articles and we spoke publicly and told if people who live in the village and think that it's possible, they can have create additional money by inviting them in their village and their homes. And we have people, a lot of have been calling. And then we made a big conference, invited our colleague from Ukraine and Lithuania. Then we managed to lobby a law introduced together and together with very big state bank, we have a special loan for very cheap money to our people, educational products, standard certification. Actually, this is famous expert from Vermont, Dr. Todd Common. He came to our villages, actually have been twice, showing now how to develop greenways and product for individual farmers. Next slide, please. And this is our idea. Of course, we should base on local tradition. We try to create experience, but at that time, nobody talk about experience. It was a product, but anyway, in the basis is what experience. We printed annual magazines. It was paper version. And finally, we could create a brand for our country. Many of tourists or neighbors perceive us as the country of rural tourism. Please, next slide. And this is, okay, frequently asked question. I don't think that we have time for answer, but we start this organization, but announcing to public, please join us. Let's work together. In organization work very few people because of lack of money, and me and some of assistants. And this is, yes, this is our donors and sponsors, a lot of volunteers. Next slide, please. For 20 years, I don't know how we survived, we did a lot. This is membership fee. This is grants we have, international projects. We were part of volunteer, a lot of volunteer. In kind, someone help us with equipment or other kind of, also donation and personal saving. Can you see UNDP, USAID, EU, even US Forest Service, and even private businesses. So Germans are different kind. Next, please. This is dynamic. I want to show you only last total amount. We started from nothing. It was 2006. We started to work in 2002. Nobody even used this rural tourism or agritourism. When nobody even thought that it's good. They could go to the village for the holiday. It was nonsense, but now it's very popular. And when the last statistic was 3,000 farm state. Next, please. And this is, you can see the growth of the amount of tourists, 500,000. It was statistical 2022. Next, please. This is different stage of rural tourism development. We started from nothing. We couldn't find a house in a village with toilet and douche. Now we have fantastic infrastructure. So first we put attention on infrastructure, on standards. Then we understood that it's important activity. So it was product and work together with neighbors or other village. And then it was creativity, experience, innovation, all of this experience wheels and visit experience, all of this concept, which is very important. And legislation changes. Now it's a turbulent time for rural tourism. Next, please. But after starting to work, we've got two very prestigious award. It was Russians who voted for that, but it 140 million, so it is. And this is we developed for a big event, World Tourism Organization plan to do this rural tourism forum, because we did a lot, and it's interesting in Belarus. Never happened. Please, next. And this is some main trend in Belarusian rural tourism. Of course, creativity. This is we present our culinary heritage. This is youth participation, because I'm associate professor and I deliver many courses connected with sustainable tourism, agritourism, of course, marketing and tourism. This is my students. They were included in many projects, and we even open like a branch of our organization at the Belarusian State University International Tourism Department. Ecological safety, we have very strong Ministry of Environmental, and we paid attention. Accessibility, we have fantastic project financed by EU together with Association of People with Disability. We create wonderful region, accessible with nice products like greenways in a forest for people with different kind of accessibility. This is the example. Next, please. Gastronomy, of course, because the taste of product in our village is different. First, it's product, then how they cook. They cook it often in a Russian oven with stable low temperature for a long time. It's in this oven. Our folklore, especially on the south, people fantastic. They know songs. They their intangible heritage in their heart. I think already in UNESCO list, Belarus got like 7 elements which has been registered as an intangible heritage. Next, please. This is greenways. Concept came from US, and some people moved to Czechoslovakia and to Poland, and they have wonderful. We like this concept. It's about like a regional NGO. It's just good form of marketing. People are united together and decide to create a common product. What is this greenways? We suggest people travel by themselves. They could do it organized with a group or themselves along a river, historic trade routes, natural corridor. And it's important to include different kind of local products, houses, museum, forest together. And of course, we should give them a common topic. This is health lifestyle, non-motorized transport means, actually about sustainable development. And this is a good catalyst for promoting sustainable development. 5 necessary elements. You should create a backbone travel, then different kind of loops with their different topic which go in line with the main, and partnership with people, local heritage initiative. And finally, we have maybe 3-4 green ways which operates. Normally, there is no organization around this initiative, but people can, it just can make a common marketing. There is one region where there is the organization, and actually people like this. Next slide, please. And this is this region which has been developed greenways. This is not far from Minsk, and this is, you can see how many initiatives in rural tourism, because somebody have horses, somebody have animals, someone make pottery or making bread, and you can travel around, stay somewhere. And this is our son, like a creative economy, territory of creative economy. People are very creative. They can dance, they can kayak, and actually it's absolutely not touristic before, but now it's one of the most touristic region, and this is national parks which cooperate with these people very good. Next slide, please. And this is the same with some kind of initiative. This is, you see, people with disability, because most of tourism product of this region is adopted for people with disability. I was one of the manager of this project. Of course, I was afraid of people with disability as the most Eastern European people, because they are not on the street. Now it's changing. And of course, we have a lot of technical barrier, but the main barrier is inside of you, because if you don't have experience how to deal with down people or people on the wheelchair, you should learn it. We did, and now it doesn't exist as my personal barrier. It's very easy to communicate with them because I see only personality. Next, please. And this is different kind of logo for each of farmstead of this project of this region with different specialty. Next, please. Slide. And this is their product. You can buy a purchase there, and they do cross-selling and promote each other. Please, next. This is some individual cases I want to tell you in our country. For example, this is farmer. He got a very talented manager. He got a lot of land. When you are a farmer, you take this land, you can inherit it, but you cannot sell it. It's not a really private ownership. So he has, about 2,000 hectares, sheep, cows. He has even 2 shops, mini zoo. And after he created a guest house, mainly it was the job for his wife. She does all hospitality issue. Next, please. This next one. Please, next one. This is still his land. Next one, please. This, it will be place where a farmer, could you change the slide, has like 1,000 cows. He produced cheese, make this degustation, different kind of entertainment, no facility for staying. And this is first maize in our country. He did it. Next slide, please. Next. And he has certified land because if you do, and this is one more way how to involve in rural and agritourism. Many people now move into the village in our country because life is much more healthy and you can do many things. And this is farmstead. He has more building now. This is for bread making. Yeah, a farmer made it mainly for his daughter. She's fantastic baker, a lot of things, and they started from lodging, from wedding, puppet theater because they're very talented people, and later bread making school, and later farming. Now they are farmer. They took a land because if you want to feed your guests, well, you should produce many things, and even to demonstrate how they make bread, they should first they should filled with this bread, then a different kind of mills, how to make a flour for that. It's actually it's in the process, this kind of project, but it's very good idea. Next slide. I think we are close to the end. Sorry, end of the time. Please, next slide. This is how they work. This guy, one of the British tour operator. And I want to show you that that picture. Work together. Yeah, why it's important to have organization which unites people, because when they have they working individually, very often they are just competitors, yeah, and they came to the problems how to divide all of these resources. Please, next slide. And this is the solution. It's better to do it together and to coordinate everything. It means that partnership the best. Please, next slide. And this is my contacts, and of course, contacts of Global Agritourism Network. And I'm in a different social media. Of course, GAN is developing definition using agritourism component, but there are many countries, many continents with different histories. That's why, for example, me, when I say rural tourism, I mean agritourism, because there is no definition, strict definition in my country. For law, it's important that you live in the village, you make agriculture, you promote rural values, tangible and intangible. So thank you very much for your attention. If you have questions, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Just like your vibrant personality, even your presentation had lots of graphs and colors and engaging content. I really loved it, ma'am. The participants, if you have any questions, please send it in the chat box. And ma'am, you also rightly pointed out that you must not compete or repeat, but gain insights and create some uniqueness on your farm. Pandurang sir? You're on mute, sir.
Wonderfully, Valeria, you presented very well, and role of NGOs and role of associations needed and necessary to take agritourism, rural tourism to the next level. Thank you so much. Nice presentation.
I couldn't hear your question because it was something wrong with the sounds. Can you repeat it?
I said the role of NGO and the association is very much needed and necessary to take agritourism and rural tourism to the next level. So presented
next, you mean how or down?
Next level, in the sense as an upgrade. The growth of the.
I don't know. Now we have let's sort of mess, because a definition what is agritourism, or mainly who can have a privileges in taxes. This was the issue. 20 years we could provide zero taxes for people who develop agritourism. Why? Because they develop village, they have their own incomes, houses became fantastic, a lot of flowers around, a lot of tourists come in the village and leave their money. So it was wonderful. Now we have different categories. You can stay like agritourism provider if you have homestays and live in a village. You could be a farmer, or you could just rent out your houses. Yeah, it became more difficult to because before our people very talented in a village. They know songs, they know how entertain, they wearing a national costume and can tell a lot of stories. Now they are not allowed do as much. You should go in special state culture, I don't know, division, discuss with them. So we are not very happy, but it's okay. It's norm. We look forward, and our big association, we created in certain time different regional branches, but we didn't want competition between them. There are some small organization, local organization, there are. But now I told them, because of this political period, because of the war, etc., it's not, government does not support non-governmental organization and their initiative. It doesn't matter, it's good or bad. It should be in this period strong power. I think it's not forever, of course, and people know how to attract tourists. They can communicate with each other. We created this team, so it's developing, but not as good and as fast as before. And we don't have foreign tourists now because we are isolated. We are under sanction. Even you can't fly in our country from Western airports. So, but it will pass, I guess. I'm optimistic.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have another question from a participant. Does any NGO help the rural youth to get motivated in starting the farm or agri-tourism?
It was our NGO. We did most of this job, or our people on the, let's say, on the ground, because we have some regional leaders who worked in a rural area, smaller and smaller. So but we actually did it every 3 or 6 months. We open a new course for agritourism. We have a special level program, laboratory of rural tourism, studied for beginners, then for advanced, then for some specific topic. Someone wants to do something with food, another with kayaking, another with active, I don't know, active entertainment, someone with their history. So, but this is how it was organized. Now they can, and during COVID time, we did really, we have our own TV because we were quite regular on air. And now there are a lot of things still in internet. And if you dial the name of our organization, Country Escape, you will find fantastically interesting speakers, etc. So, and people share their knowledge. If you call to the owner of big agritourism or of famous agritourism operation, they will share with you some information or invite you to see how they work.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, sir.
It's over to you.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you also for being our guest of honor, our jury member, as well as the speaker for the 18th World Agri-Tourism Day. Thank you so
and
much.
A lot from you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
The next session is the virtual farm tours 2, with 2 case studies from India. Mr. Pavel Gill is the owner of Hansali Organic Farm and Farm Stay at Fatehgarh Sahib, Punjab since 2007. He has been practicing integrated organic farming, certified organic by Punjab Agro, with a farm to fork model of providing an array of farm-grown organic products home delivered to customers in the Chandigarh Tri-City. He'll be sharing his success story of the Hansali Organic Farm and Farm Stay. Namaste, Pavel sir. How are you?
Namaste ji. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. So may I share your videos, please?
Yes, please. ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ 2 ਰੂਮਸ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਲੋਕ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ। 2 ਰੂਮ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੇ ਜੀ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਰੂਮਸ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੰਟੀਰੀਅਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ ਕੋਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਹਿੰਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ, ਪਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਟ੍ਰੈਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਨਾਲ, ਆਪਣੀ ਕਲਚਰ ਨਾਲ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੂਮਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਵਾਕਿਫ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ। ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਫੁਲਕਾਰੀ ਦਾ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ। ਆਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਵਿਊ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਰੂਮ ਦਾ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੈਸਟ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਬਾਹਰ ਕਣਕ ਉਗਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਹਾਂਜੀ,
ਕੀ ਬਾਤ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਜੀ। ਕਬੂਤਰ ਵੀ ਹੈ?
ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਸ਼ੌਂਕ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਤੇ
ਸੋਹਣੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਇਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਦੇਸੀ ਮੁਰਗੇ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਸਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਐਗਸ ਤੇ ਬਰਡਸ ਵੀ ਵੇਚਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ।
ਅੱਛਾ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਇੱਕ ਮੁਰਗਾ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਸਾਡਾ 2-2.5 ਕਿਲੋ ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਤੇੜੇ ਵੇਟ ਦਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ जी।
अब हम आ चुके हैं 2 BHK के शो फ्लैट के बाहर और घर का कारपेट है 856 स्क्वायर फीट। यहाँ पर आपको मिलती है प्यारी सी एंट्रेंस लॉबी। इसका साइज है 4.10 × 5.7।
मैडम प्लीज।
ये है 18 बाय 12। विंडो आपको मिलने वाली है इस तरफ और उस तरफ आ जाती है इसकी बालकनी।
प्लीज स्किप द ऐड।
बालकनी के साइज की तो ये है 8.3 × 5।
Just skip the ad, not video.
ਇਹ ਆਲਮੋਸਟ ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੀ, 11 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਆਸ-ਪਾਸ। ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੱਕ ਛੋਟਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਗੋਟ ਫਾਰਮ ਹੈ ਜੀ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ।
ਸੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਬੱਕਰੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਦੁੱਧ ਵੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਚੰਡੀਗੜ੍ਹ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਉਹਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਨੀਰ ਵੀ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਵੇਚਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਬਜ਼ੀ ਗਰੋ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਸੀਜ਼ਨਲ ਫਰੂਟਸ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੈ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਕਣਕ ਹੈ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਬਾਸਮਤੀ ਚਾਵਲ ਹੈ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਗੰਨਾ ਹੈ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਸਰੋਂ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਇੰਗਰੀਡੀਐਂਟਸ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਵੀ ਵੇਚਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਗਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ। ਅਸੀਂ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਗਾਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਲਿਆਂਦੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਵਾਈਫ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲੇ 3 ਕਸਟਮਰ ਵੇਟਿੰਗ 'ਚ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਲਿਆਂਦੀ ਉਹ ਆਉਂਦਿਆਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਟਿਵ ਸੀਗੀ।
ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਕਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਸਾਹੀਵਾਲ ਗਾਵਾਂ ਨੇ?
ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਟੋਟਲ ਜੀ 100 ਜਾਨਵਰ ਹੋਣਗੇ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਚੋਂ 55-60 ਸਾਹੀਵਾਲ ਹੋਣਗੀਆਂ ਜੀ, ਤੇ ਲਗਭਗ ਕੋਈ 40-45 ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਹੋਲਸਟੀਨ ਹੋਣਗੀਆਂ। ਸਗੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਰਗੈਨਿਕ ਆ ਦੂਸਰੀਆਂ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਘੱਟ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡੀ ਕਈ ਸਬਜ਼ੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਛੋਟੇ-ਛੋਟੇ ਹੋਲਸ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ। ਸੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਸਟਮਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਇਹ ਸਬਜ਼ੀ ਤਾਂ ਹੋਲ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਜੀ ਇਹੀ ਤਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਮਾਣ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇਨਸੈਕਟ ਨੇ ਖਾਧਾ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰੀ ਵਾਈਫ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕਾਫੀ ਬੇਕਿੰਗ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਫਾਰਮ ਗਰੋਨ ਇੰਗਰੀਡੀਐਂਟਸ ਨਾਲ। ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਰਥਡੇਜ਼, ਐਨੀਵਰਸਰੀਜ਼ ਲਈ ਕੇਕਸ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਹੈ, ਕੱਪ ਕੇਕਸ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਹੈ। ਸਾਰਾ ਸੀਜ਼ਨ ਸਰਦੀਆਂ 'ਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜੀਰੀ ਤੇ ਪਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਗਿਫਟ ਹੈਂਪਰਸ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ।
ਕੀ ਬਾਤ ਹੈ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਡਿਲੀਵਰੀ ਦਾ ਸੈਟਅਪ ਵੀ ਆਪਦਾ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰੇ ਫਾਦਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ 3:30-4 ਵਜੇ ਉੱਠਦੇ ਆ। ਇੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਜੀਪ ਸਵੇਰੇ 6 ਵਜੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਸਮਾਨ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 250 ਲੀਟਰ ਦੁੱਧ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਸਬਜ਼ੀਆਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ, ਗੁੜ ਸ਼ੱਕਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਆਟਾ ਚਾਵਲ, ਸਾਰੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਚੰਡੀਗੜ੍ਹ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡਾ ਹਾਇਟ ਸੈਂਟਰਿਕ ਚੰਡੀਗੜ੍ਹ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਟੂਰਿਜ਼ਮ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਟਾਈ ਅਪ ਵੀ ਹੈਗਾ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਗੈਸਟ ਵੀ ਭੇਜਦੇ ਆ ਸਾਰਾ ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਭੇਜਦੇ ਆ। ਪਲੱਸ ਉਹ ਫੈਬਰੂਰੀ ਦੇ 3rd ਵੀਕ 'ਚ ਇੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਫੂਡ ਫੈਸਟੀਵਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਕੋਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵੱਡੀ ਲੈਂਡ ਹੋਲਡਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਸਾਲ ਸਾਨੂੰ 17 ਲੱਗ ਗਏ, ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਣਗੇ, ਪਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਰਨੀ 'ਚ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ।
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ।
Sir, shall I share the next video?
Yes, please.
कपिल जी, मुझे अभी भी याद है वो। हेलो कपिल जी।
Yeah, I can hear you, sir. Good afternoon.
नमस्ते नमस्ते। मुझे अभी भी याद है वो गरम गरम पकोड़े और गरम गरम चाय आपने मुझे खिलाई थी और पिलाई थी, और जब हम विजिट किए थे आपके फार्म के ऊपर, आप लेने के लिए आए थे चंडीगढ़, आई थिंक चितकारा यूनिवर्सिटी। I remember all those moments of around 2
Yes.
hours 3 hours we spent together, and इतना अच्छा सब आया था। So I think wonderfully you are doing, and last year
Thank you, sir.
you got the gold award in Responsible Tourism India, and congratulations from all of us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Over to you.
Yeah.
Gil sir, you may continue with your speech.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. So must have seen the visuals about our farm. So now I'll connect the visuals that you have seen with our story in agri-tourism. So we bought this piece of land in 2007, and we started doing organic farming in that piece of land. Of course, we started with 1 acre initially, and each year we would add 1 acre in the ambit of organic farming. And after 2-3 years, once we felt confident, we converted our land completely organic. So since 2011, we have not used any chemicals in the form of fertilizers or pesticides at our farm. So this is our story in the organic farming space. So once we started doing the farming, of course, the biggest challenge was to reach customers and to find them. So we tried all the conventional methods of marketing, didn't work. We did flyers, sampling in gyms, and so on. But then social media played a very good role of connecting the customer with the farmer. So while we learned the organic farming bit, what to grow, how to grow it. We also started integrated farming. We added as many streams of agriculture together as we could practice, such as goats, cows, a multi-fruit orchard, vegetables, and so on, free-range poultry. So then in 2018-19, this idea also struck us that we should start with the farm stays, the farm tourism also. The basic thought behind was that most of the people who claim organic, most brands who are selling as organic in the markets today are usually a third party who are procuring organic inputs from different sources, different farmers, collecting the produce, rebranding, and then pushing it in the stores. So if one was to ask an organic brand that I would like to see your farm, most people would do not have a farm to show. But we did that. So we thought that once we are claiming organic, we would also like to take guests to our farm and show them our farming practices. A seeing is believing kind of an experience. So with that thought, we started the farm tourism. एंड हमने ये सोचा कि लोग आएंगे तो अच्छा है, नहीं आएंगे तो हम अपना घर ही संवार रहे हैं. So we did up our house a little bit. We got into the idea of accepting guests for maybe a lunch or a day spend or a night spend. And 2018-19, we started with farm stays. Here, I would also like to mention that once we started that, there is a statistic that Mr. Pandurang Taude had mentioned that 43% of urban population doesn't have any relations left in the villages anymore. So in addition for hosting guests at our farm to convince them about our natural farming practices, of course, we also wanted to provide them with a rustic, rural, village-like experience, which is in nature. And then guests would participate in many interactive activities like plucking the vegetables and fruits. Kids can collect the eggs from the hens, or maybe the children and everybody can watch the milking of cows and goats, or maybe witness harvesting of crops. Experiences that most urban people would have not had in the city. So then this is of course about the experiences that we provided at our own farm. But then slowly and slowly, we did not limit that only till our property. We wanted the experience to be even more immersive, even more wider. So we started providing more experiences like a village tour or witnessing a chopal or a panchayat function, or maybe visit the local historical places around our farm. In fact, we are fortunate to be located in a place which is a lot of history related to the Sikh history. The two sons of our 10th Guruji were martyred by the Mughals. Just 15, 17 kilometers away, there is a Gurdwara. Then we have the Roza Sharif. Then we have the Mata Chakreshwari temple. This is for people interested in religion. People interested in architecture can visit the Am Khas Bagh, which is a perfect example of Mughal architecture. Or interested in history can visit the excavation site at Sanghol, where Harappan era artifacts have been unearthed. So, in addition to providing these kind of experiences, then we also work with the women's self-help groups. So we have certain women's self-help groups in our area, like the Mer Baba Charitable Trust, who works in 180 villages, including our own village also. And these self-help groups promote women who are doing local crafts like fulkaris, zardozi embroideries, rug making, daris, and we take our guests to actually see how these products are made by the artisans. So the artisans also get an opportunity wherein the guests can pick up souvenirs from them. And then we also host a food festival each year in the third week of February. That also celebrates, in fact, the local arts and crafts of the women self-help groups there. And we promote local cuisine, because a lot of urban population people, it takes a lot of time to make sarson ka saag and makki ki roti, or have panjiri or gud ki kheer, and so on. So we celebrate the local cuisine at our food festival in February, and we also help the women self-help groups to come and display their products, and the city population, which is invited for a day spent during that day, can also get an experience about these products. And also to mention, of course, that the farm stay and the tourism part of the experience that we are providing also gives employment to people, both direct employment in terms of drivers, in terms of guides, in terms of cooks, housekeeping staff, gardeners, etc., and also indirect employment in terms of maintenance activities of painters, welders, masons, and so on. And lastly, of course, I would also like to mention that the integrated organic farming that we are doing, the farm tourism that we are doing, this is a wholesome experience that we are trying to provide. And we would also like to make our farm as a model farm for all the youth and youngsters of Punjab, for them to emulate. That if you add value to your agriculture produce, like organic, or if you are able to market your own produce, like we reach more than 170 homes every day, or if you get involved in farm tourism, all of these activities can definitely supplement a farmer's income. So if the farmer does farming in these times with the help of tools like social media, uses these tools to market his produce, gets into agri-tourism, adds value to his produce, so definitely it can help the farmer in supplementing his income. So in addition to, of course, having a new novel approach to agriculture and farm tourism, we also want to send out a social message so that others can also emulate and create these experiences, and farming can be a much more profitable and a preferred profession. जैसे पांडुरंग जी ने कहा था कि डॉक्टर का बेटा डॉक्टर बनता है, फार्मर का बेटा क्यों नहीं बनता है? लेकिन अब फार्मर का बेटा फार्मर बन सकता है, क्योंकि बेटा एक नए स्किल सेट के साथ आएगा. They are more conversant with the use of social media, marketing. They can create the new experiences, and farming को एक नई दिशा दे सकते हैं हम लोग. So this is the message also that we would like to send. So this is our small story in farm tourism. Of course, we won the best tourism village in agri-tourism category last year by the Ministry of Tourism. So and then we won the gold at the IRTA this year. So all of these accreditations also motivate. Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah. So all of these accreditations also help you and motivate you in your journey. So this is our small experience in farm tourism.
Because as a recipient of Gold Award IRTA, you automatically entered into World Responsible Tourism Award.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
You must be preparing to go to London for WTM. There will be nominated for the. You all the best from our side also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
दादी है साथ में कि आप में है कि
नहीं अभी मैं ऑफिस में ही हूँ. So he's not.
क्या मेरा प्रणाम बोल दीजिए उनको.
जरूर.
और how is Fatih doing? Is he come out with a new song?
The next generation is also now getting involved. So like I said कि अगर फार्मर का बेटा फार्मर अब बन सकता है क्योंकि अब वो नए स्किल सेट्स के साथ आते हैं, नए नए अप्रोच के साथ फार्मिंग को अप्रोच कर सकते हैं, नए एक्सपीरियंसेस बिल्ड कर सकते हैं. सिर्फ फार्मर का बेटा फार्मर बनने में ये नहीं है कि हल ही जोतना है. तो अब हल जोतने से फार्मिंग बहुत आगे चला गया है. एक्सपीरियंसेस कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं. कई बार ऐसे होता है कि हम सोचते हैं हम उतना फार्मिंग से नहीं कमाते जितने फार्म टूरिज्म से कमा लेते. So all of these activities are interlinked, and it is in fact in our country, if I were to say that there is a lot of potential in our state per se. I think we feel पंजाब में बहुत स्कोप है. हमारे पास इतना कल्चर है, जो वार्म कल्चर है, इतना ट्रेडिशंस हमारे पास हैं गेस्ट को ऑफर करने के लिए. फूड में पंजाबी फूड हैज बीन नॉमिनेटेड एज वन ऑफ द टॉप 10 food cuisines in the world. So we have a lot to offer, and if more people were to adopt farm tourism or add value to their produce or shake the hands with the end customer themselves, I think farming would be a preferred profession.
Pavilji, what I like about your story and your farm entirely collective model is that you have tied up with the 5-star hotels, Chandigarh, to supply for the organic groceries, organic agricultural produce, and also the value-added produce from agriculture, processed agriculture.
Yes, sir.
That tie-up is not one side. The tie-up is two sides. So this 5-star hotel guests come to your farm to see your farm as well.
Yes,
and
sir.
I think that is the learning what other farmers and other participants across the globe to learn from Hansali Organic Farm is the two-way approach. Tie up with the 5-star for the produce and tie up by the 5-star for the guests as well. Over to you, Revati.
Thank you so much, sir. It seems as though God has actually taken out time to bless your farm because of the lush green fields that you have and the water and the serenity. I wish I could come with Pandurang sir that day when he was there at the farm and visit. It is absolutely wonderful.
Thank you. We look forward to hosting you in the future.
Thank you, sir. We have a question. You talked about social media marketing also plays a major role nowadays in order to expand your scope of business and reach. So do you think that organic methods like mouth publicity work better, or do you think that paid social media marketing helps you more?
I think it should be a combination of both. But if I were to give a percentage, probably word of mouth and organic marketing would maximum be 10-15% of the total result. Social media today is having a huge impact. You see, there are probably much bigger farms than our farm in Punjab. But for a small 14-acre farm and for people to know what we are doing, social media plays a very, very big role. People want to know in detail about day-to-day activities that are going at the farm. They look at your pictures, your stories, and so on. So that create a curiosity amongst people to what they are seeing on their phone, and then to go there and experience it themselves.
So if you were to ask me that more than 80% of the results today for creating awareness of any activity, particularly farm tourism or organic, is through social media. We have tried all our traditional methods of marketing, like printing flyers or doing sampling in gyms and so on, and nothing worked as well as social media. In fact, we were invited by Facebook. I think in 2017 they had presented us as a case study as to how small SMEs and small farms are promoting themselves on social media. And even now we are in continuous touch with the Meta organization. Last year it was in Chandigarh, so they do invite us to their small meetups that keep on happening on understanding what are the needs of small SMEs and small groups, how social media can make it even better and user friendly, how AI can make our ads, because people at our level are not well trained on making ads. So they want to make those platforms really simple to use, that a normal person having a very average business of a farm stay or organic can create or make his own ads on social media, choose his audience, choose his budget. And so you can start from as little as say 700-800 rupees, and then spend as much, and then as you are spending you can even see whether your money is going to the right sources. Are you getting the right audience? Are you getting the right responses from people? And you can midway between your campaigns you can change your direction. So all of that is very interesting, very interactive, and quite impactful.
Correct, sir. The intricacies that you have used in the detailing of your video, be it the sound, all the 5 sensory organs should be activated basically on your farm. And that is also done virtually through your video. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of the 18th World Agri-Tourism Day International Conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Prem Singh is here to present about his success story at Prem Singh Ki Bagiya. He is a farmer activist from Uttar Pradesh and is known as a Pragatisheel farmer, as he has changed the fate of many Bundelkhand farmers. We have heard Prem Singh before during the applications too, and he is a wonderful person to talk to. Prem Singh ji, namaste.
जी नमस्ते।
जी
क्या
सर।
आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ सर।
थैंक यू। तो मैं पहले शेयर करूं तो एक वीडियो देख लें। तो कितना समय रहेगा हमारे पास?
30 मिनट।
अच्छा, ये तो बहुत सारी चीजें कह रहा है, फोटोज, कैमरा, क्लाउड ड्राइव,
स्लाइड्स तो नहीं है।
अच्छा, एक मिनट, ये ऐसे करते हैं। फोटो में तो वो आ जाएगा, ये आ जाएगा। फिर कहाँ से करेंगे? That's
share Zoom documents.
प्रेम सिंह जी, आप शेयर स्क्रीन ऑप्शन दिखाई दे रहा है आपको?
हाँ, शेयर स्क्रीन।
हाँ, उस पे क्लिक कीजिए।
एक शेयर भर दिखाई दे रहा है, स्क्रीन नहीं लेगा उसमें।
अच्छा, शेयर दिखाई दे रहा है, उस पे क्लिक कीजिए।
किया।
हाँ, क्या दिखाई दे रहा है आपको?
अब इसमें बहुत सारी चीजें लिख के आ गई, फोटो, शेयर कैमरा, iCloud ड्राइव,
हाँ,
ड्रॉप बॉक्स, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट वन ड्राइव,
आप क्या आप क्या करो, आपको जो वीडियो दिखाना है वो
हाँ
पहले ये जूम नहीं, जो वीडियो दिखाना है वो पहले ओपन कीजिए।
अच्छा, इसको एक तरफ कर दें।
हाँ, इसको एक तरफ कीजिए, जो वीडियो दिखाना है वो ओपन कीजिए।
ओके ओके। ओपन कर लिया मैडम।
अभी जूम पे जाइए वापस, शेयर क्लिक क्लिक कीजिए। क्या आपको वो वीडियो जहां पे ओपन है दिखाई दे रहा है?
मैंने पूरी पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन मैंने कंपाइल करके इसी के उसमें डाल रखा है
हाँ, जो आपको
इंस्टाग्राम में।
दिखाना है वो
जी।
आप ओपन कीजिए एक स्क्रीन पे
हाँ हाँ।
पहले, और फिर जूम पे आइए और शेयर दबाइए।
पहले उसको खोल लीजिए, वाला भी खुला है।
कहाँ खुला है? ये खुला है।
अब जूम में चले जाइए।
अब इसमें जाएं।
क्या आपने ओपन कर दिया जहां पे आपको दिखाना है?
जी
हाँ, अभी वो बंद मत कीजिए,
जी
डायरेक्ट आप जूम पे जाइए, वो जो विंडो ओपन है ना, जूम पे जाइए
जी जी।
और शेयर दबाइए।
अगेन शेयर दबाएं हैं।
हाँ,
जी।
क्या वहां पे आपको वो खुली विंडो दिख रही है जहां पे आपने खोला था?
एक
ज्योति मैडम ऐसा हो सकता है क्या कि प्रेम सिंह जी उनका वीडियो आपको भेज दे और यहाँ से आप दिखा दें?
मैं
हाँ
यही सोच रहा था मैं कि अगर
हाँ
ऐसा संभव है तो
मुझे
मैं
भेज,
आप एक काम करिए, उनको व्हाट्सएप पे वो वीडियो भेज दीजिए।
मैं तुरंत आज 1 मिनट में ही भेज दिया मैं।
और आपका इतना अच्छा सुंदर फार्म दिख रहा है पीछे, आप फार्म दिखाइए और आप बात करिए।
जी।
वैसे आप एकदम सुंदर बातें करते रहते हैं, ऐसा लगता है कि आपको सुनते रहो।
सर आप तो सबका इसी तरह उत्साह बढ़ाते हैं।
नहीं नहीं
मैं अकेला नहीं हूँ।
नहीं नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है सर।
जी जी। आप पूरे देश का उत्साह बढ़ाते हैं सर। आपके उत्साह बढ़ाने से ही मैं इसमें आ भी गया, अदरवाइज मेरा कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं था। जब हीरालाल जी ने और फिर इसके बाद अभी मुकेश मेश्राम जी ने 3-4 दिन पहले मुझसे कहा,
हाँ
तो फिर मैंने कहा अब तो मुझे करना ही पड़ेगा। जी। आशीष जी का है ना।
For the participants from other countries like Europe, New Zealand, Australia, Austria, and Canada, US, I just want to introduce Prem Singh ji to you because Prem Singh ji is a
मैंने भेज दिया।
hardcore farmer practicing what he is preaching, and वहाँ पे उनके ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग है, खेती है, और खेती पे आधारित उन्होंने टूरिज्म पर्यटन शुरू किया है. He is one of the role models of how agri-tourism should be practiced in India. He belongs to Uttar Pradesh state of India. प्रेम सिंह जी आप बात करें.
जी मैंने भेज दिया है मैडम के उसमें।
नो प्रॉब्लम सर, आप बात करते रहिए.
तो मैं शुरू करता हूँ जी। तो मैं अभी ऐसे मेरी जो यात्रा है, मैं पहले तो बताऊं, ये उत्तर प्रदेश के दक्षिणी हिस्से में स्थित है हमारा फार्म हाउस। बांदा जिला उत्तर प्रदेश में आता है। यह चित्रकूट के पास में है। और ये जहाँ मैं रहता हूँ, ये 7 से 8 एकड़ का पूरा फार्म हाउस है। इसमें बहुत सारा बाग है। और ये तो आने लगा। तो इसमें अब आने लगा सर।
आ रहा है रेवती मैडम शो कर रही है।
मैंने शेयर कर दिया सर, आपको स्लाइड चेंज करनी हो तो मुझे बता देना आगे।
जी 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 मैडम। तो अभी मैं यही बता रहा था कि मैं ये जो फार्म है ये बांदा जिले के उत्तर प्रदेश में स्थित है। बांदा जिला है उत्तर प्रदेश में, और ये 5 से 7 एकड़ तक का फार्म है। इस फार्म में आम, अमरूद, आंवला, नींबू, संतरा, मौसमी, जो कुछ भी इस इलाके में होता है उसका सब बाग हैं। और इसमें गाय, भैंस, बकरी, बतख, मुर्गी, मछली पालन, ये सब कुछ है। इसमें तालाब भी है। हमारे होम स्टेज 4-5 होम स्टे बने हुए हैं। एक बड़ा हॉस्टल भी बन गया है जिसमें 50-60 लोग रह सकते हैं, और एक किचन है, और ये सब कुछ है। इसकी इतिहास ये है सर कि मैं 1986-87 में खेती करने आया, और 86-87 में खेती करते करते सन 89 और 90 तक इस निष्कर्ष में पहुंचा कि खेती में हम लगातार घाटे में जा रहे हैं। हम खेती हमारे लिए हम गलत फंस गए, ऐसा लगा हमें। तो 1990 से हमने खेती के तमाम विकल्पों के ऊपर काम शुरू किया। तो पहला फेज तो हमारा यही रहा कि हम बहुत दिनों तक संघर्ष करते रहे, लगभग 1995-96 तक न हम अपना कर्ज भर पाए। और धीरे धीरे इस हमारे यहाँ एक कहावत है कि इससे लेकर उसका कर्ज चुका दिया, उसका लेकर कर्ज चुका दिया, इस पांव का लत्ता उस पांव में, उस पांव का लत्ता इस पांव में करते रहे। 1995-96 के बाद से एक नया फेज आया, जब हमारा बाग भी उसी दौरान में लगा। जब बाग में इकट्ठा पैसे आने लगा, हमने प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट बनाई, और प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट से भी पैसा आने लगा। तब जाके हमें ये एहसास हुआ कि हम ठीक है, अब स्थिति ये है। तो 2007 के बाद से एक नया दौर शुरू हुआ कि अचानक हमारे पास लोग मिलने आने लगे पूरे देश से। डॉक्टर वंदना शिवा से राज्यसभा सदस्य थी उस समय, हमारे जैसे लोगों को पूरे देश भर में बहुत प्रोत्साहित करती थी। क्या नाम था उनका, निर्मला देश पांडे जी। इस तरह की बड़ी बड़ी हस्तियां अपने आप आने लगी। और 2007 में विदेश से भी लोग आने लगे। एक जोहान डेहल्स्टर करके आए, और उनको अच्छा लगा। तो मैं उनसे उल्टा पूछता था कि ये क्या अच्छा लगा आपको, तो आपको क्या अच्छा लगा इसमें। तो वो भी नहीं बता पाते थे। वो मतलब वो धीरे धीरे बताते थे कि मुझे ये अच्छा लगा, फिर दूसरे आए तो ये अच्छा लगा। तो उसको मैं सारे डाट्स को कनेक्ट करके एक नाम दिया, आवर्तनशील खेती। So after 2010, I started to give training for the farmers nearby us to माने अपनी हमारी ही तरह के फार्म्स तैयार करने के लिए। तो उसके जो डाट कनेक्ट हुए तो उसमें एक चीज निकल के आई कि लोगों को संतुलन पसंद है। माने जिस खेत में हम रहते थे उस खेत में जितना पानी लगता है उस पानी के अनुपात में हमारे तालाब को देखकर उनको अच्छा लगता था। जितनी हमें खाद लगती थी उसके अनुपात में तमाम प्रकार के पशुओं को देखकर और उनकी तमाम प्रकार की विधियों से खाद बना रहे थे, वो उनको अच्छा लगता है। इसी प्रकार से जो पेड़ पौधों का और खेत का जो संतुलन था, माने उसका एक रेशियो कि 30% 35% भूभाग में खेत में बाग होना चाहिए, वो उनको अच्छा लगता था। इस तरह से धीरे धीरे लोग आने लगे, और हम दूसरे स्टेप में प्रवेश कर गए कि अब इसी बीच में एक घटना हुई सर 2010 में। कलबुर्गी कंपू नाम की जगह में एक भारत विकास संगम करके कर्नाटका में एक बड़ा आयोजन हुआ, जिसमें 10 लाख के आसपास किसानों ने शिरकत की थी कर्नाटक में। उसमें डॉक्टर अब्दुल कलाम साहब आए थे, और डॉक्टर अब्दुल कलाम साहब ने बहुत अच्छे ऑरेटर थे, बहुत अच्छा उन्होंने वो किया, भाषण दिया। उस भाषण देने के बाद एक लड़की ने उनसे पूछ लिया कि आप पूरे देश भर में लोगों को डॉक्टर बनने के लिए, इंजीनियर बनने के लिए, यहाँ तक कि ब्यूरोक्रेट्स बनने के लिए, राजनेता बनने के लिए भी लोगों को प्रेरित करते हो, लेकिन तुम किसी को किसान बनने के लिए और किसानी करने के लिए प्रेरित नहीं करते हो। इस देश की किसान और किसानी का क्या भविष्य होगा? इस प्रश्न के उत्तर के बाद कोई उत्तर सुनने के लिए तैयार ही नहीं था सर। Nobody was ready to take answer. So मैं भी उसमें था और मेरे मन में भी एक बड़ा प्रश्न बैठ गया। और दूसरे दिन डेक्कन हेराल्ड एक पेपर आता था, उसमें निकला, when a rocket man flowed by missiles of tiny heart। उसके बाद से हम क्योंकि इसके पहले हमारी खेती और हमारी आमदनी 2010 आते आते तक सध चुकी थी। मेरे सारे डेब्ट क्लियर हो गए थे। अब मैं अपने आप को समृद्ध महसूस कर रहा था, तो मैं कुछ कर सकता था। तो ये हुआ कि सारे किसानों से आपस में यहाँ तय हुआ कि क्या किया जाए। तो हमने एक म्यूजियम बनाया सर। दुनिया में देखा गया तो तलवारों के, भालों के, उन राक्षसों के म्यूजियम थे जिन्होंने मानवता का नाश किया, और पूरे देश में कहीं हसिया का, खुरपी का, कुदाल का, बीज का संरक्षण करने वालों का, खेती की शुरुआत करने वालों का, हल का, बैल का, और इसका कहीं कोई म्यूजियम नहीं था। तो हमने धीरे 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 एक म्यूजियम बनाना शुरू किया। और दूसरी चीज देखी कि स्कूलों में ज्यादातर इतिहास पढ़ाते हैं राक्षसों का, आतताइयों का, और ये तेरा राजा, ये मेरा राजा, राजाओं का इतिहास पढ़ाते हैं, और उसका आधार होता है राजाओं के अपने प्रशंसकों के द्वारा लिखी गई पुस्तकें। जबकि उसी दौरान में सारे राजा पूरे विश्व के किसानों को लूट कर ही लूटने का ही काम किए थे। टैक्स माने सरकार, उसकी लूट। तो हमने एक नया इतिहास लिखी, किसानों का इतिहास, और उसके लिए थीम बांटी। 3 यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टूडेंट्स बुलाए और थीम्स में एक थीम में 3 पेंटिंग बनी। और क्योंकि किसान पढ़ नहीं सकते तो पेंटिंग पूरी लगाई कि कैसे किसानी का उद्भव और विकास हुआ, और कैसे हसिया ने, खुरपी ने, कुदाल ने, फावड़े ने, हल ने स्थायी समाज व्यवस्था, स्थायी परिवार व्यवस्था में खाना बदोशी बंद हुई और मनुष्य स्थिर हुआ, और इस धरती को कैसे किसानों ने रहने योग्य बनाया। कपड़ा आया, खाने पीने की चीजें आई, खाना बनाने की वस्तुएं आई, हल बखर आदि इंस्ट्रूमेंट आए, और पूरी दुनिया के जीने का तरीका बदल दिया। उसका कोई इतिहास नहीं सर। तो उस इतिहास को हमने लिखा, और ये 3-4 चीजें अब हो गई हमारे पास। एक आवर्तनशील खेती हो गई, हम जिसकी ट्रेनिंग देते थे, देखने के लिए म्यूजियम हो गया, और हमारा खेत में जब सब प्रकार का संतुलन हो गया, और हिस्ट्री हो गई किसानों की। इतिहास को हम हिस्ट्री ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी, मानवता का इतिहास, अभी हम अमानवता के इतिहास को पढ़ाते हैं। तो वो भी एक काफी गौरव दिलाने वाली चीज हो गई फार्म हाउस में। और इसके बाद से सर तांता लग गया। मैं चाहूंगा कि इस बीच में मैडम अगर चाहें तो मैंने उसको खोलें आखिरी वाले पेज में, तो कुछ लिंक दिए हैं, तो फार्म टूर करवा दिया जाए सबको, तो देख लें कि फार्म में है क्या। सबसे आखिरी वाला मैडम। रेफरेंस लिंक्स, हाँ सर, ये मैडम ये सबसे ऊपर वाला फार्म टूर है, कैंपस ऑफ ह्यूमन एग्री। यस, इसको।
Running a business isn't easy, but having the right tools can help save time. Ankur, can you take a quick look?
अभी आया नहीं क्या?
Madam, we have to share the video on the window, next window, and then share.
मुझे करना है कुछ मैडम?
नहीं सर, मैं कर रही हूँ, 1 मिनट।
हाँ यस। बताइए। रिपीट होके वही आ रहा है ये? फिर रिपीट हो गया।
Yes, Revati madam.
I'm sharing the next video.
I've travelled to Banda. I've travelled to Banda in Uttar Pradesh to meet Prem Singh and see a group of students who are here from Chitrakoot on a 3-week course about ecological farming and ethical farming practices. The students are here for 20 days, but I'm making a little documentary of 4 minutes about what they get up to in a day at the Agrarian Centre.
सॉइल साइंस कहते हैं ना, वो जैसे बनी है और उसमें जो फर्टाइल होने वाला पार्ट है, माने उसकी जो फर्टिलिटी डिसाइड करती हैं, उसमें ये कुछ चीज़ें हैं। तो इन्हीं जड़ों के माध्यम से माइक्रोराजा पौधों को भोजन देता है।
In the morning, generally, after breakfast, they do some work on the land, tilling the soil and sowing seeds and watering the plants. There's also some hard physical work involved, such as raking and chopping firewood for the evenings.
ठीक है, एक बार नहीं यार, एक बार फोड़े, एक बार में।
It's a farm with lots of things going on, so the students get to touch many different subjects about running a farm in everyday life in rural India.
ठीक है ना, उत्पादकता बनी रहेगी। तीसरा और क्या काम करेगा, वो पोरोसिटी जो अंदर पैदा करती है, तो वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग के लिए अब हम फसलें बोते हैं तो उसी छेदों से फिर पानी ऊपर आ जाता है, किस एक्शन के द्वारा? तरह से आप अपना इसके उदाहरण ढूंढ सकते हैं। स्टॉक मल्चिंग के फायदे हैं कि वहां पर प्राकृतिक वातावरण तैयार करने, किसको कहेंगे तो लाइव मल्चिंग का मतलब जैसे अरहर के नीचे तेल, तो ये भी उसका एक फायदा है कि खत्म हो जाती है जरूरत। देखिए अभी किसी जगह पर किसी मिट्टी में ये बहुत तेजी से चीजें बढ़ती हैं, कोई की तरह दिमाग में पड़ता है, जैसे परिस्थिति आ जाती है और फिर जब और ज्यादा नहीं मानते हैं तो फिर बिल्ट आ जाता है।
वो डिकम्पोज होते हैं जब हम लोग लगातार कंपोस्ट भारी मात्रा में डालते हैं, ठीक है ना। ये लगातार डालने से वो डिकम्पोज होते हैं और वो धीरे धीरे अपने मिट्टी के जो कैल्शियम मिट्टी को पौधों को चाहिए उस एडिबल।
मैडम आप सुन सकते हैं?
As you may expect, all of the food.
जी सर।
हाँ, तो
But
अब
the
मैं इसको
seed
और
is grown on.
थोड़ा सा अब यहाँ से लिंक करना चाहूंगा, ये दिखाते रहें और इसको कर दें, मैं बताता रहूं, ऐसा हो सकता है?
जी बोलिए सर।
हो सकता है, बोलिए
जी।
On the farm,
जी
it's
तो
organic,
मैं ये
raw,
तावड़े साहब कहना चाहता था,
likely
तो
delicious.
2010 के बाद से
रेवती मैडम वीडियो का आवाज ठीक कर लीजिए।
मुझे कोई पैसे की जरूरत नहीं रह गई, लेकिन मेरा कंसर्न हो गया कि इस देश की जो स्थितियां बन रही हैं उसमें सबसे ज्यादा स्थिति खराब है किसानों की। लगातार किसान किसानी छोड़ रहे हैं, उससे क्या होगा? तो आज बड़ी दुविधा में, हम सब दुविधा में हैं कि हमारे शहर ओवरफ्लो हो रहे हैं, रहने लायक नहीं रह जा रहे हैं, जल वायु सब कुछ उनका प्रदूषित हो गया है। दूसरी तरफ गांव गांव में अब कोई रहना नहीं चाहता, जैसा आप ही बार बार कहते हैं, कोई अपने बेटे से खेती नहीं करा रहा है। तो हम कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि आज से 10 साल बाद 5 साल बाद क्या होगा और क्या हुआ। इसके पहले भी ऐसा हमारा देश पहला नहीं है। तो मैंने अध्ययन किया कि ब्रिटेन में भी जब इंडस्ट्रियल रिवोल्यूशन हुआ तो सबसे पहले उन्होंने अपने गांव को तोड़ डाला, वहां के किसानों को तोड़ डाला, किसानों ऐसे कानून बनाए कि किसानी छोड़ छोड़ के शहरों में आ गए और उसका नतीजा हुआ उत्पादन घट गया, खाने की कीमत बढ़ गई। तो जो 1 लाख रुपए 50,000 रुपए महीना पाने वाले आदमी को लगता है मेरे पास बहुत पैसा है, वो कुछ नहीं रह जाएगा। और उस समय अभी हमको पिछड़ा जरूर कहा जाता है, लेकिन भारत पाकिस्तान ही ऐसे देश हैं, बांग्लादेश और नेपाल, जहां आज तक मंदी नहीं आई है। और जो अपने को विकसित कहने वाले देश हैं उनके यहाँ हर 7-8-10 साल में मंदी आती है और 1 से 2% आदमी कुपोषण और भूख से मरते हैं। हमारे यहाँ भी खाने का संकट नहीं आया सर। और लेकिन मेरा अनुमान जा रहा है कि इसी तरह यदि शहरों में लोग बढ़ते चले गए और हमारे देश की नीतियां इसी के फेवर में हैं। हमारी देश की नीतियां, अगर आपको याद ही होगा सर कि पनगड़िया साहब ने जो नीतियां बनाई थी तो उसमें 1925 तक 35% 30% किसानों को करने का प्लान बनाया था। बताइए कि 144 करोड़ की आबादी होते हुए भी एक दाना हम लोग खाने के लिए आयात नहीं करते हैं। ये श्रेय हम किसानों को मिलना चाहिए, देना चाहिए है। तो हमारा सर कंसर्न इस दिशा में चला गया और उसी को हमने अपने खेत में ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों को प्रोपोगेट करना, बताना शुरू। लोग हमारे पास अभी तक 31 देशों के लोग आ चुके हैं और इस देश के तो लगभग हर प्रदेश से लोग है। लेकिन हमारा इंटेंशन इस तरफ है कि एग्री टूरिज्म भी उसमें हो जाए तो क्या दिक्कत है। लेकिन मेन कंसर्न हमारा एक संदेश है, बैलेंस माने संतुलन का संदेश, कि अगर देश का हर काश्तकार अपने 1/3 हिस्से में बाग लगा लेगा, अगर जितना पानी लगता है उतना तालाब बना लेगा और जितना 1/3 हिस्से में पशुपालन करेगा, तो हम जो 2 से 4 लाख करोड़ रुपए सालाना हमारा विदेश भग जाता है डीएपी यूरिया से, वो बच जाएगा। मानव का स्वास्थ्य बच जाएगा, पलायन, और हर का खेत में यदि प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट लग जाएगी तो पलायन रुक जाएगा। तो हमारा कंसर्न देश की उन मौलिक समस्याओं के समाधान में और उसमें उसी तरह के लोगों से हमारा संपर्क है। तो हमारे यहाँ वो ऐसे लोग कम आते हैं जो मस्ती कर लिए, मौज के लिए, केवल उनका कंसर्न है कि थोड़े देर के लिए अपने लग्जरी लाइफ, ये इस पर हम बहुत कंसर्न नहीं है। उनको इंटरटेन भी नहीं करते हैं, उनको कहते हैं मनोरंजन के बहुत साधन है हमारे यहाँ। आप ज्ञान के लिए, हमारे यहाँ इस देश की चिंता के लिए, इस देश का समाधान का हिस्सा बनने के लिए आइए, तो बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं। मैं इससे संतुष्ट हूँ। और पैसे रुपए की वैसे भी कोई, हमारा इंटेंशन बिल्कुल पैसा रुपया नहीं रहता था।
प्रेम
तो मैं
सिंह
आपको
सिंह जी,
जी
सॉरी टू
हाँ,
डिस्टर्ब, आपका आखिरी का 1-2 मिनट बचा हुआ है।
अच्छा ठीक है। तो आपने फोटो दिखाई दिए हैं, तो हमारे अनुसार यही एग्रीकल्चर और रूरल टूरिज्म है, जहाँ पर हमारा खेत इस देश के मौलिक समस्याओं का समाधान हो सके। और उसमें भगवान की कृपा से हम माने सक्षम माने हमारे पास ऐसा फीडबैक है कि वो है। और उसके हिसाब से हमारा हमने यहाँ पर पूरा, आपने फोटो में देख ही लिया होगा, बार बार बताने की जरूरत नहीं है। और 20 से 25 लाख रुपए का सालाना हमारा वो भी हो जाता है। ऐसा कुछ कम नहीं है। 10 परिवार यहाँ पर परमानेंट काम करते हैं और अच्छे से रहते हैं और खूब लोग आते हैं। तो बस हमारा यही मौलिक रूप से कहना यह चाहते हैं हम कि दाम क्या कहते हैं कि मनोरंजन भी हो जाए, ज्ञानवर्धन भी हो जाए, हेल्दी फूड भी मिल जाए, ऐसा कुछ वातावरण बनाया जाए। उसके लिए हमारा ये सेंटर अर्पित समर्पित है किसानों के गौरव के लिए, उनके सम्मान के लिए। खेती एक सम्मानजनक जगह स्थान पा जाए, ताकि किसान खेती न छोड़े। क्योंकि एक हमारा सबसे बड़ी चिंता है, आप क्लासरूम में किसानी नहीं पढ़ा सकते हैं। यदि एक पीढ़ी के लिए किसानी छूट गई, दोबारा खेती में किसान नहीं जुड़ सकता है। ये मेरा अपना निजी अनुभव है। जिसने भी खेती छोड़ दी है, वो दोबारा खेती करना नहीं सीख पा रहा है। हम छोटी छोटी चीजें क्लासरूम में बना सकते हैं, किसान नहीं बना पाएंगे। तो मैं तो कहता हूँ, आप लोगों से भी निवेदन करता हूँ कि किसानों को प्रोत्साहित करें कि वो अपने लड़कों को खेत में रोकें, क्योंकि वो बहुत एक्सपर्ट हैं। शहर के लड़कों को हम नहीं खेती सिखा पाएंगे बिना 2 पीढ़ी, बिना 1 पीढ़ी लगातार के परिश्रम के, और हम खेती लूज कर जाएंगे। और हमारे भारत का जो मौलिक, देखिए अफ्रीका में अंग्रेजों ने कब्जा कर लिया था, लेकिन यहाँ से किसानों को ले जाकर ही उसको ठीक ठाक कर पाए थे। नहीं तो अफ्रीकन से खेती नहीं करा पा रहे थे। यहाँ से गांधी जी रूस में गए थे।
प्रेम सिंह जी, मतलब
तो
ऐसा लग
धन्यवाद,
रहा है।
आपने समय दिया। धन्यवाद सर, आपने समय दिया। और मैं बड़ा आभारी हूँ कि हम तो इसरो को समझते ही नहीं, हमारा तो ध्यान ही नहीं था।
प्रेम सिंह जी, ऐसा ही होता है। जो किसान, जो भी आदमी दिल से, मन से एक चीज के लिए जुड़ जाए, तो समय का बिल्कुल ध्यान नहीं रहता है। ऐसा ही मेरे बारे में भी अभी हुआ है कि आप, मतलब ऐसा लग रहा है कि आप बातें करते रहे किसानों के बारे में, किसानों के अगले पीढ़ी के बारे में। और जो आप जो काम कर रहे हैं, हमारा साष्टांग प्रणाम है आपको। और आप ऐसा ही काम करते रहे, ऐसा ही हमको मोटिवेट करते रहे। पीपल ऑल फ्रॉम द वर्ल्ड, I appeal you to virtually clap for Prem Singh ji. धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद। Over to Revati madam.
थैंक यू सो मच प्रेम सिंह जी। आपके नाम की तरह ही, आपके नाम के अनुसार, आप आपकी बगिया में प्रेम बांट ही रहे हैं सभी लोगों को जो टूरिस्ट आपके यहाँ आते हैं। प्रेम सिंह जी, thank you so much for being a part of 18th World Agri-Tourism Day 2025. Thank you. The technical session 2 will walk you through India to Scotland. Our esteemed speaker, Dr. Rohit Borlikar, is an assistant professor at Department Tourism Management, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak. He is also executing the responsibilities of placement coordination and academic coordinator for the department. He will share his thoughts on the sustainable rural development through agri-tourism case study. Namaskar, Dr. Rohit sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
My screen is visible here?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The first cover slide is, I hope it is visible to you on the screen. Thank you. Thank you so much. I was listening to the previous speaker for last 10-15 minutes, and it was really nice experience sharing. However, I'll be having, I have been given a different topic. So namaste to all the respected dignitaries, to the participants, and to the organizers, the ATBC and Global Agri-Tourism Network. I'm honored to have this opportunity to speak at this conference organized on the occasion of the World Agri-Tourism Day. I'm Dr. Rohit Ravindra Borlikar, Assistant Professor at the Department of Tourism Management, IGNT, a Central University at Amarkantak, Madhya Pradesh. I have done my PhD on agri-tourism operations from the perspective of tourists as well as the operators. So in this brief session, I'll be discussing upon the sustainable rural development through agri-tourism. Being from academic side, we will have a little bit of theoretical discussion on the concept initially, and then we will be jumping on into the operational aspects of this. So as we know, So as you know, from last few years,
Dr. Rohit sir.
Yeah.
Rohit sir, your voice is not little clear. There are messages in the chat box. The voice is a little lower and not clear.
Is it okay now, sir?
You can speak.
Yes, is it okay, sir, now?
So actually, we can hear you. It is just that the sound is a little low, so there is a little disturbance.
Okay, I'll be speaking a bit louder.
You can increase the sound.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So yes, in this brief session, I'll be discussing upon the theoretical aspect. So as we all know, in the last few years, last couple of decades, we can see that there is a huge shift in the considerable change in the tourism demand. The market is shifting towards alternative forms of tourism or special interest tourism. There is a change in consumption pattern as well. Like tourists are taking more frequent and shorter tours rather than having a big 10 days or 2 weeks kind of annual or biannual long tours. And they're indulging more into the activity or experiential part of the tours. And yeah, it is becoming more important for the tourists nowadays. So let us quickly go through the conceptual definition of rural tourism. As highlighted on this slide, rural tourism is a type of special interest tourism that promotes rural culture, rural heritage, and environment. This is a definition given by Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, that it's a form of tourism that showcases the rural life, art, culture, and heritage at rural location, and thereby benefiting the local communities economically and socially. So in the definition itself, we can see that the focus of rural tourism, of the concept, should be on benefiting the local communities, both economically and socially. And yes, through rural tourism, there can be possibility of interactions between the tourists and the locals, which enhances the experience as well as the overall experience. So these are the definitions of rural tourism. Yes, rural tourism also offers opportunity. It is having such a wide kind of area or wide variety of attraction it provides at a comparatively lower price. So that's why rural tourism becomes more attractive to a larger market, including different segments of the market. Whereas agritourism, when we talk about the concept of agritourism, it basically comes under the larger umbrella of rural tourism. It promotes the farming life, the farming culture, and the resources available at agriculture or agricultural field, or we can say as a working farm, adds tourism products to the tourist. It connects itself and can be promoted in various ways. So this is a definition also of agritourism. Here we can see that how it connects with different types of tourism or different ways of tourism: sustainable tourism, educational tourism, special interest tourism, ethnic tourism, and so on. So that's about the concept of rural and agricultural tourism. Now, yes, there are certain issues of the rural areas, and these issues are, more or less uh, applicable to all over the world. More or less everywhere we can see the similar kind of issues that Prem Ji was also discussing. I think he used a word called palayan, which can be translated as migration to urban areas, decline in traditional economic activities and farming, struggle to survive with the reduced kind of income, a lack of educational and employment opportunities in the rural areas, resulting into the unemployment, especially among the youth, and again, which results into migrating to the urban areas, creating problems in the urban areas as well, different sort of problems in the urban areas as well. And overall, when the people are not there, the young youth is not available at the rural areas, obviously it reflects upon, or it results into deterioration of traditional lifestyles, the customs and the heritage. All these things get deteriorated because there is no one to take care of it. And all these issues, it focuses on, or it pressurizes the rural areas, or especially the farmers, to go for some sort of diversification of their businesses. I hope my voice is fine. There is no comment, so I think I can continue with this.
So your voice is actually, we can hear what you're speaking. It is just that it is a little lower.
Oh, okay. Still it is low.
Maybe I think echo होतोय त्यामुळे ते ऐकू येत नाहीये.
Acha. Okay. Okay. So yes. So why do we need agritourism? Especially for farmers, we can see that in the light of all the issues which we discussed in the previous slide. In that light, we can say that agritourism offers an opportunity. It appears as a very convenient diversification strategy for the farmers, because obviously it creates alternative source of revenue for the farmers. It also creates employment, and with all these, at a very we can say comparatively at a lesser investment, lesser financial investment, as well as lesser technical know-how about the diversification. So, for example, if the diversification strategy is opening up a dairy farm, or apiculture or cell culture, or or any different sort of diversification strategies which are available for farmers. Comparatively, in agritourism, we can see that it requires less financial resources and other types of resources as well. So that's why it comes as a convenient diversification strategy. And as we can see, especially in India, as Taure sir started this concept in around 2004, 2005. So in the last 20 years, we can see the way it has increased, the way it has become popular among the farmers all over India. It shows that how important it is, or how nicely it provides, it caters to the needs of farmers. But yeah, there are certain operational challenges as well. If time permits, we will come back to this. These are the operational challenges which are there in specifically in operation of agritourism. If we just go through it, we can see that yeah, it becomes very difficult for the farmer, as being the owner of the farm, being the owner of the homestay, serving to the tourists, because a lot of tourists which are who are unaware or who are irresponsible. They don't understand the difference between hosting and serving, and it creates a sort of some sort of problems, and then it hurts the self-esteem of the farmers. That is one of the main issues, because I mean, obviously it comes because of lack of orientation to the tourist. Then managing and allotting the resources, available resources, already they are scarce. A farmer is starting agritourism because they need more resources or they need more finance, and the resources are limited in number, and then it becomes a problem whether to give the resources to farming or to the tourism venture. Location is also an issue. We see that generally agritourism ventures, agritourism operations are popular where we have an existing tourism attraction. It can be religious, it can be geographical, it can be anything else, but yes, a popular tourist destination is required, and if nothing is available nearby, then it becomes a bit difficult to attract the tourist only for agritourism. Right. So yes, this is the statement given by UNWTO General Secretary. He says that tourism by nature, by default, tourism as a concept, it helps in preservation and conservation of the cultures, of the natural resources of the area. In continuation, when now as we are moving towards the development side of this talk, this is the definition given by UNWTO for sustainable development. So it focuses upon basically the current needs and the future needs of visitors, of the industry, of all the stakeholders who are involved in the tourism activity. So while we are catering to the current needs, we have to think about tomorrow also. That's what the crux of this definition is. And we can see that when we talk about tourism in rural areas through rural tourism or agritourism, we can see that it can definitely help to achieve the sustainable development goals. Obviously, the first and foremost is economic growth, which is directly focused on that. But along with that, we can see that tourism in rural areas can help to achieve SDG number 1, that is no poverty, SDG number 3, that is well-being of the society, SDG number 5, that is gender equality, because we can see that there is equal opportunity for women as well in the rural areas to be to get some sort of economic and otherwise economic and social development through tourism. And the last one is the SDG number 10, that is reduced inequalities. So yes, tourism in rural areas can definitely help to achieve the sustainable development goals of the UNWTO as well. Now, again, when we go back to the development part of it, so how rural tourism can help sustainable rural development, then when I was thinking about it, I thought of following the definition given by the UNWTO, which focuses 3 main factors, that is environmental sustainability, social sustainability, and economic sustainability. So we'll go through all these 3 one by one. So first one is environmental sustainability, how tourism, agritourism, or rural tourism can help to achieve environmental sustainability. So yes, through tourism, it may promote biodiversity and conservation of farms. The tourism, if it is focusing upon responsible waste management and proper utilization of resources such as water and energy, then it can also support organic and sustainable farming methods as well, the traditional farming methods as well. As I said already, that agritourism, rural tourism is also can be considered as a educational tourism. So educating is also part of it, educating the tourist. So tourists can be educated or oriented towards the responsible tourism practices or sustainable tourism practices and so on. And with all that, natural environment can be preserved. Conservation and biodiversity, conservation of biodiversity can also be achieved through tourism, because basically all these are the products of agritourism and rural tourism. So if these products are not there, if these products are getting deteriorated, then obviously it will impact on the tourist flow. And when we understand that, then obviously there will be proper efforts for the conservation and preservation of all the natural resources of rural areas. As we have seen, or all of us have seen the case of Tavresa's own agritourism center at Peshwari. So what he has done can also be a very, very important point here, that use of eco-friendly and sustainable material for the construction of infrastructure, whatever is required for the agritourism and rural tourism. So through these practices, environmental sustainability can be achieved. For example, again, Morachi Chincoli, it's a very famous kind of destination for agri-tourism, rural tourism. I mean, it is considered, it is recognized by the government of India as well. So yes, as we know, Morachi Chincoli is famous for the peacocks, and here we can see that obviously, as tourists are coming there to see the peacocks, and it is obvious that the local people, as they need these tourists to be there or to come there, they will preserve this environmental aspect or the biodiversity of that area. So they will preserve definitely the tamarind trees over there, or the forest of tamarind trees over there, and the flora and fauna that is the famous peacocks over there. Similarly, in Italy also, the in agritourism of Italy, traditional and organic farming is being promoted, landscape conservation is being promoted. In Thailand and Taiwan, we can see that organic and sustainable agriculture is being promoted, and it is being practiced. In Portugal, traditional farming, again, they are focusing upon that, how to protect that, and it is one of the product of agritourism of Portugal, and they also protect the biodiversity and landscape of the area. Moving ahead, second point is socio-cultural sustainability. So community-based tourism is the key for social cultural sustainability, or any type of sustainable tourism, because until and unless the local people are not benefited by the tourism activities, then it on the longer run it won't be successful. That's why collaborative and cooperative initiatives can be adopted. We can see these kind of examples in Maharashtra as well, where there is, instead of having a competition, there is only one agritourism center in one village, and it is, the benefits are given to all the stakeholders over there, or all the local people over there. Preservation and promotion of local tradition, crafts, cuisines, the different variety of these things. I remember once I visited the APDC center, and at that time, again, unaware people were there, and they were asking for some sort of it's like a restaurant menu or dhaba menu, or they wanted some tandoori or something like that. So yeah, what happens is, if we are not focusing upon agri tourism or rural tourism, then this traditional cuisines also, recipes also, are going to get deteriorated, and through these tourism initiatives, it can be preserved, creating opportunities for cultural exchange and understanding between the host and guest. So tourism provides this opportunity where the host and guest, or the gap between the mentality or understanding or biases which urban people and rural people are having against each other, that can be mitigated here, that can be discussed. And rural tourism, agri-tourism provides that opportunity. Maintaining rural heritage. So when we have a built heritage, or intangible, tangible, intangible, any sort of heritage at the rural areas, they get preserved through tourism. Community is engaged, they come together, they are united because, for a common cause or common benefit. So yes, here we can take a case of Mawplang, which is in Meghalaya, which is famous for sacred groves or sacred forests. So here, the entire destination is maintained, managed, operated by the local people, by the young local youth of the local community. Yes, obviously they get the training by the state government regarding how to treat, how to welcome the guests, or how to do guiding. But yes, the entire destination is being managed by them, and obviously the benefit is directly given to the local community. Similarly, in Italy, again, we can see that they are focusing more on authentic rural life, authentic rural traditional farming practices, local cuisines, cultural events. The way every area, especially in India, we can see that every region have their own cultural events, cultural practices which are different than others. So that can be protected. In Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, community-based tourism is being practiced, and they focus upon traditional farming, local customs, and lifestyles. Whereas in South America, we can see that they have their unique agricultural practices, and they promote that, they showcase that to the tourist, and in turn it gets preserved. And probably the most important part, economic sustainability, because all this is happening to earn money to for sustaining in the rural areas. So economic sustainability is very, very important. So in economic sustainability, through tourism, it develops diverse and attractive tourism products and services. So there is a obviously ample opportunity for direct and indirect employment opportunities. It brings in money to the rural areas. The rural economy gets developed. Um, there is a multiplier effect. The people who are from tourism academia, they can understand that there is a concept called multiplier effect. So a tourism multiplier effect we can see very easily and very effectively through agri and rural tourism in the rural economies. And when tourism gets developed, then automatically when people are coming, when money is coming in the economy is developing, then obviously it results into the improved infrastructure and overall other services as well. And in general, the lifestyle of the rural areas. For example, we can take a very nearby, a small village. I am staying at a very, very remote area. It's a tribal area. And this particular Thadpatra is a small village, very, very remote village. In fact, it is one of the villages which were not connected by electricity very recently. I think last year this particular village has got electricity line. So that sort of remote village. But the district administration, what they have done, they have built a small accommodation unit. They are calling it as mud house. So there are just 4 rooms, mud rooms. I mean, traditional kind of architecture, and they have one shed, one kitchen area, and that is handed over to the local samiti or local committee of 20 people of that particular village, and they are taking care of entire thing. Whenever tourists are coming, they are taking care of, they are hosting them. They are in fact, the same ladies who are preparing the food, they are also showcasing or showcasing their traditional tribal dance as well. And whatever income is being generated, I think 10% is given to the district administration, and 90% of the entire income is directly given to the local community. So which is a very good case we can see, through which the direct economic benefit is given to the local community. Similarly, in Italy, again, wine tasting, a different type of economic activities can be added or can be promoted through rural and agri-tourism. So wine tasting is happening in Italy, or cooking classes they are taking, promoting the, again, we are going back to the socio-cultural promotion as well. So through cooking classes, they are promoting the local cuisines, and they are, through that they are having a additional income as well, or adding the activity as well in the total itinerary. In USA, we have pick your own kind of thing, or we have farmer markets, vineyard tours, uh, in general, which generates even additional income. So while we are thinking about developing rural tourism and agri-tourism, we have to focus upon the sustainability aspect of it, not just the short-term benefits, but we have to make sure that long-term benefits are being ensured. So it requires obviously planning and management through research and professional management. It definitely requires community involvement and benefit sharing. You cannot have new type of tourism or new concept coming in village local areas without having wider reach of the benefits to the local community. If it is happening, then obviously it won't go long. because it creates a sort of enmity, it creates kind of jealousy, which results into competition, and which is of which doesn't remain healthy. And okay, and the next point is obviously we have to, when we are talking that, when we are saying that we are promoting local culture, rural culture, that does not mean that it is substandard or anything else. So the authenticity and the quality of the products, all the products which are being promoted, which are being served to the tourist, have to be maintained. And yeah, to in order to make the agri-tourism operator, the rural tourism operator, all the stakeholders who are involved in that, the local community, in order to make them able to do all these things, definitely they need some sort of capacity building program and training programs, which ATDC is already doing very nicely. So that was my deliberation and discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you again for ATDC and Global Agri-Tourism Network for giving me this opportunity. Sorry for the technical issues over here. But yeah, thank you, Taro sir. Thank you, ma'am. Please, over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rohit. Your presentation was definitely worth it. So when we talk about sustainability, we talk about the macro aspect of sustainability. So what do you think are the micro steps that you can take as an individual to be actually sustainable?
Yeah, obviously, micro steps, any sort of development, any sort of...
Sir, can you stop share?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just,
Go ahead.
Yeah. So when we talk about any development, any improvement, we have to start with smaller things. So simply we can start with promoting responsible tourism practices by having our own, at our household, how many of us are segregating the ola kachra, sukha kachra kind of thing. So proper waste management at household level, at the agri-tourism center level. If we are doing that, then obviously we can propagate, we can expand it to the entire destination level. So smaller things are definitely required from the sustainability point of view. As I said, economic sustainability is the more important aspect of this, and we have to make sure that whenever we are having any sort of economic activity in the rural area, especially because the community is more attached with each other, everybody knows what is happening, who is earning how much money, etc., which is not the case in the urban areas. So especially in the rural communities, if there is any economic activity, if considerations are taken to take it to maximum possible people of the local community, then obviously you get support, you get the well wishes of them, and then you are promoted, and then won't be any operational issue as well. What do they say? Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. So if this tagline is if it is remembered while developing any sort of economic activity, then obviously sustainability can be achieved.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, Pandra.
Go ahead, Revati madam.
Yes.
Over to you.
Thank you so much, Rohit sir. Your presentation definitely added value to this entire conference. Thank you so much for being a part of the 18th World Agri-Tourism Day conference.
Thank you. It was such an honor. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pantan Kavre sir. Thank you, Global Agri-Tourism Network. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. We have another dynamic speaker, Caroline Miller, madam, who is the chair, Events and Conferences Auxiliary Committee, Global Agri-Tourism Network, and the founder of the Hideaway Experience and Go Rural Scotland, and an active farmer and entrepreneur. Her role in agri and farm tourism is among the top-tier change makers, and she'll be sharing details about the first Global Agri-Tourism Network International Agri-Tourism Conference to take place next year. Welcome, ma'am. How are you?
Oh, namaste.
Namaste.
Good morning. It's lovely to be here. Thank you very much, and congratulations on all your achievements in organising another fantastic World Agri-Tourism Day. I'm going to share my screen. And hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, my name's Caroline Miller and I am based in Scotland on our family farm. And I would like to say how much we are looking forward to welcoming everyone from around the world next year to come to Scotland for the Global Agri-Tourism Network's inaugural Global Agri-Tourism Conference, which takes place in the month of June from the 23rd to the 25th of June next year. This is my family farm. This is where I live and I'm based. We're in the county of Angus, which is 1 hour north of the city of Edinburgh, on the east coast of Scotland. And as you can see, it's very beautiful. It is very green. Although at the moment in the UK, we are currently experiencing some very abnormal dry weather. We've had our driest weather in history in terms of this spring. So we are actually looking for some rain just now in Scotland, but that would be unusual. On our farm, we have run a tourism business for 20 years called the Hideaway Experience, and you will see some of our lodges here. We have 5 lodges for couples and for adults to come and stay, and we have some things in the lodges such as the sauna, hot tub, wood-burning stove, and a lot of privacy for people to come and escape from the rest of the world. This is some of the farming that we do. So we have 120 cows, which are for beef cattle. They're Aberdeen Angus and Hereford breed. We also have 500 breeding ewes for sheep, for lamb. And we also grow cereals. We grow malting barley to make malt for whiskey, and we grow oats for porridge and wheat for biscuits. And we also offer our own meat to our guests when they're staying, and we also buy in a lot of produce from other farmers in Scotland for our guests to enjoy. And this is one of our hideaway properties. So I am a farmer, and I also have run our tourism business with my husband and family for the last 20 years. We celebrate our 20-year anniversary this summer. I've also been involved in the Global Agri-Tourism Network now with many people we recognise within the network in this photograph, but over the past few years, I've been working internationally with many friends and colleagues across the world who are a fantastic network of people, leaders, farmers, researchers, economic development personnel, suppliers to the sector. There's so many great people across the world in the Global Agri-Tourism Network. And it's great that GAN has formed as an organisation, and we look forward very much to the first official agri-tourism conference coming to Scotland next year. So Scottish Agri-Tourism is the official body for agri-tourism in Scotland, in our area. We're a not-for-profit organisation, we're a membership body, and we provide a lot of support to businesses to help them grow their business and become more profitable. We also represent the sector we are the voice of the sector with national government and local government and we represent the sector with our strategy to grow agri-tourism in Scotland. We're working with about over 500 individuals across about 300 businesses currently. So in terms of the conference next year, the main conference is a 3-day conference, and it is going to be based around the city or on the edge of the city of Aberdeen. So Aberdeen is about 1 hour north of where I am. It's on the east coast of Scotland, and it's about 2 hours north of Edinburgh, the capital. Aberdeen as a city is very famous for energy, for oil and gas, and it is a sort of global capital in the energy sector, but it is also very well known for food and drink and agriculture. It's a great place to base our conference. So the conference will take over 3 days as the main conference, but we will be welcoming people to come to Scotland well before the conference, and also to stay on after the conference to meet our businesses and to be welcomed onto many of our farms who are going to open their doors for tours. The main conference, the first day will be farm tours, about 1 hour from the main venue, in the regions of Aberdeenshire, Moray and Angus. There'll be a variety of tours, and when you book your ticket to come to the conference, you'll be able to choose a tour. They will be on a first come, first served basis. So when the tickets go live next month, if you want to have a particular tour option, then we will fill up the tours on a first come, first served basis. The second and third day, we will be in the conference venue, in a new conference venue on the edge of Aberdeen, and we will have a mixture of 1,000 people in one hall, where everybody can hear the keynote speakers, and we will have 2 sessions, or 50% of the time, where we're in smaller groups of 4 sessions with 250 people in each hall. We are expecting 1,000 delegates. We have the capacity to take more than this if we need to, or if there is demand. We have an agri-tourism conference in Scotland every year, which takes place in November, and next year our agri-tourism conference, which we normally have 300 people from Scotland come to, will be incorporated into this global conference. We expect to have everyone attending the international dinner in Cayley, which is on one of the Wednesday evening, and we will host 100 international scholars on our farms before or after the conference, and we will have a scholarship programme, and I'll speak more about that in a little minute. We are expecting about 400 to take part in pre and post tours, and we will visit every rural local authority in Scotland. Just to give you an idea of the context, so Scotland as a country, if you go from the very top left-hand corner in this map to the very bottom left-hand corner, that's 254 miles. There's not a straight road between those 2 points, but roughly you could go from the top of Scotland to the bottom of Scotland in 10 hours. The tours will be more leisurely than this. We will make sure that people have time to immerse themselves in the local community, and we'll visit 3 farms every day on the tours. So these are our local authorities in Scotland. These are our local council areas, and we will be putting on different pre and post tours where people can either undertake an additional 1 day, 3, 5, or 7 on top of the main conference. The tours will not be a normal consumer tour, so they will be, if you go as a paid visitor or consumer, you get that version of a tour. Our tour hosts will be sharing the things that are working well in their business and the things that aren't working, the challenges of running an agritourism business, but also the positives. But it will be a really behind the scenes tour, so that people that are coming on the tours can learn really, the money side of the business, the profitability, and basically get a real insight that they can take home from them. I'll just give you some examples of the fantastic businesses that we have in Scotland, where the people coming to the conference will be able to visit. This is one of them. It's called Forest Farm Dairy. It's an organic dairy farm not far from the P&J Live. And it's a wonderful farm. People can watch the milking happening through the windows into the dairy. And they sell organic milk direct to the public through vending machines. They also make ice cream, and they have a takeaway cafe at Forest Farm Dairy. So we're trying to, with the tours, showcase not just the agri-tourism, but give people a behind the scenes information on the different farming businesses as well. So we will cover all types of farming in Scotland, so dairy farming, beef and lamb and pork production, egg production, and then vegetables and soft fruit and cereals. This is another lovely business. This is in Angus, in my home county. And this just shows you the beauty of some of our farms that will be taking people. This is called Kincloon, and they have a large historic house which they've recently renovated for self-catering, which sleeps 14 people. They've now just opened a wedding venue for weddings and events, and they take people on farm tours and tell the history of the Highland pony breed. And this is up in the Angus Glens. It's absolutely beautiful. There's osprey birds up at nesting in the trees, and they're very much experts on wildlife and biodiversity. We have another farm called Fern Farm, which is up in the Highlands, north of Inverness. And they are specialists in Scotch beef and Scotch lamb. They breed beef shorthorn cattle. And the last farm and this farm are both agritourism monitor farmers. So they are farmers who are working with us in Scotland on a business development programme. And so we are tracking their growth over 3 years. A really important part of the tours is the interaction with the farming family and being able to meet the farming family. And people are at the heart of agri-tourism, aren't they? So people and our livestock and our beautiful places. This is Gillian. Gillian runs a business right on the east coast near Aberdeen, which is called Goats and Coats at Lunan Bay Farm. And Gillian runs events which welcome like hundreds of people through her farm to see the baby goats in hand-knitted jumpers and coats. And she's going to tell you about how she makes money from doing that. But also her goats are used for cashmere wool. And she is doing high-end tours for small groups to talk about the story of cashmere. So it's quite an interesting case study to visit. We are in a big area in this side of the country for soft fruit, and this is Anna from Castleton Farm. This farm produces many thousands of tons of strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, and other soft fruit. It's one of the biggest soft fruit farms in Scotland, and it's about 40 minutes from the venue for the conference. And this will also be one of our places that we will visit and give people an insight into this business, which also has a large shop and cafe. Balgove Larder and Fife, they have been very successful at developing a destination. They have a farm shop and cafe. They grow a lot of their own vegetables, and they rear their own meat, and they run events in a steak barn, which they built out of potato boxes. It's a really interesting business to visit. And then finally, another example, we have Duffus Estate, which is in Murrayshire region, and they're right on the coast. It's a historic estate, and they have takeaway coffee and cafe, but they also are about to open a camping and caravanning site, and they also run self-catering cottages. So that's just a bit of a sample of some of the businesses that we will be visiting on the pre and post tours and the main conference tours. This is the venue where the conference will take place. It's only a few years old. It's very good facilities, and it's very well connected by bus to the hotels. So there will be a free shuttle bus to take people from hotels either in Aberdeen city centre, or there's also a lot of hotels near the airport, which is 5 minutes from here, and there will be a shuttle bus to take delegates to the venue. There's also 2 hotels on site at this venue. That's one of them. We've talked a little bit about food and drink, but all the food that is served to the visitors at the main conference event and during the tours will come from agri-tourism businesses. So we have an agreement with the venue for their chefs to source strawberries, meat, vegetables, etc. for guests, and we will be turning those into lovely, delicious salads and healthy lunches as well as our gala dinner, showcasing the best of Scotland's food and drink. This is really important to us, and I think it will make for a very enjoyable conference to have such delicious food. Before the conference, our main agricultural show takes place right next to Edinburgh Airport at the Highland Showground, and I would encourage anyone coming to the conference to make time to attend our big agricultural show. It takes place over 4 days, but you can go for 1 day, you can go for 4 days. But it is a fantastic event, and all of Scotland's farmers and agricultural suppliers and the best of our livestock and food and drink is at the Highland Show. We will be making sure that we give you plenty of access to Scottish culture and hospitality. I know Tim Parsons is on the call here just now, and here's Tim dressed up in a kilt. We also were lucky to have Pandarang speak to us at our conference last year, and we had our Indian friends dressed up in our national dress as well. So you will have the option at our gala dinner of either wearing your own national dress, which you'll bring with you, or being able to hire a Scottish kilt or Scottish trousers. But we will have lots of different dancing and music as part of the event as well. So Scotland does have a very strong focus in our economy on agriculture and tourism and food and drink. These areas are the core of our economy, and so people coming to our conference in Scotland will be able to learn more about all the different facets of our economy and what's going well in these different areas and what are our challenges. We have a strategy for growing agri-tourism in Scotland, and we will be sharing information on this and how we measure it as part of the conference. And we have a number of partners. So one of the things we want to share as Scotland is how it took us a long time to get all these people aligned, but now we have these different organisations aligned to all trying to grow agri-tourism. So we want to be open with you and share what is going well, how we do this, what our targets are, and what some of the challenges have been to get to this area. We're very, very excited about the scholarship programme for the Global Agri-Tourism Conference. So we will, our ambition is that we will have a young person, likely to be under 40, who's demonstrating leadership, showing an interest in agri-tourism. Possibly they have their own business or working in their family's business, or they can be a young person working in agri-tourism organisation. But we want to have a representative from as many different countries as possible who will represent their country to be a scholar, who will receive a complimentary conference ticket. That doesn't include their accommodation or their flights. We'd need them to obtain other support for those areas, but they will have a complimentary conference ticket, a ticket to our Highland show on the Sunday, and they will be also hosted by our agri-tourism community for 2 nights. These are farmers who are willing to host a young person to take them home with them from the conference and to let them see their own farm and agri-tourism business. So a really rich learning experience for young people, but we also really would like to showcase a scholar representative from Brazil, and one from Uganda, and one from New Zealand, and one from Austria, and we have 100 places. So we would love your help to, when the scholarship application process goes live, to try and encourage you to get people from your region or area to apply for this. Applications to speak at the conference. So we are very excited. There's been some fantastic speakers already online today. And we will, when we launch our tickets on the 23rd of June, at the same time, we will launch the applications to speak at the conference. We will have 64 speaking slots in the breakout sessions. And we want to have a third from farming case studies, a third from support to the sector, including researchers and economic development leaders, industry leaders, and a third from any of the previous 2 categories. We are just finalising our themes, but we would like your help to apply to speak or to source interesting and engaging speakers to present at the conference. So there's lots of ways to get involved. We are looking for people to benefit by sponsoring and being profiled as a sponsor and supporter of the conference. So if you know of anyone who would like to sponsor the conference or have an exhibition space at the conference, please do get in touch. We are at the moment trying to build up a network of information about agri-tourism, rural tourism, farming, and rural economy organisations in different countries. We would like to contact those organisations to invite them to send a delegation to the conference, and we want to make sure that as many people globally know about the conference. So we already have groups of 20 to 50 people being kind of organised in one group to come to the conference from different parts of the world. So if you know of organisations in your country, if you could tell us those, that would be really helpful. Identifying a scholar to apply to represent your country, organising a delegation, and we're working with our local agri-tourism businesses to finalise our tour programme and the food and drink for the menu. And tickets go on sale on the 23rd of June. We very much look forward to welcoming you to Scotland next year. We're very excited to host this conference. We love the international network very much and the people who are in it. So we can't wait to all come together in person. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Pandurang sir?
I think Caroline has presented so well that voice has been heard almost. Please hope gets full. As it is going to be full. But I think with this approach and with this presentation, people across the globe are looking to attend Scotland and first official. And when Caroline is at the leadership, I don't have any other question that the conference is going to be very, very smooth, very, very interactive. So much to learning from that conference because I have experienced her hospitality. The first slide where she shown her farm, I had been there with my wife, Shirley. We had good food and mind you, Caroline is good chef. She serves great food, delicious. And that Ash, is here and Avinash enjoyed so much in Scotland. All the farms. Thank you so much, Caroline, part of this event.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, madam. It was inspiring and heartwarming to see that so many female entrepreneurs are working into the agri-tourism in Scotland, you being their leader. Thank you so much for a great presentation. And I too am looking forward to coming to Scotland next year for the conference. Thank you so much for being a part, not only as a presenter, but also as a jury member for the 18th World Agri-Tourism Awards. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dr. S. Sarath is a Sholaya Agri-Tourism Consultancy. He's working with Agri-Tourism Consultancy and an assistant professor in Kumar College of Technology, Coimbatore. He is a renowned speaker from India and will share his perspective on agri-tourism, a rural revenue path. Namaskar, Sarath sir.
Namaskaram. It's Vanakkam in Tamil. So first of all, I thank for this golden opportunity. Pandurangji, she suggested me for this conference. So now I will share my PowerPoint, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Is that visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, fine. Yeah, so this is the kind of I will be going to share my kind of what to say the study findings. Then from my study and as well as what are the things that so far I gained towards the agritourism. So first of all, I'm from Tamil Nadu. My family background belongs to agriculture. So agritourism is the kind of good revenue path for the farmers. Because when it comes to NABARD rural survey, it states that the farmers' revenue per month is around only 10,000 rupees. So by merely having 10,000 rupees, the farmer can't able to sustain his life in terms of this low income. So in order to sustain that, we can have that agritourism as the secondary income, because the agritourism, it shows that it's the promising growth for farmers and as well as their livelihood status. So we will going to see how this agritourism is changing the lives of farmers and as well as their livelihood point of things. So I have my own consulting. So that is the Solar Agritourism Consulting. I'm doing consultancy services to the farmers who are interested in want to build their farms into the agritourism. So then apart from that, I'm working as an assistant professor at KCT Business School. So these are the contents we'll be going to see, the introduction part, then agritourism in India. So how it's prevailing, that business plan and case studies, and as well as the conclusion. I think some of the participants who might be having some kind, what to say, who already have engaged in this kind of presentation, because already I presented same, somehow I have slightly changed the content, but even though it looks some kind of, it's repeatable, but please bear for that kind of things. So but however, I have refurnished some kind of new things in my slide, because I think last time we met in VC conference with Pandurangji. Oh, same. This is the kind of same things I said in that thing, but same thing I'm sharing in this forum. But however, I changed slightly some kind of part in this forum. So this is the kind of things, ultimately the people who want to seek lesser or the natural or the green environment, they will be ultimately looking for this kind of things. So because the people nowadays running out of time, they are flourished with what to say, disturbance thoughts, all kind of things. In order to avoid that, they want to breathe some kind of natural things. So natural air, they want to see the natural scenario, they want to see the birds, they want to see the flow of river, they want to see the paddy, that means growing in the field, they want to see the orchards. So like that, the people are nowadays, the people having some kind of mindsets, they want to witness these kind of things. So for this, we can cater these things through the agritourism. So this is the kind of things, we all know that tourism is the kind of two features. One is that natural or the man-made. When it comes to agritourism, so the World Tourism Organization, it says that agritourism involves accommodation. So where we will be providing both kind of things. We will be providing accommodation and as well as providing the meals to the guests who are all participating in the agritourism. Along with that, we will be engaging them in some kind of farming operations, in the sense, what to say, plucking fruits from the tree, or involving in farm operations, all kind of things. So this is the kind of things, tourism, different forms of tourism. So agritourism is one of the foremost thing. So we all know that history. That means in 1985, Italy is the first country to frame national legal framework for the agritourism. So it states that agritourism has to be the entrepreneurial diversification of farm. That means farmers has to diversify their income. So this is the kind of things they states that. So when it comes to 2006, so again they made some regulations in agritourism. That means they made some amendments. So they made it as the agritourism as the commercial venture for the farmers. So before that, the one of the speaker from Scotland, she told that how they are doing the that means agritourism in the large and the wide manner. Really, it's a kind of interesting one. So like that, developed countries, they have framed their own policies, own framework, or the legal framework for the agritourism venture. So when it comes to Spain and US, they made regional level policies. So regional level policies is the foremost important one for the agritourism. When it comes to India, for every 100 kilometers, we are that means our language is changing, our culture is changing. So the different cultures, different kind of things. Even though when it comes to crops, the people are growing different crops. So that's why in terms of agritourism, we need or we have to go with regional level policies. So this is the Spain and US did for them, because for the different states, they have framed the different level, regional level policies. Apart from that, in terms of demand side, they made agritourism law in order to protect the customers from any kind of incident that will be happening in the farm. So this is the values of agritourism. So when it comes to things, so globally, agritourism market was valued at almost 3.4 lakh crores in 2019. So it will be going to expect to reach at 5.1 lakh crores by 2027. So you see the compound annual growth rate. That means every year it's growing almost 13.4% between 2020 and 27. We all know that I already stated that Italy and US are the leading countries in agritourism. But this report shows that so farm revenue has been tripled, that means tripled in agritourism between 2002 and 2017, particularly due to agritourism. You see the potential of agritourism, how it's engaging the farmers in all these kind of things and diversifying their income. So when it comes to, this is one of the recently released report from the USDA, United States Department of Agriculture. So it's about 2024 National Agritourism Producer Survey report. So that means they gathered from 1,126 agritourism producers. That means agritourism providers, farm owners, or the farm managers. So from all the entire 50 US states, really these findings are interesting one. So when it comes to this, while seeing the demographic features, so comparing to that, male and female are more the what to say the running agritourism participants. So that means agritourism, most of the female respondents are the agritourism providers comparing to male. But however, when it comes to the average farm land, it almost 200 acres. We know that that means in US there is no fragmented land holdings. But when it comes to India, that's the major problem. So when it comes to primary products in terms of agritourism farm, they are producing 74% of the fruits and the vegetables. So remaining 57% is the animal product and 50% of the grains and as well as remaining 35% is the nursery product. So what are the agritourism activities they are offering? So on-farm retail. So that means direct sales to the farmers from the farmers produce. So directly they are selling to consumers. So it's almost 81%. On-farm events, it's almost 63%. And they are having tours and educations, accommodation, all these kind of things. When it comes to gross revenue from agri-tourism, so the median value is around 20 to 21 lakh. That is the dollar 25,000. So this is the per annum. When it comes to maximum, so it shows that almost few high performance their average up to 58 lakh. See how the farmers, so that's why we already saw that the farmers income has been tripled in agri to that means in US, particularly due to this things. So when it comes to profitability perception, so most of the almost around 1,126 agritourism producers, 60% of them they say agritourism is profitable. Then 25% of them say it's a break even. Almost only less people, that means 15%, they told that they are reporting their losses. When it comes to major revenue sources, so direct sales, so that's the most highest component that is generating revenue to the farmers. That stands almost 78%. That means without middlemen, they are directly selling the outlet. That means farm produce through outlet to the consumers or the customers or the tourists. So then second thing is events or the wedding, then educational programs. So these are some kind of major revenue sources. When it comes to challenges and support, so the challenges support is prevailing in all kind of tasks. So here the agritourism providers, they told that marketing is their major challenges, then followed by labor and as well as some insurance policies or regulatory issues. So when it comes to regulatory barriers, almost 48% of the people gave that permit issues. That means due to some kind of legal procedures. So apart from that, they told that they have difficulty in sourcing some kind of local policies. So what are the suggestions? So out of these 1,126 producers, they gave suggestions. So that means they need proper marketing assistance. Almost 64% they need proper marketing assistance. They need funding access. They need proper business planning. So proper business planning is the foremost important one for the agritourism. Then apart from that, some regulatory guidance. So almost here, the interesting thing is 72% of the people want more networking opportunities. You see the importance of networking opportunities. So really, this is the my kind of humble request to Pandurang ji. Ji, next time when you are conducting this conference, please make it as the in person. That means please, where we can get some kind of networking opportunities by interacting directly with the different stakeholders from the different things. So over conducting the conference, so when we are having the what to say instead of in person or the direct participation, so we will be having some kind of good networking opportunities. That's what the US agritourism providers are seeking for that. So we will be going to agritourism in India. So this is the one business economics report. It shows that revenue from agritourism is growing at annual growth rate of 20%. We all know that agritourism development corporations under the leadership of Pandurang ji, they established 500 trained farmers and they are having almost 152 tourism destinations. So by that they are having 25% of increase in farmers revenue. So we all know that agritourism is functioning in some other states. But yeah, recently Goa framed a separate agritourism policies. So sorry, by mistake I have included that Goa. So one in India, in terms of Maharashtra and Goa, they have particularly exclusive policy for agritourism. So these are the principles we know that. So these are the hardcore principles of agritourism. Have something for visitors to the. So that means visitors have to see some kind of things in the farm. So for the some kind of orchard, cereal, because the nowadays the urban children or the urban children they are having some kind of things. So still paddy is growing in tree or rice is coming from supermarkets. In order to avoid that, so we have to have some kind of things to see that. So then visitors to do that means they some kind of UP concept. So there is a lot of difference between people. That means buying fruit from market and as well as that means plucking decide own fruit from the tree. So then have something for visitors to buy. So that means we can have some kind of rural artisans or the handicraft products in order to purchase. So this is the principles of agritourism. So scope. So this is the kind of one inexpensive gateway because almost for the every people their roots belongs to agriculture. So we can have. So that's why it's one of the inexpensive gateway. It's about the curiosity about farming industry and the lifestyles. So it's a kind of health consciousness of proportional. Yeah, because nowadays the people want to take some kind of healthy product or the healthy things. So there's a desire for peace and tranquility. So the rural recreation. So then educational value because it's a bringing some kind or impacting educational value to the customers or the tourist. So this is the 6 basic steps. So if you are starting agritourism, so first of all, you have to have the collection of data, then analysis of situation, and you have to see the some problem assessment. Apart from that, you have to see some kind of personal and project feasibility evaluation. So project feasibility is if you are investing 10 lakhs, how long it will take to merge, that means a break even, that 10 lakh. You have to see market and financial valuation. Then business plan. So a business plan, you have to include the both kind of things. That means one is the income and another one is that expenditure. So how much you will be going to expend that for the building agritourism. Then regulation and the permit and the insurance. So because here regulation permit when it comes to Tamil Nadu. So we are having that means some of the farmers who are practicing agritourism, they are claiming the license under the bed and breakfast. So bed and breakfast is like a kind of resort concept. So here we have to particularly curate for the agritourism. I hope Tamil Nadu government will be going to look in this kind of venture. Already they are working on that. Then marketing strategy in terms of price, place, promotion, all these kind of things. So then this is the what to say Bio Chakra for the agritourism. This is given by Professor Licha chase. So here is included two major components. One is the core and another one is the peripheral activity. Core is the major activity. That is the kind of you pick, festivals on farm, classes and tours, then farm stays. When it comes to peripheral, so it is visiting to farm markets, then weddings on farm. So here I want to give that one interesting figure in around 2022, I think so. So in US, almost 22 lakh weddings happened. Out of that 22 lakh, almost 12 lakh weddings happened in open farm. That means agritourism farm. Because nowadays, most of the people, they want to take place their marriage in the, what to say, natural environment. That has to be bound with the natural environment. So this is one of the interesting things going around in foreign countries. So then this is the hypothetical model of agritourism. So we need different crop components like growing, what to say, medicinal crops, aromatic crops, food crops, vegetable crops. Different crop components have to be there. Then activity components. So activities in the sense rural games or plucking fruits from the tree, horseback, yeah, bullock cart riding, fishing in farm ponds, swimming, trekking, this kind of activities, or some kind of rural games. So we can engage the customers by having some rural games. Then food, we have to give the local food. We should not give some kind of pizza, burger, or such kind of things because the kind of local things. So we have to give the local food. Then accommodation. So it has to be in rural huts kind of things. So this is that Maharashtra, I think, yeah, most of the people knows Maharashtra agritourism. So this is the first state to frame agritourism policy. So I already told that since the inception, the farmers is taking almost 25% of growth in their income. So within 3 years, they generated almost 60 crores of income. Apart from that, Maharashtra Agritourism Development Corporation provided 1 lakh jobs for women and as well as youths in the rural areas. So this is that policy. So like that, we need separate agritourism policy for all other states. So here, this policy clearly states that individual farmers or the agriculture cooperative societies or agriculture research centers or agriculture universities or the farmer producer companies, they can establish agritourism. So the certification, the tourism department will certify the centers through the separate agritourism license. So the requirements is nothing. That means the farmers has to have 2 to 5 acres with the residential arrangements and as well as the facilities for the meal supply. So this is the registration cost for having agritourism. So this is my doctoral research study. Almost this is the kind of 3 year study I did particularly on agritourism. So this is my topic, study on customer preferences towards agritourism in Tamil Nadu. So here I assessed both demand and as well as the supply side. So demand side in the sense of tourists are the customers. What are their expectations? What's their willingness to pay level for the agritourism? So what are the components they need the such kind of things in terms of supply side? So I gathered agritourism providers' expectations. What is their expectations? What is their suggestion or the recommendation for sustainable agritourism development in Tamil Nadu? So these are some kind of objectives I kept. So this is my 4 year study findings I kept in one slide. So this is the demographic features. So here, as usual, like USDA study, my study also shows that almost most of the female are the largest participant in terms of agritourism. So age, so average it's 34 years. That means 34 years people are mostly visiting to agritourism, farm resorts. So the education, so it's most of them are undergraduates. So income, it's almost 5 to 10 lakhs. So when it comes to preference, so most of the people are traveling for leisure, rest, and as well as the relaxation. Destinations, so they need a nature and the trekking. So they have to go for some kind of natural features. So when it comes to agritourism preference, so farming connection, most of the tourists, they are having farming connections. They need more entertainment activities. They need local food and traditional food. In terms of landscape features, they need natural and agriculture and as well as the cultural features. So when it comes to key findings, so satisfaction is the most highest influence level. So here, willingness to pay level is the one of the important findings from my study. When it comes to males and female are more interested in visiting agritourism compared to male. But when it comes to willingness to pay, male are more willingness to pay than the female, because by birth itself, female will be having some kind of savings attitude. I think that's the reason. So when it comes to increases in age, income, and education, the willingness to pay level also more. Whenever the customers' income is more, their willingness to pay level also more. So the farm resort owners, they have some kind of policy recommendations. So that what they need separate agritourism development committee. They need separate licensing, loans, and as well as the tax benefits. I will give in detail in the following slides. So this is another minor research project. So I got an opportunity with the National Institute of Agriculture Extension Management to witness the growth of agritourism in Maharastra, particularly Baramati district. I think this is the opportunity. Through this, I got an opportunity to meet Pandurangji in person. So these are some kind of objectives. I took 3 to 4 farms as the case. So then to analyze the agritourism providers, their perspectives, their cost and returns, customer preferences. So here I gave only one case.
Saraji, 5 minutes.
Yeah. I will complete. So this is the agritourism and agriculture development trust. So these are the offering activities they are providing. So this is the kind of things that means they are acting the farm guides. So that means local youths, they are engaging them in the that means agritourism as the guides to the tourist. So then this is the cost. So almost when it comes to fixed cost and variable cost, so almost they are investing, fixed cost is 65 lakh, the variable cost is 16 lakh 28,000. So the season is only 240 days, entire 365 days we can't run agritourism enterprise. So when it comes to returns, so the net income is total revenue minus total expenses. So the 40 lakh minus 16 lakh, it comes almost 23 lakh. So in order to break even within 2.5 years, they can break even their investment cost. So this is the returns from agri-tourism. So this is some kind of policy recommendations from my research study. So the state government has to form separate agri-tourism development committee for sustainable agri-tourism development. Then state tourism department, they have to provide separate licenses because to avail the tax benefits are the loans. Then local administration, so such as the village panchayats, because here the local people or the local players are playing major role in facilitating agritourism. So they can engage with the seasonal festivals. So like a kind of what to say in Tamil Nadu means Pongal, in Punjab means Lori. So like the different seasonal festivals they can engage. Then they have to engage with the digital technologies or the platforms for the agritourism. Then rural youths can be trained through offering some kind of diploma or certified courses. So they can use the some kind of platforms like Incredible India, Unlimited Maharashtra digital platforms, or the Enriching Tamil Nadu. So different kind of platforms they can use. They can partnership with the travel trade or the online platforms. These are some kind of recommendations I want to give. So this is the kind of article given by Carla Barberi. So she told that still 2095 agri-tourism will going to prevail through two segments. One is purposeful, another one is the recreationist. Purposeful means they want to see or they want to educate agri-tourism. Through agritourism, they want to educate about agriculture. Recreation is the people will be looking for some kind of recreation. So this is some kind of my publications. So this is my consulting service I'm doing so far. So this is one of the consulting service I did for ICR Mairada KVK. That's the kind of NGO along with the ICR. They are operating in the Erode district of Tamil Nadu. So here I suggested how the consulting services, that means in order to route map for the successful development of agri-tourism in Tamil Nadu. So this is our vision and mission. So I'm happy to share that by tomorrow we'll be going to celebrate 18th. That means agri-tourism day. On the eve of that agri-tourism day, tomorrow I'll be going to release my book. That is fourth book called Vanigavali Velan Sutrula in Tamil. In English, it's a agri-tourism as agri-business. By in soon I will be going to launch in English version too. But in the meantime, tomorrow I will be going to launch in Tamil version that is called Vanigavali Velan Sutrula. That will be a practical guide for the farmers who want to practice agri-tourism. So at last I want to conclude with Tavareji quote, that means come pluck a fruit, smell a flower, run in the field, lie on the hay, and you will be going to last in the rural India. So this is my point of findings and observations from agritourism. So once again, I thank for this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, madam.
Thank you so much, Sarath sir. Your statistical compilation of data is always to the point, precise, and apt. And your consultancy, I am sure that you have been providing great services to the agritourism, upcoming agritourism centers that are going on in Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of the 18th World Agritourism Day International Conference. Thank you so much. Looking forward to hear from you next year too. Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
ma'am. Thank you for this
Sir,
opportunity.
thank you so much again.
Thank you, Ji. Thank you.
Tomorrow, we are going to release one book from Bangladesh, Dr. P. Chandrasekhar, Rural Tourism in Asia Pacific.
Oh, really?
Along with that book, the award ceremony, he will also release your book.
Oh, fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Be present there at around 5:30.
Yes, sure. I will be there. I will be there. Thank you. Thank you for your invitation.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Mr. Hemant Kumar Dumre from India, is the next speaker who is a professor and master trainer of CBITI Pune and grade 1 trainer of RUD SETI RSETI. He is well known for his work in apiculture and is here to share about the supportive apiculture in agri-tourism development. Hemant Kumarji, namaste.
Namaste. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Namaskar. I will start with the presentation directly because how much time you are going to give me, Pandurangji?
30 minutes, sir.
30. Okay, great. Okay. I will present 1 minute. Share. Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just, yeah. Supportive apiculture in agro-tourism development is my topic. As madam has told what I am doing right now, I am one of the master trainer of CBRTI Pune, and you can see my photo here that I am taking the honeybee frame in my hand, and I am giving the training to the farmers as well as students and different kinds of people also. Yes, the International Conference, World Tourism Day. This is my presentation, agri-tourism, pure holidayism. Now I will come directly to the point. What about this apiculture? Apiculture, it is nothing but the rearing of the honeybees for the pollination purpose. And after pollination, you get the food. And if the food is not there, how you myself will remain on this earth? It is a problem for everybody. If there is no food, we can't live on this earth. So this is what written in by the Eric Solheim. He said that if there is no bees, there is no man on the globe also, you can say directly. This is a beehive or executive wing of the New Zealand Parliament. See, New Zealand government understood the importance of honeybees, and hence they have made their parliament in a hexagonal way. Hexagonal way means it's a beehive, because everybody knows that the house of the honeybees is hexagonal in shape. So that's why they have made the parliament in hexagonal shape. On the first coin in the world, there was a photo of honeybees. If you see, there was any coin you see, or any this thing, previously it was there was a honeybee was there. Okay. Then there are around 28 states in India, but only one state of the India has declared that the honeybees as their state insect, and which state insect is the Tripura state, and hence it was declared in 2019, and they have written their declaration of honeybee as a state insect of Tripura, and hence I went there in 2021 because they have called me, state government has called me for giving the training to the farmers These are some of the farmers there. And I have given 36, total 36 farmers were there. And I have given the training for them. And they have told that after a few months, our honey production has been increased by some substantial level. Okay. So this was the my trip to the Tripura. Why they are important? Pollination is the important thing. Then they support the biodiversity. Then the honey and beyond, there are different products like bee wax, propolis, royal jelly, and honey, and different kinds of products are there where we are useful in different ways, we will say. So each year, 20 May is celebrated as World Honeybee Day. Because Anton Johnson was the pioneer in apiculture in Slovenia country in Europe, and this Anton Johnson's birthday was 20th May in 1734. He was born in 1734, and he has done the work in apiculture, in modern beekeeping, you can say, in a long way or say vast way. So that's why his birthday is celebrated as World Honeybee Day, which is coming very soon right now. Okay. So this is the Anton Johnson's memorial appear in Slovenia country. If you go there into Slovenia, you will find this type of country memorial appear is there. Okay. There are be healthy. These are some of the important points for apiculture is be healthy. Second one is be active. Third one is the be playful. Next is the be pleased. And last one is the be yourself. Now here, who lives in the house? If you know it, then it's okay. But if you don't know, you should try to understand it. Who is there inside? What are the bees doing? What is the typical day of a honeybee? What is the purpose of the queen bee? Meet local beekeepers, talk to them, and different kinds like we can make this thing. Honeybee supportive agriculture. This is my topic. If you see, I am keeping some honey of products of different kinds and in the Maharastra Agri and Culture Tourism. And there they are selling different kinds of products. Also some bees I have kept there. So that's why they can understand, the tourist can understand regarding the bees, how they are important for our this thing and all this thing. Okay. The next one is I'm going to teaching to school students about the honeybees also. This is a very important thing. These are the school children. I'm teaching them the importance of the honeybee. And if the students understand it very well, they can do some for our nature. It is a thing like that. Okay. This is one school again in Maharastra Tehsil of Pune district in Maharashtra state. And this is one student who is, I'm taking competition, drawing competition of students, giving them prizes for different this thing. So this boy has taken, drawn some type of very small flower, and in that he has shown the bee. Now this is the two this thing, two different posters, I will say. Either to be or not to be. That is the longer the question. We must save the bees to save ourselves. A very important thing. Madasati nahi तर जीवनासाठी जपा मधमाशी. These are written there. So it is all important thing. What I will say. This is one school children in India in first standard. I was there in at one agriculture college, and this small girl has come because she has holiday. So whatever she understood, she has drawn in by herself into a small this thing, but very creative she has done. She has these flowers are there, this hive is there, and this honeybee is going to flower and all these things. So this is what I understand that, and she has written here, Madmashi mala avadte, Madmashi vyavasthit pada. So this is the first standard girl can understand the importance of bees. It means that we should understand the importance of the honeybees also. Then these are some Malaysian students, they are thinking like this. They are seeing the honeybees, because honeybees can be shown, like I will show you how there are training to city people, school students to make the boxes also, so that they will understand what is the bees, okay, and what is their importance. This is very important. One small boy
Hemant sir?
Children, I will say, to this thing. Okay.
Hemant sir, is there a network issue at your end? Hemant sir, am I audible? Zogdan sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible,
Yes.
but Hemant sir is not connected with us.
Yes, yes. Just a second. Hemant sir is facing the power cut issue. He'll be here with us in just a moment. Thank you so much. I guess it is raining in many parts of the country today, and that is why we are facing power cuts here. Please bear with us for just another minute.
तू कैसे बुलाएगा तू चाहे कहीं जाए तू लौट के आएगा नई नई राहों में नबी नबी आहों में खोए खोए दिल से तेरे कोई ये कहेगा सुख है बरसे पर दूर तू है अपने घर से आ लौट चल तू अब दीवाने जहाँ कोई तो तुझे अपने माने आवाज दे मुझे बुलाने वही दे ये पल है वही जिसमें है छुपी कोई एक सदी सारी जिंदगी क्यों ना पूछ रास्ते में कहाँ आए हैं इस तरह दोराहे तू ही तो है राह जो सुझाए तू ही तो है अब जो ये बताए चाहे तो किस दिशा में जाए वही दे
Thank you, Pandurang sir. Hemant sir is back with us.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You may proceed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm back. No question. Hello?
Yes, sir. You may proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will proceed. Can you see my presentation?
No, sir. You'll have to share screen again.
Wait. I will share. Can you see now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So what I was telling, just a minute. What I was telling that school children, if you want to take the training or showing to honeybees to the different students, then it is a problem. So if you have such type of device or say such type of wooden this thing, so you can show it to the. I will show here. If you want to show this type of this thing, you can just keep the 2 frames there inside and then put it off so that you can see the honeybees from the outside. From one side, you have to break the iron, this thing, a small iron, this thing, and another side, this is okay. Then I see this is what I have done for school children to give the training. I have done such type of thing, wooden frame, and in that one side is the completely with the glass, another side is completely with the small threaded this thing. And then you just keep the 2 frames inside and go to the school and show it to the students so that student can understand what I want to say. Okay. Then I am giving training to the farmers about the honeybees also. So these are the different farmers. I have taken to the village. It's called as Mangar, which is in Satara district of Maharashtra Taluka, in the first village in Maharashtra is called as Mathache Gaon, the village of the honey, village of the honey. This is the one from the Malaysia Sherwani honeybee farm, and they are showing to the different this thing. So we can do such type of things to our what to say, and giving training to the farmers also. Okay. Then this is one small. What I want to say is that if you want to create the agrotourism, this thing, you can just have some boxes there inside, and then you can just show it to the students as well as the people also. There are small children, a small boy is showing us a honeybees, you can say. He is not afraid of the honeybees, but he's playing with the honeybees. Okay. Then I will show you another one. This is a small girl also from 7th standard. And she is showing the bees also. Now she is not afraid. She can directly remove the frame and showing to us what is the how the bees are working and all these things.
वर्कर्स बीज आहेत ज्याला कामकरी माशा म्हणतात परागकणांनी भरलेली
Now she is keeping
राणी
again.
माशी जी आहे ती चांगल्या प्रकारे अंडी देते.
So this is what we can have such type of facility in your agrotourism center, and you can show it to the tourists as well as the people who are coming from different places. You can show it to them also, and so what we are getting from the honeybees, we directly comes to the point. What we get from the honeybees products and their benefit. The first product is the pollination. Pollination support to increase the yield of the crops. Other products like honey, pollen grains, wax, sting, poison of bees, royal jelly, and propolis are the important products, I will say. No question they are giving the money, but the important is the pollination support to increase the yield of the crops. Okay, so this is my always telling to my farmers as well as students that you try to rear the honeybees in your maybe the farm, maybe the tourist center or the tourism center, whatever it may be, but support. Okay, this is my pollination support. Different boxes I'm giving to different people for the. This is one. The first one is the cashew nut. This thing, and another one is the onion seeds production plot. Okay, I have given the boxes there so that they have yield. Increase the yield and then get the more profit, I would say. Then say honey you can sell directly to the customers as well as tourists who are coming. Different colors of the honeys are there, and you can sell, like I am selling Abhinav Honeybee Farm is my farm. I am selling the product on my this thing. Okay. Then different colors are there of the honey. If you see the different colors, you will find different colors of honey is there because honey is produced from the nectar of the flower. And each flower has got different kind of nectar. So different kind of nectar produces the different kind of honey. Okay. In that again, if the honey is produced by from the yellow flowers, then what happens? Generally, yellow flowers gives the honey which has the property of crystallization very fast. Within 15 days or so, 20 days or within a month also, your honey is getting crystallized. Okay. If your honey is crystallized, then and then only you can say the honey is okay or a pure one. This is one another like a different kinds of honey. Then you can make different cakes also from.
Hemant sir, sorry to disturb you. We have last 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to finish. Wait. This type of cakes you can make from the honey. Then different type of soaps you can make from the honey. Then second product is the pollen grains. You can sell directly to the customers also. These products are very good for the your health. This thing. This is the benefits of honey. Pollen, you can say different kinds of this thing you can make. Then the ingredients of the pollen grains also. Okay. Then bee wax you are getting. You can make different kinds of candles, different type of products you can make from the bee wax, and these are the different products you can make from the bee wax also. Different kinds of candles you can make directly, homemade candles you can say. Then these products you can sell directly into the different markets or say different styles you can make this thing also and sell. Okay. Then bee venom therapy is called as apitherapy right now. You can directly sting the bee venom bees to this thing, and like this is the one when woman has come and she has her leg, her hand was paining. So this was the thing. You can see here the honeybees. Then royal jelly you can, if you want, you can remove the royal jelly and make the different types of tablets and you can sell into the market. The last one is the propolis. Propolis you can directly sell into the market as a medicine. in the this thing medicinal industry. And last point, if you want to keep the elephants away from our crops, then you can just hang over the honeybee boxes there, and you can see that honeybee, this elephant goes away from the honeybee because he is very afraid of these honeybees. Okay. Then last one is the BSF Border Security Force puts up the beehives on large scale. Bangladesh pains to crimes in the West Bengal. So that is what this thing is there. Bee barriers to help BSF keep intruders, smugglers at bay on Indo-Bangla border. Then last one is you can just show this type of photos to the different customers, and so that this is the head of the honeybee. And last one is Happy Pollination Weeks. June 3rd week of each year is celebrated as the Pollination Week. You can directly tell to your customers and your tourists so that they can understand the things very well. This is one I'm showing you to those who knows the importance of honeybees. They can just see. Thank you so much for your kind cooperation. Thank you. If anybody has question, I am most welcome to the this thing.
Thank you so much, Hemant sir. It is rightly said that where honeybees thrive, the farms come alive, because they are the nature's tiny hosts which invite us to witness the harmony of agriculture and ecology. It is said that without the honeybees, the world will not exist. And the coins that you have shown, that the earlier coins, they had the honeybee pictures. That was astonishing to see. I guess I saw that for the first time. And definitely, we would like to see more of apiculture into the agri-tourism sector. If any of the participants have any questions, you may please ask them in the chat box. Yes, Pandurang sir.
Namaskar.
Fantastic
Namaste.
presentation. Fantastic presentation.
Okay.
And what eye-opening and figures concept of apiculture. I think the farmers who are present here today must contact Hemant Kumarji to add apiculture to their tourism units, along with exotic apiculture tour. You can earn your revenue from. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think, Hemant Kumarji, you share your contact details.
Yeah, sure. Immediately. Yeah, just a minute. I will directly.
In the chat box, to share your contact details because many farmers want to know.
Yes, I have shared my contact details, my mobile number.
Thank you so much. आपण भेटत राहू. बघूया.
नक्कीच.
कोलॅबोरेटिव्ह काय
नक्कीच. पुण्यात आपण आला की भेटतो मी तुम्हाला. धन्यवाद. Okay.
Thank you so much, Hemant sir, for being a part of the 18th World Agri-Tourism Day International Conference. This was an enlightening session for all of us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
The next virtual farm tour session will highlight the core concept of the Farmer Market School lies in promoting the organic culture and lifestyle through the morning market tour, local food tasting, the homemade cooking class, or the team building workshop in the morning market in Yilan. Sui Wei Fang from Taiwan will elucidate on from farm to family, promoting the organic culture and lifestyle from Farmer Market School. The morning market Yilan case study. Namaste, Fang sir. How are you?
Mr. Fang, are you there?
Sir, do you want me to share your screen?
Hello? Yes.
Hi, Mr. Fang, how are you?
Hi, everyone. Just make sure, can you see my slides?
Oh, you have to reshare.
Yes.
Perfect. There is a black spot there. I don't know why.
Okay, can you see my slides now?
We can see it. Can you please start your slideshow? There is a black box which is coming on your presentation. Yes, that exact one.
Okay. And then this one.
Yes.
Okay, can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay.
You make it full screen, Fang. Yeah.
Okay, can you see the slides?
Yes. Can you go to the next slide for a minute, please? Can you change the slide?
Change the slide. Okay, next. Can you see me?
You can still see the black box on your presentation.
Okay, or may your partner help me to play my video and my slides?
Yes. So should I share it from my side, the presentation? Should I share your presentation from my side?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. Good day, everyone. My name is Fang. You can call me Grandpapa. I'm from Taiwan. My topic today I would like to share with everyone is from farm to family, promoting organic culture and lifestyle from farmer market school. 10 years ago, when I returned from Australia and Japan, I decided to become a rice farmer. And after decide to become a rice farmer, I realized that agriculture is really so much fun. However, in Taiwan, it's just a small land. So just planting rice or harvest rice to survive is not really easy. So that forced us we need to learn more, need to train farmers, especially young generations, to become a teacher. So that's why we are thinking, how can we promote organic lifestyle and organic culture through traditional market? Next page, please. The way we bring students, local young people, even city people to learn agriculture and to enjoy agritourism through morning market. The video shows how we attract everyone to learn agriculture from the morning market. Please play. Thank you. For the next page. There's a saying that if you want to learn local culture or get involved in local lifestyle, the best way is to go to the local market. In Taiwan, every township, we have traditional market or farmers market. And this is how we would like to promote local city people, students to learn agriculture through traditional markets. In my hometown, Yilan, which is 1 hour away from Taipei, which is our capital. 10 years ago, even 20 years ago, it was totally green with the farmland, with the rice cultivation. But now, after 20 years later, after we have a new construction, less and less farmers return, especially less and less young generation, and more construction coming up, which is more buildings. So many people, they buy the land to build up buildings. This is a bit sad that the farmland is getting less and less. Next page, please. So what we would like to do is we would like to attract more people to return to our hometown, especially young generation. They can really learn agriculture and then also get involved to look after their farmland one day. So in Ilan, which is very close to capital, so our thinking is to promote agriculture, agritourism through traditional market, which is in city. So Taiwan is just a small land, only also 23 million people, but it's a rich culture. We have ancestors from Japan, Southeast Asia, China, even now, more and more indigenous people group mixed together. So from the food, from farm to fork, from farm to table, this is what we concern. We make it agriculture so much fun through eating local food. But in the end, we want to bring everyone from traditional market back to the village, back to the ocean, to learn from farm to table, from farm to ocean. And then next page. Many people in the world consider Taiwan is famous for technology. So people say Taiwan is a technology island. How can you have agriculture? But we would like to say 70% of land Taiwan is green, nature. So also we have plenty of agriculture. Just people in the city usually concerned agriculture is less value than technology. And this is what we young generation return to be a farmer. We really want to transform this idea and make agriculture more attractive for local peoples. And in this morning market, Ilan, it's in front of Ilan train station. And it can be divided into North Market and South Market. South Market is very Taiwanese style for grocery shopping, but North Market will become Japanese style. So when you travel to this local market, Ilan, this farmer market school, you can learn from Japanese culture, even Taiwanese culture, even indigenous culture in this traditional market. Next page. So within these 11 years, we have worked quite hard, bring students, international guests to visit local vendors. So vegetable vendors become a classroom. So people wondering, what's this vegetable? Which season? What's the language? So it's a class for us, and it's also we can have this interaction with local vendors. Even the farmers, they come here to sell. They can straight away to promote, introduce what's this food, how can they produce this organic food as well. And not only this, we have these seed shops. They are also classroom. So students, they never see how the vegetables, the seedlings, they look like. So when one tour to this traditional market, they already know from farm to family, from farm to fork, from farm to ocean. So that's why we started from this morning market. And also they're saying that strike the iron while it's hot. So tools, knife, that's also important. So you can also see how the farmers, how the dining table use this knife or fork or hoe. So it also make this lifestyle that organic from grandparents when they were young, they still live in this agriculture period. And then when Taiwan turned into industrial period, even now technology period. So that makes now everyone is concerned about we use technology to make our life more convenient. However, technology brings our lifestyle more convenient, but sometimes we get used to technology too much. That's why we forget how to do farming, how to enjoy the food, where the food come from, even from farm to fork. What's that? Because we are lack of farming experiences. So that's why we also create one shopping mission for students, even for young generation in the city. They can do shopping, grocery shopping. They can have more interaction with grandparents to make them have cross-generation communications. Next page. And so far, from the kindergarten, primary school, even to the grade 8 school, community universities, we have different courses, even different way to promote to these city people. But most important thing is to attract them to learn agriculture from traditional market, from the farmer market school. So next page. And we also thank global agritourism network. Because of this, we are able to promote more this idea. Taiwan is just a small scale country. So this small island, how can we promote agriculture from the city side? We hope we can also share our knowledge or ideas to help other small scale countries to promote the agritourism through in the city traditional market as well. Next page. And this farmer market school, this idea, because not only vegetables, even forestry, even fishery, even animal husbandry, this all about food, from the traditional food, from grandparents, the generation, parents' generation, until us, even our children. So these 4 generations, they're living together in traditional market. We have the same memory, we have the same dietary, and this is why we would like to bring everyone to learn from different generations, different farmers, different vendors, because the most important thing is people. We gathering people, we meet people. That's why traditional market is always a place we meet local culture, local people. And that's why not only agriculture, but also agri and culture. That is what we human beings need for organic lifestyle. Next page. And also there's many cities, and it seems that traditional market is also fading because getting more and more supermarket, getting more and more online shopping. So how can we also preserve this local culture, also agriculture? So we revitalize some spaces in the traditional market, even some vendors. So we can revitalize, even make exhibition, even make some podcast radio station to record local stories. Even sometimes we have English club in the traditional market to help second generation, third generation farmers. They can also study English, even Taiwanese mother tongue. So that's why we make it so much fun. That's why we have this one the local market tour from this farmer market school. They can have fun, learn, play, and fun from agriculture. And not only this, next page, within these 5 years, we also train different apprentices from local farmers, local vendors. So the most important thing is to attract more and more young generation to have fun and learn agriculture. And one day we train them to become farmers again. And next page. And for the environment friendly, these promotions, so far in the traditional market, there's so many plastics. So this year, our government also invite us to become ambassador for reducing plastics, because we just need to change our habits to bring your own shopping bag within these 11 years. So we really reduce a lot of plastic bag. It's just habit. Just like if you're shopping for traditional market, you will meet local farmers, local vendors. But if you go to supermarket, that's still good, but just different option. We have a different option, but the one option could be sustainable shopping. So that's why not just go to traditional market, farmers market to purchase straight away from local farmers, local vendors. We're also helping continue these local cultures too. Next page. And also thank our president, Lai Ching-te. He gave us this confidence again. Sustainability Leadership Award. This one also encouraged young generation in Taiwan. Many young generations feel no hope for the future because in Taiwan, so small land, only technology. How can we do these sustainable development goals? But the thing is, everyone can do something. Just like one of my examples myself, we're really promoting agriculture through traditional market, farmer market school. This idea already promoting more than 11 years. And so far, more and more attention from this traditional market could be a school to learn agriculture. Next page. And in the end, I would like to say, please press the button again. agriculture, we also know that it's a food, where food come from. Agriculture start our life, and we continue our life working hard to earn money, even gathering in the market to see different type of business. But the thing is, agri and culture in the end, we want to continue local culture, preserve local culture. It's the way we can pass it on from generation to generation. But what's the next generation? That's why concerning about education as well. But we ourselves, young farmers, we promoting this, not only just farming, we can be a social entrepreneur to promoting agriculture through this city, this morning market tour, agritourism. That's why we would like to share for more small scale countries to promote agritourism from local market as well. And in the end, there's a small video. We would like to really bring everyone to traditional market. So let me share with you guys this video here. Just wait a minute. 郑宇问一下影片是哪一个？ Okay, let me share this video. Okay, just make sure, can you see this one?
Sir, you will have to share your screen again.
Okay, let me share this one. Okay. Can you see the video now?
Yes, but the black box is appearing.
The black box. So, can I play now?
Yes, but we can see the black box on your video.
Okay, I'm going to.
Would you like to send it to me?
Okay, it's a large video. Okay, all right. Just let me play this
So,
again.
Fang, if you have the YouTube link for that video, Revati madam can play that.
Okay, I'll just check again. If cannot, I will send a link later for everyone.
Yeah, if you have the link, you can send it to Revati. She will play.
Okay, I'll just play this again. Just make sure.
Put the link into chat box. Put the link in the chat.
Okay, it's in my computer now. Okay, can you see this video now? Welcome to the morning market, Ilan. Today, I'm going to introduce you.
The center black spot is coming.
We start from this morning market,
Center
Ilan.
black spot is coming.
Pardon?
There is a centrally black spot on the video.
Okay, center black.
What is it? In aeroplane, it is black box. Here, it is black spot. I don't know what. Mr. David is laughing there. See?
This one? Okay, can you see this now?
No, same it is black spot.
Welcome to the morning market.
Now it is okay.
Today, I'm going to introduce you Farmer Market School. We start from this morning market, Ilan. From farm to fork, from farm to family. Morning market connects city and village. And today, I'm going to introduce you the morning market, how it starts from. And we are talking about, let's go for some breakfast and try some rice. This way, let's go. First of all, next week is our Dragon Ball Festival. For the morning market, you are able to see rice dumpling, the festival food. But not only this, today, this sticky rice ball. I would like to show you. Please try. This must eat. If you need more energy, please try green one. This is made from mugwort. If you need more passion than the red, this is sweet for you. So try the breakfast. And now next rice I would like to introduce you is this one. Come this way. Gao Zha. This one we call 9-day rice cake. 9 days. This is vegetarian, and upper part is mushroom, bottom part is brown sugar. But 9 days means our sister need to wake up 2 o'clock in the morning to steam more than 9 times to get these traditional flavors. Traditional always have meaning, better than machine made. Next week is our Dragon Boat Festival. What Taiwanese are going to buy, let's find out. Good morning.
Good morning. Ohio.
Yes, 谢谢高炸，早安。Good morning. Let's find out this one. Wow, all this delicious food. This is Taiwan donuts, moon cake, rice dumplings, and this steam bomb. Whatever the festival is, you see this vendor, you are already able to know. So if you want to know more about local in-depth culture, definitely Farmer Market School is the place you are going to learn and eat. Here in the Farmer Market School, Yilan, Taiwan, we are promoting this idea for more than 11 years. And you will see more and more young generation return here. 2 brothers I would like to introduce to you. Good morning. Please introduce yourself to everyone.
My name is Lance. My name is Bobby.
Welcome.
Taiwan.
Yes. When they returned, he was a hair designer and he is dress designer. But why they return here in this traditional market? You come here yourself, you will know why. Ask them. Sometimes there are some secret recipe. You need to ask the vendor so you are able to get. For example, tofu is not only yellow or brown. We have a white one, but you need to ask. Now, Farmer Market School, the most exciting moment because you are able to see so many vegetables. There are so many vegetables in the world, but in Taiwan, you will see some special one. Have you ever seen this one?
Yes.
Wow, it's so white, so beautiful. This is a bitter melon. But why this is a white color? In Taiwan, it is very common for juice, and you make soup. So, and this one is not really that bitter and good for our body as well, especially in summertime. So all in these vendors, you are able to learn what's this vegetable, how can we eat this, where they from, even language. That's why we call this Farmer Market School. Wow, I myself always very excited to see all these knives here. Here is not only a knife shop, it's a knife museum. There are also many knives not only from Taiwan, but also from the world. When we were students, teachers always told us, strike the iron while it's hot. So, from farm to fork, in between, knife shop connects city and village. So this is from the fork, from the table, you are able to tell. Not only this, let's go this way, you will see more from the farms. Wow, now you are in this 124-year-old traditional market, the morning market, Yilan. Now I'm going to introduce you one master making this white slime into a wrapper, more than 100 years shop. Morning. Gao Zha. Zao An. He's the master, even our teacher, to teach us. When you provide in food hospitality, you see, he is standing here more than 67 years just making this spring roll wrapper and make this Taiwanese food, local delicacies, so yummy. Let's have a look what he's going to do. You see, the customer coming every day, many people coming to buy. And let's see how he make this. Here is the smoked fish. In Yilan, we preserve food. We use smoked. Use sugar cane to smoke this food. That's a sustainable food because all the fish, even the organs, we smoked for better protein. Thank you very much for having me here to share this idea with everyone. I'm really happy to meet you guys and really looking forward to meeting you again and then to share our experiences in order to promoting agritourism to the world. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. 谢谢.
Thank you so much, sir. If any of the participants have any questions, you may please name them in the chat box. And thanks, sir, like I said that day during your presentations, that the formula that you have used between agri and culture, that is life and market, is wonderful. The youth that you are working together is extremely nice and extremely inspiring to see that people like you are actually working in this direction. What do you think are the biggest challenges that you face and how do you overcome them?
Okay, thank you for asking me this question. The big challenge is so far is really that because now it's a modern society, most of young generation really depend on technology, modern society lifestyle too much. That's why when they were young, when they were students, they were really lack of agriculture experiences. That's why we realized this problem. And when we returned to my hometown, we started to just planting from rice, but not only rice, vegetables, even we learn from different farmers because we just need to learn to put into practice. So this is one thing now young generation are lack of farming experiences. But on the other side, more and more older generations, I mean the grandparents, their generations, they have a lot of knowledge. How can we helping them, inviting them to be a teacher to teach us? So far, that's another issue is cross-generation communications. How can we bring now young generation, they don't really speak Taiwanese language, I mean the mother tongue, Taiwanese language. They speak Chinese Mandarin, but sometimes their English is better than Taiwanese mother tongue. But our grandparents maybe just can speak Taiwanese language. So that's a language issue. Or in fact, many farmers in the village, they feel agriculture is no future because they think technology have more money, have more future. So they send their children to the city to study, even overseas. But when they return, they find they have a big gap between different generations. That's why we're concerned about preserving the culture, agriculture through traditional market. Because everywhere in the city, we have farmers market, we have traditional market. That's why that's the place people cross generation will meet. So that's so far a big challenge. How can we bring different generation have the same memory, which start from the food, make the food have fun, play and learn from traditional market. We are able to attract more city young people to return to village to continue farming. So thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you so much, sir. We've seen in the earlier generations that tourism was about going from the village to the city life. And now tourism is more about going to the village from the city life. Thank you so much for being a part of the 18th World Agri-Tourism Day Conference. Thank you so much.
谢谢。
An experienced farmer, an agri-tourism expert from Canada, David Gillespie, from Illuminate Island Quebec Chair, Canadian American Exchange Committee, and ICTC, has humbly accepted our invite in his busy schedule of the year to present on the regenerative agricultural practices and agri-tourism. Hello, David, sir. Nice to see you.
Yes, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to thank Fang. He's been part of a committee I've been involved with. He's an incredible ambassador for his country and also has incredible cinematography, as you saw from that video. I only wish I could be as good as him for that. So anyways, so yeah, that said, I have, I'm a farmer. I've been farming now. This is my 50th year being in agriculture, half a century. So I'm an old farmer. And I've got at this farm now, I have 600 acres or 250 hectares, and it's mixed. So I got forest, I got hay, grains, sheep, and now I've been doing gardening in the last few years. When I graduated from McGill back in 1971, 1981, I think. No, 1981. I thought that I'd be like in the movie Dallas, where I'd have a big farm where I'd have airplanes spraying the crops and everything like that. And then I soon discovered I couldn't even afford a television, let alone that kind of farming. So that kind of farming was definitely not going to be in my cards and definitely not sustainable for somebody starting. That just couldn't happen. Um, and then, so I learned a lot in 50 years. And the key to making farming survive is sustainability in all its aspects, be it the soil, being it your marketing, being it all different aspects. So now what I did when I bought this last farm, which was back in 2006, after I sold my dairy farm, I decided to raise sheep and we were going to make cheese with a friend of mine from the States. But in 2008, that didn't happen because the subprime it caused the world collapse in economies. He couldn't sell his farm. So I ended up with buying sheep and I raised at one point 300 ewes for 500 lambs a year. And that kept me plenty busy. But then I had to figure out what am I going to do with my farm so it's sustainable. So since then, now where I'm at today, I've got I have what I call a closed system. That is, I'm way down to 50 sheep. They raise manure, I compost it, and then it goes to into the garden. So I don't need to buy any inputs whatsoever, except for a few minor things. But especially since the pandemic, where the cost of inputs, as you know, worldwide has gone way up, 2, 3, 400%. So I see a lot of farmers where I am here hurting with that because it's just making it for especially the commercial farmers, making it very, very expensive. And now with this issue of tariffs with the United States, where Canada is being hurt, even more so. And I'm very involved with many committees in agriculture, and I can tell you that's a big, big issue here right now. So I think what I'm doing is the right direction. That is keeping it small, keeping it malleable so I can, and keeping it diversified. So, and then when I got involved with the Global Agri-Tourism Network with Lisa Chase, who had formed the committee, she asked me to form a committee within that organization. So I formed what was called the SRAA, Sustainable Regenerative Agriculture and Agri-Tourism. And it became a very, very, very popular group within that organization. Where when I left it, there was 94 countries and over 657 members that had joined. So it's a very current topic. And what you're doing this year, as you have in other years, Ravati, is very, very relevant worldwide. I can tell you that from just the numbers I just told you. So yes, we were going to, when I did a presentation on the International Tasting Trail, which is what you were talking about, the International Culinary Trail, between Quebec, Ontario, Vermont, New York, I presented it in Burlington in 2022, and also on the first World Congress on Agritourism in Italy. And we were going to inaugurate it this year. However, that is not happening right now. Where I was going to have the governors of New York and Vermont with the premiers of Quebec and Ontario officially inaugurated, but we're going to postpone it because of the geopolitical tensions between Canada and the United States. It makes it for an impossible situation. That does not mean we're not going to do it. We're just going to put it on hold for now. And what I decided to do is to focus on developing the trail in my region because we're the new kids in the block, if you want. And what what I'm doing there is that what I see from experience as when my farmers markets is you need a critical mass to make it happen. And that critical mass, the magic number seems to be about 7. If you have 7 farmers or whatever, you can make a go of it. And we have achieved that in this area. Remember, agritourism in my area is new. It was all commercial. agriculture, grains and beef in particular, and very traditional, very conservative. So this was a new concept. I had to fight my way with this one because this was not going to, it wasn't something that was easily accepted, but it has happened. So we have some really great farms now in this area. I would say class level, some of them now. And we're going to keep developing this. What I'm doing now is I'm forming a committee with partners, and that is so that it's sustainable, so that we have farmers, we have agencies, we have organizations, government, and local, and really important, local communities. You've got to have that involved. And the key here is when you do something that's in integrating the farmers with the region, is that it has to be, you have to, like I say, you have to integrate it, you have to collaborate, you have to diversify, and you have to innovate. These are key themes I noticed in your event this year, and that's the holy grail. Okay, if you have that, you will succeed. Now I have 3 farms that each one with a story, and I had to pick one because of the lack of time, and I'd rather we spend a little more time on one farm and let them tell their story, as opposed to just cutting it down and missing their key points. So for today, we're going to play that video of one farm in particular, and it's just so you know, it's the largest dairy farm in my region. They got 160 milking cows, 300 heads in all, and they've been involved on farming since 1890, the year 1890. So they've been over 100 years, 5 generations going on 6. And what we did is I presented them along with 2 other farms for the SRA committee on stories, including, by the way, Fangs, on stories on what it is that is particular to them. And in this one tape we're going to play, they solved the labor issue, which is worldwide. It's a problem worldwide, trying to get people to work on farms. And they solved theirs for their winery at harvest time through community involvement. And that is unique. So I thought perhaps we could play it at this point, Ravati, and let them tell that story. Does that work for you?
I will share.
So go right ahead. Roll the cameras.
Hi. Well, now we are at the center of the MRC Pontiac, which is the county of Pontiac. And what we see in the background is a dairy farm. It's the biggest dairy farm. It belongs to Gladcrest Farms. 160 milking cows, 300 heads in all. And it's 5 generations. But and they have a vineyard here as well, and it's dedicated to agritourism. And now we should go and meet the owners. Theatrics. Okay, so here we are at Gladcrest Farms, and as I mentioned, the vineyard. Well, as you can see, there's plenty of vineyard here. So the owners are Scott and Jennifer Judd. They've been at this for a few years, I would say. So tell us the story. Why did you guys go from the dairy into this?
Well, the Gladcrest was, 5 generations of my side of the family, dairy farming, and we continue that with my sister and the whole family helping out, and then we thought this little chunk might do well with fruit or some kind of small fruit. It was a blackberries and raspberries back in the 40s and that, so we thought we'd try that. But after visiting several farms, as farmers do, we couldn't get one small fruit farmer to say, yeah, that's a good idea, you should get into small fruits. They all said it was a bit of a struggle, and so we kind of came home with our tail between our legs, and we were kind of, a little bit hurt, and we stopped at a vineyard on the way home, and after a bottle of wine, hey, let's try some grapes. So, tried and true. How do you recount the story, Jenny? Pretty much like that.
We had a fallow chunk of land that was a little bit too wet to work for the dairy farm, and wanted to try something different for the area and something unique, and decided to give it a try. So we put in, I think it was 500 plants the first year, and then a bunch of cuttings, and then it just grew from there once they took off.
It really took off from what I can see.
And the vineyards are very encouraging, as one vineyard isn't a wine tour. So we were encouraged by other local vineyards to start so that we could all work together and benefit from each other's vineyards around, to have a wine bus and wine tours and that kind of thing. So, and it's worked out like that. We have our first wine bus comes Friday, Saturday, Sundays, and so it's great to have.
So you went from having a vineyard to deciding you wanted to go into agri-tourism as well, meaning this, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was built because of the wine production. We needed a place to transform the grapes into wine.
Right.
And so we do that in the basement of our facility. And our initial plan was just to have a washroom for people to come stop into, and a roof over their heads if they need it. And it kind of grew from there. So it's become a bit of a local hangout spot or a place for live music and people to come and enjoy a...
Can we see what the inside is like?
Sure,
so that people can around the world can see
Check
this?
it out.
Okay. Here we are inside the building where all the events are held, and perhaps you can tell us what is it you do with this place in relation to groups and community and so forth.
So we've got, we normally do it, but because we're a little bit away from the city, we're a bit of a drive, we're an hour from a major city, and we thought, well, when people get here, they'll want a place to get inside and have a break, right? And so we could have called our winery end of the road winery, but we went with Little Red Wagon. That was it was nice. It was being part of that small, the small bit of an endeavor, and it's also how our young lad pulled the grapes when we were planting the vines early when they were young. So we've got a good, but it's a nice bistro. We're also a table champêtre, which is country table dining, special license in Quebec that allows a restaurant to operate on a farmland, but is encouraged and promoted to promote food from the area as well. So we'll have local lamb, local beef, and local wine, of course, right? Yes.
Our primary.
And local trout too. We got local trout. So we've got a great, nice round and seasonal veg as well, right? But it's great to show off what Pontiac has and really the agri part of tourism that really fills in. So you can actually taste the terroir.
The terroir.
The terroir, yeah.
And after all, I mean, you are promoting local products in a very big way, and you're integrated with a lot of the local producers and serving things here. So that's what makes this so well integrated with the community. And then when we had our event a year ago for an event that month with my committee, you guys had mentioned a story about how the community itself in the town of Shawville gets involved with you. Tell us that story.
When we harvest grapes every year, we call on volunteers to come and to help with the harvest. And what we do is we just serve a big lunch and offer free wine. And honestly, we've been at it almost 10 years now, and the community never fails. They come and they help pick, and there's people that show up every day for weeks on end, and some people that just come once when they can manage it on a weekend when they're not at work. And we've survived and thrived, I guess, on their volunteerism and building community. And they bring their friends when they have a chance to show off what they did, and it works for everybody.
So that's something I know that we hear so much about, getting help to be on operations for critical parts. And here you did something very unique, which is to really get the community involved with it. I mean, obviously not everybody's going to come, that's obvious, but...
and it changes, but it's so people just have that, they like getting out in the fall and enjoying the weather and that farm experience too.
Conversation
And the dogs are around and new people. It
So it's really like a community event.
It's a real community event, and then we'll get inside and have some food and sometimes some songs and always a story or five. Right?
Yeah, I'm sure
it's all about the stories.
Just like we're trying to do here.
Right,
and it's
here
a good story.
It's a good story.
And that's why I wanted us to come here, because that to me is something that's really important, and it also helps to make it sustainable, right? When you integrate the community, and it's a win-win for everybody.
Oh, for sure.
And it's also educational. They get, like you said, they get to learn about, otherwise they would never know. They know what a grape looks like, but how do they do? What's done with it?
And we're not buying any grapes in. It's all from our terroir. It's all from our vineyard. So the grapes they pick are the grapes that they get to taste and have that wine during the week during the year when they come back to enjoy a show or a meal here.
So that's a very unique approach, and that's what I want the world to hear, is how you integrate a community in actually getting to help when help is needed, which is such a big problem, right? Exactly. So you guys have got the holy grail here of the solution.
It's going so far. So far, so good.
So about 10 years, you said, right?
Almost.
Yeah. So that's pretty good. It shows that it's not just a one-off.
Yeah.
Okay, and then and you like I said, you have various events. You have food that's catered, right?
We do it in-house. We have a cook. It's been my daughter for many years, but now we're in a bit of a changeover, so that we always find help, and they've become like family. And
speaking about family, you guys, your family is very involved. It's not just the two of you. I mean, your brother Robin has got his farm as well.
He has a farm,
and agri-tourism.
Yeah. And then our daughter, because she needed a place to stay in these rural places, so our daughter started a B&B in Shawwell with inspiration from agritourism and that touristic side, right?
Yeah.
And so
and she's a bit of a chef too, right?
Yeah, she is a chef. Yeah, that's right.
Well, that's it. So, and I love her food. I've been here many times, and it's gotten to the point where I would have a logo set on my bumper that says "Feed the Farmers," because this is the ultimate place for being really good home cooked meals.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, never go hungry, Kevin.
No, never. So so that's that, and then as you can see, these are the actually you
our
said
available wines today.
Today
we're allowed our white
to come, and we've got Piquette ready to come, but we don't have any right today. So.
And how many bottles are you producing on average? Just out of curiosity.
15 to 20,000 a year.
15 to 20,000 bottles a year, right?
On 6 acres.
On 6 acres, yeah, that's good to know. Yeah, or in hectares, because it's European, that would be 2 hectares.
Yeah. So hybrids are produced really well. Yeah. They hold their quality with extra production really well, and they're hardy to -40 up to a week. So great, well suited. They are late to bloom, so the blooms hold off, and very disease resistant too. So a real asset, and I think we're in the early stages of seeing what hybrids will do, because they're a young vine, but the wines are really being well received. So we're really excited, and as the vineyards move north, it's we're glad to be a part of that. So let's go.
Because so much of your family is involved in this, you guys are sort of the pillar of agriculture of the Pontiac. I mean, you don't see that many families, and having many generations going on, and your younger generation, your family getting involved as well. So you want to talk about sustainability, and I would say too that it's not a one type operation. You have various facets. You got the agri-tourism, the winery, you have the dairy. So you're well diversified, and the saying in agriculture is never go into one thing, right? Monoculture.
Well, it's you can specialize, but it's tough. But you get a little bit diversity. It does help a little bit. Yeah,
exactly. And that's a big thing I'm promoting is diversity. Aside from sustainability, So there you go.
Don't be afraid to try out new things, right? And those become the opportunities for new farms and small farms to grow, right? And it's not always a big farm environment, right? It's small farms that make things different. So.
And you're one of the first, I would say, to have had in the Pontiac fully integrated with your wine, with the food and the serving and the making of the wine to converting it to the grapes to convert it to wine. So
we're not going to start making cheese yet, though. We're not there.
Not this week.
No.
Okay.
But if we can convince the younger generation, we
Well,
think it's a heck
it'll
of an
be a
idea.
Great idea.
You can imagine. Not this week. So there you go. So a great operation, and like fully immersed with the community, and with tremendous collaboration and innovation, and with that is guaranteed to be sustainable. So there we go.
Wait, cheers.
Oh, yes.
Hey?
To this operation.
To this operation.
I love that clang. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, we're back on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, I can see now I could use Fang's help, expertise in how to make a better sounding soundtrack because I could use his help for that, Fang. I also noticed, by the way, Erica Quendler and others who, I noticed Linda Pasha, who chairs the SRA, is involved with this. Great to see that. So as you can see from this this video, this idea of involving the community has, is key for an area that's truly rural in nature. And when you get a whole community to participate in helping you harvest for free, and in fact, now I've even heard where they get bus tours where they pay to harvest, that helps a lot in terms of this issue of trying to get people to work on a farm. If you can get them for free and they pay you, wow. So that's truly unique. Now, what's next? I'm going to keep, I'm going to develop this committee here, which we're doing now, to get more farmers and for agritourism. And I'm hoping by next year we'll double it to 15, and then eventually to 20 and so forth, so that we'll have a really strong area. It's an emerging one in this area, but it's catching on. And that's incredibly encouraging for agritourism. And I'm hoping that we could replicate it in other regions within, within Quebec that's not established yet. The South Shore of Montreal, the Montérégie, and the Eastern Townships, really into it. And then next thing for next year, I'd like to see if we can get Canada to participate or co-host with your event. I'm being in touch with, actually, I have been in touch with the Minister of Agriculture of Canada's office. We just had an election. We just had an appointed minister 2 days ago, so obviously I couldn't get him on this today. But I'm going to see if for next year we can get them involved. I'll be celebrating my 50 years of farming. I'm going to have I'm building a greenhouse operation here now. So I'll have something else to play with. And I'm going to also be I'm already working with the local agencies on developing markets for produce from greenhouses. I had 2 other stories, but like I said, lack of time, and probably we could play them next year. But it's how you get these farms to be fully integrated or immersed in their local communities. And one of them is a person who came as a refugee from Nicaragua, and here she is being hugely successful on a farm here in Canada. And another one is an educational farm where they have taken children from 7 to 17 years old who couldn't fit in the school system, and immerse them on farms. So that would be an opportunity to showcase that, because that's truly unique. And like I said, maybe for next year we can get you, we could participate as a country with your country for it next year. And I wanted to shorten this up so we'd finish on time for you, so you can catch up. And I think I'll leave it at that. If there's anything you want to add, Ravati, I have to thank you so much again for everything you've done. I don't know how you do it. I don't know if you have several cups of coffee on your table below you, but anyways, and Pandarang too. I saw Pandarang there for a second, but I really, you guys are incredible world hosts promoting this. I can't say enough for you.
Thank you so much, sir. And 50 years of farming. Wow. I mean, that's great. So you may not have used the high-tech marketing tools or the PPTs that are required, but the conversations that you have, it has painted pictures for us that we won't forget. So thank you so much for reminding us that true expertise, it doesn't need Wi-Fi, but it needs the life experience teachings. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part with us today. If any of the participants have any questions, we may definitely take them in the chat box. Pandurang, sir, few words from your side, please.
Hello, Mr. David. I mean, as usual, you are inspirational talk and inspirational presentation as always. I always look forward for your presentation because I want to get motivated myself, you know. So looking at you.
We'll talk farmer to the farmer one day.
Yes,
okay?
yes. So definitely it's worth to listening to you, because if you look at the fan, he is the youngest, and and you are the two youngest. You are youngest than fan. So in your energy, your motivation, your hard work, and you motivate across the farmers. Here I'm sitting here in Pune, India. I get the goosebumps when you work like this. So God help me to work like you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being part of World Agri-Tourism Day, 18th World Agri-Tourism Day. As you said, definitely next year we will work on a little earlier, from 7-8 months, and see the collaboration between India and Canada to take agri-tourism furthermore. Thank you so much.
Got it. Thank you.
I remember when I mailed David, sir, regarding the invitation to be a speaker, and he said that this is an extremely busy month for me in my farm, but just because you have said it, and that is why I'm coming. And thank you so much, sir. And your cat is also here to say hello to us. Extremely sweet. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of the 18th World Agri-Tourism Day. Thank you so much.
Well, again, I can't wait to work with you next year. I promise you.
Yes, sir. Yes, definitely.
Okay. Even though I might be busy, I'll take my time to be involved with you. Thank you.
The next speakers that we have with us today are from the United States. Lindsay Pasho is a statewide agri-tourism and agriculture business development marketing specialist for Co-operative Extension's Harvest New York team. D. Singh Knights is an associate professor in the Davis College of Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Design and Extension specialist with the WVU Extension Service at the West Virginia University and the state coordinator for NESAR. They'll be here to talk about developing a national curriculum, national agricultural agri-tourism curriculum for the service providers. Welcome, Lindsay, madam. Welcome, D. Singh, madam. Great to see you.
Thanks, Ravati. Thanks, Pandurang.
Hi there.
Hi, Dee. How are you?
Hello.
I'm pretty good. How are you guys?
We are doing well. We are doing
good. If you can allow me to share my screen.
Yes, you may share your screen, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. Can you guys see that? Lindsay, is that good?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you guys. And thank you guys for having us today. We're really pleased to be here to talk about some work that we're doing with respect to professional development here in the United States. And when we say professional development, we mean training for service providers, the people that provide those services, education, and so on to our agri-tourism operators. So I am D. Singh Knights, as Pravati said, and I am with West Virginia Virginia University, and I'm joined by Lindsay Pashow, whom many of you might know. She's quite a visible face in GAN and World Agritourism Day. And so I'm going to take one for the team this morning and kind of run through the presentation. And Lindsay has some questions that she will pose to you that you guys can respond to in the chat. So one of our a person also working on this with us, Charlie Hollis, is not here today, but I think during the World Agritourism Day, you guys will get a chance to see him. He's also a very visible part of this project. So we'll talk a little about why we are doing this program and why we are using this, what we call this holistic approach. It's kind of building on what David said with that community approach and involving that whole eco system of agritourism stakeholders. And so while this work is being done in the US, we want to, explore some possibilities for a global approach to what we're doing, but more on that later. So before we begin, we just wanted to say that for this work, we have assembled quite a cross-disciplinary group of persons that is in the agritourism space here in the US, and that consists of researchers, educators, other service providers in related fields like tourism and community and economic development, as well as a whole host of agritourism operators or agritourism owners. And so you can see the quite a cross section of persons that are involved from the universities and the extension service. Here are some of the names you might know. For example, Lisa Chase. So why are we, why are we doing this, and what really is the focus of this project? And it's really to empower our service providers, agritourism service providers, to strengthen their agritourism programs in their local communities, in their states or regions, to enhance the work that the agritourism operators are going to be doing, using agritourism as a farm diversification strategy. And so we see that increasingly agritourism is being used to diversify farming operations to improve revenue, improve cash flow, and improve the overall sustainability and that regenerative nature of their farming operations. And they're doing that by leveraging existing consumer demand. We know that there is, enormous consumer demand for agritourism. And so that's sort of the focus of this project, to empower our service providers to then help these agritourism operators. And for agritourism, how we're defining it is we're looking at bringing visitors to a working farm. We know that a lot of times in the US and across the globe, we have operators that really use the farm as a backdrop for some sort of a commercial enterprise, like having a wedding on a farm venue that is really not connected to the farming operations. But for us, in this project, we're focusing on those persons that are using, that are connecting their visitors to that farming activity, either from recreational or for educational purposes. You might be familiar with this definition of agritourism that has been developed in the US by Lisa Chase and others. And it talks about, the sort of classifies agritourism activities into what we call these core activities, whether that's education, direct sales, hospitality, outdoor recreation, or entertainment, that is closely connected to the farming activities, right? And that's primarily the focus of this project, looking at those operators that are focusing on those core activities. But we also have what we call peripheral agritourism activities, those that are not necessarily tied to a working farm, but nonetheless, they're part of that agritourism spectrum of activities in different areas. And those are also connected, but our main focus is those operators that want to use agritourism to supplement their farming income and to grow their customer base by welcoming persons to their farm. So I'll tell you more about the project, but let's tell you why we developed this project. We were building on a study we did. The study concluded just pre-COVID, and it looked at what were the challenges that our operators, felt when they pursued agritourism as a farm diversification strategy. And here we see quite a cross section. These are based on the respondents that says these issues were either challenging or very challenging. And what we can see here is a broad cross section of some of the issues that they face. So we see it's kind of varied, right? So not every there's not one size fits all when it comes to challenges, and especially across the US there are certain states that are more challenged by state and local regulations than others, and so forth. So there's a wide set of issues, and one issue in particular that our farms in the US, and I can venture to say that I'm sure this is a global phenomenon, is that agritourism operators are challenged by profitability, by being able to run a profitable agritourism operation. From our study, we had 25% of our respondents actually reporting no profits from the agritourism operation, and 40% of them reported profits of less than 10,000 US dollars from the agritourism part of their farm. And so our conclusion is, if you are going to use agritourism as a farm diversification strategy, it is crucial that that agritourism operation actually adds profitability to that farm. And so apart from all of the other, the environmental benefits and the community benefits, it has to meet that profit goal in order to be sustainable. So profitability was a main concern. Going back to that study as well, and thinking about how that connects to the current project, we ask about the future outlook, and we see that only 2% of the actual respondents had planned to close their agritourism operation. That might have just been because they're retiring out of farming. There were 4% of them that said they were going to reduce the size of their operation, not entirely go out. And that's not bad at all either. Maybe they're trying to be more efficient, trying to do things in a more effective way. But overall, there were a lot of positive outlook for agritourism, but of course they needed quite a lot of support, as we see, in terms of social media or legal and liability information, marketing planning, website, resources, safety information, quite a wide array of support that they needed. So that was sort of the impetus for us to design and implement this project. So we saw that our operators needed this sort of training and education to build these viable operations. And we recognize that, the curriculum is vital to having these viable and sustainable agritourism businesses. We know that, and I have the BFR, Beginning Farmers and Ranchers, people who are new to this, people who are new to agritourism or adding agritourism for the first time to their operations, they needed help understanding, what are the opportunities, but what are the challenges, and what are the best practices that the people who have successful operations, what do they do, right? In the US, we have quite a lot of existing educational programs and resources out there, but really there is no central spot. If I was new to agritourism as an educator, where do I go to get that one-stop shop of resources? So there is no central repository. We do find that there were some gaps. There are certain emerging issues in agritourism. that really there was very, very limited materials for. And so combining all of those together, or also we have in the US, we have limited trained agritourism service providers with, that entire set of skills, the skills to help their agritourism operators, but also the skills to connect them, like David said, to those community stakeholders, right? So all in all, we put all of these issues together and thought that this project would make a lot of sense. Thinking about that existing gap. So for example, one of the existing gap that we have identified so far is really the need to connect agritourism to sustainable and regenerative agriculture. We know that agritourism has emerged as a compelling pathway for sustainable and regenerative travel. And by that, as we saw in David's video, that regenerative travel is that approach that reimagines tourism not only as a source of revenue, right, but also as that catalyst for community engagement and ecological and cultural stewardship. And so we know that agritourism can amplify the visibility of these farm-based enterprises and experiences, because that reflects the values of environmental conservation and cultural preservation and community resilience. And so we know that there are gaps in terms of how do I connect my agritourism business with what consumers are looking for. And so we know that there is need for new digital marketing tools in the face of artificial intelligence and so on. How do I create these value aligned content marketing strategies so that can be the way that I will connect my business to consumer demand? So that's an existing gap that we see. And so if my computer can cooperate, there we go. So again, coming back to the project, the goal really is to develop this curriculum that is going to help support our agritourism service providers, right? Our educators, our community practitioners, to work with their agritourism operators to improve those agritourism operators' operations, right? And as I said before, we are part of how we're doing that is we're creating what we call this community of practice. The community of practice is all of the people that should be at the table when we're talking about agritourism. So that will include all our agricultural researchers, our agricultural educators and other service providers, as well as everybody in that tourism and economic development space, as well as our agritourism operators, right? So those are all of the people that are involved. We're building this community of practice to sort of build and co-create this curriculum. And so what would this curriculum look like and what would this end product be in 2027? So right now we have assembled that wonderful group of people that's trying to help us to build this curriculum. It's going to be in the form of what we call a training toolkit, which that training toolkit is going to have sort of this generic training program, as well as a lot of supplemental resources that's going to help those service providers better educate their agritourism operators. And then in the final year, which is 26 to 27, we're going to be doing some training of those agritourism service providers to help them to better use the curriculum and overall to enhance agritourism development and these operations. And so in terms of the training, in terms of the curriculum, we're really looking at, think about it at 3 levels or 3 different areas. One is what are the curriculum, what are the resources necessary to build agritourism ready operations, right? What do these grassroots operations need in order to be agritourism ready and agritourism agritourism successful? Understanding that they are also experts in their own right. So they will tell us what more do they need, and that's how we're co-creating this curriculum. So one is to work at the farm level or the agritourism operation level. The second is to grow what we're calling the entrepreneurial agritourism ecosystem. So to understand, so we are the agritourism operations, but who else are we in business with? Who are our partners? It could be your community development people. It could be your tourism people. It could be other operators, right? So we're growing that ecosystem. And then the third level is how do we, as we just said, how do we connect our customers to these unique, wonderful, place-based experiences? So how do we promote regional identity and networks, sort of what Vanuatu is doing with their regenerative Vanuatu, right? And so every local area has something unique that gives that sense of place. So how do we connect everybody together with our consumers and visitors and sort of develop agritourism to a whole new level? So that's why we're calling it a holistic approach, because it covers such a wide variety of all of the dimensions of agritourism. As we prepared and we presented this in Italy, we also looked at, as we were beginning our education work, we looked at what are our partners around the globe doing. So we worked with Marjorie out of New Zealand to say, what does your educational approach look like? And we see they also use this holistic approach. So here are some things that Marjorie would have emphasized in her training programs, which is very similar to what we do in the US. We also spoke with Pandaran to see what they did in India. Again, they are using that holistic approach, and they are involving that ecosystem by extending agritourism out to their rural villages and rural entrepreneurs, right? So we're all doing the same thing. What we found as we prepared for that Italy presentation is that there are some generic improvements for all countries around the world, right? That's very similar to the improvements we're making in the US. There is need to help our agritourism enterprises increase their profitability and viability and help them to grow based on the goals that they have individually. There is need to support our agritourism service providers with the knowledge, with the tools, with the resources that they need to support their agritourism operators. We all see, as David rightly said, from his perspective in Canada, there is need to build that connection between what we do as service providers, what the operators do, to that wider ecosystem in that community. Because agritourism, like tourism, is shared business. We all depend on each other to make this work. And so we want to be able to, and across the globe, we see that need to build that sort of cluster or collective model where we're all working together sort of to achieve these goals. So we see that across all countries. And so Lindsay is going to ask you some questions. You can feel free to please type them into the chat, or we're going to provide our emails at the end if you wanted to respond. And as Lindsay goes through these questions, feel free to type it into the responses in the chat, or you can follow up with us by email. We would love to hear your responses to this. So Lindsay?
So we are wondering, just two general questions. Are you a researcher, extension, farmer, tourism agency, or other type of service provider? You could also be many of those. If you could type those into the chat so that we can kind of know who's on, and then also where you're from, so we can see who's on the Zoom. Anything else that you want to add?
No, I think that's it. That's
okay.
As much prying as we're going to do into our participants today.
Many of our participants, madam, are from the research background as well as those who are actually running the agri-tourism farms. Most of the participants are definitely from India as well as from many different countries, but the majority of the people who are there are from India and also who are into the research field. So I'm sure that they have some questions related to the curriculum. We're looking forward to that.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So another question we wanted them to focus on, and again, they can respond in the chat, is, based on what they currently teach, and we would love to hear India's perspective on this, and as well as any other countries that are represented here today. Based on what you currently teach, what are some subject areas that you struggle with? We know we showed you a cross-section of the things that operators and agritourism service providers in the US struggle with, but what are some unique things that, you in your role, as Lindsay said, what do you struggle with? So if you can tell us a little about the subject areas that you have difficulty either teaching or finding resources for. The other thing, so if you can please take a picture of this, or you can respond to us later. I see very limited chat coming in, so you might want to think about it a minute. So just kind of take the question. The other thing we wanted to ask you is, are there any gaps? If you're looking for resources out there, right? Are there any gaps in existing resources that you need in order to be effective at what you do? Whether you're a researcher, whether you're an educator, whether you're an agritourism operator, what are some gaps in the resources? Like I'm looking for things on X and I can't find it, right? So gaps in existing resources.
Sometimes it happens that there is more of theoretical knowledge that we do have or the statistical knowledge that we have. But when it comes to practicality, there may be difficulties in implementing what we have learned theoretically, like in any other subjects. So how do we go about that, and how do we consider the practical aspects into the curriculum?
Yeah. And so that's really important. So as we were building our curriculum, that was really important to us, which is why we have on our project team, we have some wonderful researchers that are there at their universities, kind of doing all of this research. Claudia Schmidt, Lisa Chase, Chadley Hollis, even Lindsay and I. And then we make these recommendations, from a practical perspective. This is what the implication of this research says. So if the research says that, persons are challenged with, let's say, fulfilling their state regulations, for example, from an extension perspective, let us put together a document as part of that curriculum that lays out state by state what are some of the regulations and how the agritourism operators can go by, making sure that they are meeting those regulations. So sort of like a checklist for each of these, right? So those are some ways that we can do it. But I think it starts with bringing those researchers and those practitioners together, but also involving the agritourism operators, like what are the challenges that you face that the researcher can then now go and work, and that extension service provider can then help to develop the tools and the resources to help the agritourism operator. So it's really that nice circular approach by having everybody at the table, right? And then the last question we had for you in the interest of time is, are there emerging issues, especially in your local area, right, that we should be working on collectively, right? So are there issues that you see in your particular area? So, in the US, we have a lot of changing regulations and so on. As we say, connecting to sustainable and regenerative storytelling as we see the travel industry moving towards sustainable travel. So are there emergent issues like that? Are people facing challenges with climate events, right? So in the US, we've got a whole host, and Lindsay can talk to this really a lot because she has an agritourism operation as well that is open seasonally. And if she has a weather event on one of the weekends that she planned to open, guess what? She's not making any money and she's not welcoming visitors because instead of a beautiful lavender field, it's just a mud field, right? And so we're all challenged by these weather events. So then an agritourism operator like Lindsay would say, well, what are some of the recommendations that I can make for a rained out event, right? So those are some of the things that we want to see. What are some of these emerging issues?
We have a question in the chat box which says that
okay,
from the tourism perspective, the tourists, we want more and more tourists on the tourism spot, and we want to increase the sales, the revenue, the profits, the sustainability, all of that. But when it comes to the farmer's angle, the farmer's perspective, we want to protect our fields, we want to protect the nature. We don't want more of artificial enjoyment that is there on the farms. So how do you go about explaining to the tourism industry and to the farmers about the requirements of agri-tourism? Because when it comes to running of the farms, what the agri-tourism farmers do is that they fall into the demand of the market and they provide all the artificial enjoyment as well. So how do you cater to this?
And that's a very important question. It's where the education for the tourism stakeholders comes into play. Because and I can speak to the US and I can certainly speak to West Virginia, where I am from, the tourism industry is all about bringing more and more visitors to the state. But we have to understand, like you rightly pointed out, for agritourism operations, these are very sensitive and there is a carrying capacity per farm. And so what we want is to be able to attract those sustainable travelers. Agritourism is not for everyone. It's for the people that are interested in what is happening on these working farms and how do they connect to food and how do they connect to that education, how do they connect to that place by understanding the food and the culture and the heritage of what makes that agritourism operation. Those are the visitors that we want to attract to agritourism. And working with the tourism industry, then you can do those targeted promotions to make sure that you are bringing the right visitors. Because if you bring somebody who really wanted to go to the Eiffel Tower, but they couldn't afford it, so they decided to go to Lindsay's lavender farm, it's not the same experience, right? We want that person who is interested in visiting a lavender farm and who will benefit from that. Lindsay, do you want to add anything to that?
I think also really connecting with developing connections with agritourism operations with their TPAs, the tourism promotion agencies. So like in New York State, we're hosting like regional networking events across the state to really not target the TPAs, not target the farms, but figure out a way for them to really coexist and work together, and also understand, like in New York State, like the state regulation, 70% of the sales on the farm has to come from agricultural based products, while 30% can be actual like activities, emission fees, those hay rides. So even tourism, understanding what the actual laws are in the state. So developing that understanding and network between tourism and agriculture and how agritourism everybody can coexist and work together.
I think Dr. Christine has raised her hands. Dr. Christine, do you have any question? Yes. So by the time she asks her question, that's okay. So we have another question that actually this sums up to a point where the SOPs, that is the standard operating procedures, has to be developed in such a way that at the top tier, there are certain points which are non-negotiable. Everybody has to follow them. And then when it comes down, it can go locally, where it can be negotiated as per your regional circumstances or regional perspectives. So do you want to add on to that?
Yes, and that is very true. And that was one of the things we grappled when we were looking at how do we develop a generic curriculum so that it's going to apply to everyone, understanding that really the competitive advantage that agritourism has is that local difference, right? One of the things I always say when I talk about agritourism is when you've seen one agritourism operation, you've seen one agritourism operation, because they're so different, equally beautiful, equally important, but very different. So how do you develop a generic curriculum that's going to apply to everyone? So you're right. There are certain fundamental basics that everybody needs to know, like what are the general ways that you would, present customer hospitality or profitability concerns, or, promoting and using AI for algorithms and so on. Some generic things that everybody can use, and then giving you suggestions as to how then you can use your local differences and combine that with the curriculum that we're going to provide to sort of promote and make it applicable to your individual areas based on your differences. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much to both of you, Lindsay madam, as well as Dee madam. I'm sure that the others who have questions, you may just, yes, you've already shared your email IDs. So they will send you the list of questions that they do have in their mind, maybe not right now, but they will think about it and get back to you later. And all this while, Dee madam, your friend Vaishali Tavre has been listening to you, and she'll really say hi to you later on WhatsApp.
Charlie!
Hello, Lindsay, and hello, Dee, and thank you so much. That's wonderful. You are always to the point, and what you shown through the presentation, I think very interesting in terms of the research, carrying the city, and thank you so much for being part of In the World.
Thank you. Thanks for giving Lindsay and I the opportunity to talk about our work. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kendra, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presenter is one of our award winners, the Agroecological Recreational Cluster, that is Furmushika Nova. We humbly request Dr. Victoria from their team to present their success story. Many congratulations to you, ma'am, and your entire team. We'll be definitely celebrating the award tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Today, we would love to listen to your success story. Victoria, madam, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here, and I'm very pleased and honored, specifically with the award, definitely, and with the such noble auditorium to whom we can today present our case, the case of a farm, which is just, I'm starting, sorry, the case of the cluster, which develops in Ukraine starting from 2006, adjoining or integrating the sheep breeding, the bee breeding, the viticulture, and also, aligning the philosophy of cultural development and cultural grounds to be promoted specifically by tourism instruments and tools. That's about a farm which is located in a quite remote areas of our country in Odessa region, close to Moldavia border. And as you see, the farming activities, as I already mentioned, are supported, promoted, and developed through the multi-spectrum tourism activities, which help us to revive very specific, authentic traditions of farming itself, of doing things in a nature-friendly manner, which is embedded actually in the traditions of people who lived in Bessarabia steppe. It's a part of Ukraine where the numerous ethnic groups were settled and, well, lived together due to historical reasons, but also based on the philosophy which is supporting the possibility for these people to keep their authentic ways and traditional ways of grazing, breeding the livestock and crops and viticulture development. In many senses, specified this specific or this particular philosophy was based also on the fact that long years ago this area was destroyed. About 5 villages were killed, ruined to the benefit of creation of military center. But at some point, people who were, considering the possibility for this area to survive and to revive, they started to the farm and they started it with a philosophy of preserving the culture of farming relevant to the traditions and authentic ways of doing these things in the steppe areas. That is a virgin steppe, and the ways in which activities are done, they are supporting the culture of preserving the unique steppe, the doing things necessary to prevent invasive plants to develop, to revive traditional farming and products which are reflecting the culture of people who lived here, adjoining rewilding activities and developing eco trails. In these activities and in support of the culture of food production, the farming, some of the products were already awarded with the geographical indication mark as lamb, but also as wines produced in these entities which are included into the cluster, among which it is the viticulture development and winery, where the organic approach is used. And in fact, the people, our team people, they look at any place for the possibility to find some specific artifacts or evidences of long-lasting culture of these kind of activities in this area. And that is about the grape wine marshes, for example, one of which is 100 years old. That's the oldest one we have found by now, but still we actually involve people who comes to the farm, to the center and nearby locations to introduce them to the culture of growing crops, of keeping livestock and doing the things which can support and actually prove the very unique and very, going deep in the years, memories about people who lived here in these destroyed villages. giving the possibility for them to participate in activities of rebuilding or restoring buildings, as you can see, quite old ones, and to make them new ones and decorate them in a traditional, very specific way and character, which is actually representing the culture of ethnic groups who lived here. And in these activities, the possibility to participate in different projects helped to develop agricultural routes, to join them at locations, that's about 10 locations in the nearby villages. So they are participating in the cluster as well as entities who aligned to the cluster with their gastronomic products, for example. That is a place where about 2,000 jobs were created, and as very particular attention is paid to youth, to young people, to women, as they are quite oftenly are the major labor force in these activities. Providing them opportunity to tell and to show to the visitors the ways of cooking some traditional dishes. And you can see here plachinda, which is the nowadays recognized in the National Register for Intangible Cultural Heritage. The field trips, the visits to the households helped us and give us opportunity to collect all the necessary evidences that this tradition is still alive. And every visit can provide the possibility for tourists, for people who are interested in it, joining several routes which are already developed in the area, like wine and taste route of the Ukrainian Bessarabia, but also later, the later stage, these achievements, they also worked to help us to join the Intervitis cultural route of the Council of Europe. That is the possibility for us to speak about culture through farming traditions and traditions of hospitality, which indeed constitute the gem of multicultural unity. As you can see here on the slide, in this area, we have representatives in different villages neighboring the center of Rumshikanova, but which are a part of the cluster. They represent the culture of Germans who lived on these territories before the 1940s. They keep memories about them and very, let's say, sensitive attitude to the heritage we still keep and promote. There are several examples of traditional stone masonry, the authentic breads and Mirudia tradition of Bulgarians who lived here, the Gagos people with their traditions of gastronomy, Moldavians, Romanians, and definitely Ukrainians. And what is very specific, it's indeed the gem of multicultural unity in providing opportunity for people to work, to keep their dignified life, and to present these gems of their own authentic culture to people who comes to this area. And indeed, in these agri-tourism development, we think we found a way to integrate these tourism activities into promotion of farming and actually intercultural communications, which help people who lives here. It's a remote area, and the area in which, as I said, multi-ethnic group are represented, and they live together here for many, many years. So the necessity for development is supported by efforts which in the collaboration with the cluster members, we pay to capacity building. Numerous festivals are organized. That is participating in exhibitions, and what is for myself is indeed pressures that researchers, the academies, the universities, and well, field trips are organized from the point of view of ecological issues, the cultural heritage issues. Nowadays, in these specific circumstances in Ukraine, the cluster provides its facilities for refugees and participates in many solidary and charity activities. And all these things, they are indeed a part of the philosophy which is followed by the center as it was the starting point for the cluster development. The leader, the heart of these developments, Mr. Palariev, who is the key person in these developments. And in fact, the values which are shared by everyone who participates and joins one day, that would be for us a great pleasure if some of you can come, can see this beauty, this virgin steppe, these hospitable people, their emotions, their devotion to keep and promote the gems of life and values. And to the end of my speech, I will put on the video from Alexander Palariev, and hope you will enjoy it and the possibilities to actually feel this steppe atmosphere. So enjoy. I hope that works.
Я Александр Паларьев. Вы видите землю нашего рода. До 14 лет я пас овец в этой степи. Мы сыновьями возродили нашу фрунушку новую. Мы хотим прославить Украину. И вы должны это увидеть.
Thank you very much for your attention, and definitely we'll be happy to welcome you one day to our place and to, well, maybe to answer the questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for a wonderful presentation. The participants, if you have any questions, please mention in the chat box. Dr. Kumar Bhatta, sir, I can see that you have joined. Are you here with us?
Yes, thank you. The presentation was quite explanatory, so I didn't have any questions. Thank you.
No, sir, not for the questions. I just wanted to say hi to you. How are you?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm here. I'm listening. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir. I think, ma'am, the presentation itself was self-explanatory, and we can see why you are one of our award winners. It is extremely well presented and well done. Thank you so much for being a part of the 18th World Agri-Tourism Day conference, and we hope to see you as well as your entire team tomorrow for the award ceremony, as well as for the opening ceremony tomorrow as well at 10 a.m. Thank you so much for being a part with us.
Thank you.
Victoria.
Thank you
Thank you.
for the honor and best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you so much.
Two visionary women from the Caribbean and South America are here with us today to help us understand how forming collaborations with the local government, tourism boards, and international organizations helps to foster the growth of agri-tourism. Johan David and Shauna Brandon, we welcome you wholeheartedly to present your case before us. Johan madam, Shauna madam, are you here with us?
Yeah,
Johan David madam.
Yeah.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I am. I'm aiming to share my. Are you seeing me? Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Well, I think Ms. Brandon has also joined. Shauna,
Okay.
just give her 1 second if you don't mind. Let me make sure she's online. She'll be joining us shortly. I can begin to share my screen.
Yes.
Good morning, Joanne. I'm online. Oh, fantastic. Let me see if I can share my screen. Share screen. For some reason, we're having some technical difficulties, even though we would have tested it prior. Just give me 1 second.
We are able to see the PPT. Ma'am, you're on mute. Johan madam, your presentation was working well. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Okay, are you hearing me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Shauna, could you share? I think we're having some difficulties. You're not able to share? When I share, it's muting automatically for some reason.
Oh, okay. Let me try. I'm coming.
Let me see if it makes it. Let me try again. Go ahead.
Should I
My
share?
apology. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. It's
Oh, go ahead and share.
difficult.
Okay, fine.
Yes, please.
Are you seeing the presentation?
Yes, you can begin from slide
From the
1.
first slide. Okay, fine.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Perfect.
Excellent. So my apologies. Thank you again for inviting us. My name is Joanne David. I'm the Agribusiness and Value Chain Specialist in the ICA office in Guyana. And with me is Ms. Shauna Brandon, who's our Technical Coordinator in the ICA office in Jamaica. And together, alongside our team members or other colleagues in the Canada office, Vivian, and with support from our headquarters, we were able to guide the government of Guyana in the preparation of an agritourism policy and 10-year roadmap. But this particular endeavor was done in a very, very unique way. It was done through collaboration at all levels. And due to the level of collaboration, we have had initial success that we would like to share with you. So slide 2, Shauna. So the focus of our presentation will be on forming collaboration with local governments, tourism boards, and international organizations, which has led to the successful development of the Guyana agritourism policy and roadmap. One of the things I wanted to point out is that this process has taken has been undertaken over almost a 6-year period. It actually started in 2019 when, and under a previous administration. So we have changed governments during this period, but even with the change of government, the process still continues seamlessly. And this is because of the levels of collaboration that occurred at the conceptualization of this idea and which proceeded throughout the process. So in 2019, I'm going to give you a bit of background so we get a sense of how we got to where we are today. So in 2019, the technical team within the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce and the technical team within the Ministry of Agriculture in Guyana sat together with other stakeholders comprising of the private sector and agencies within both ministries to discuss the possibility of an agritourism conference and a business forum. That agritourism conference and business forum, during that process, the stakeholders decided that we needed strategic direction. ICA, the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation and Agriculture, which we are a part of, sat on the planning committee of this agritourism forum and business center, business forum. And coming out of those discussions, we decided as a team that strategic direction was necessary, and ICA was tasked with guiding on the next steps. To this end, we supported and guided on the development of a memorandum of understanding between the two ministries, which is the Ministry of Agriculture, which would be the lead ministry, and the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, which would support the process. Both ministries and both ministers at the time it was quite unusual actually for this type of understanding to be signed between collaboration of this level between the between two ministries, but we were able to foster an understanding of what was necessary and what the priorities would be for the collaborative process. That being said, the memorandum of understanding was signed and ICA was charged with the preparation of the document. What we decided to do at that time was a very innovative process, which, though used before in the preparation of the regional food and nutrition security policy and the community agriculture policy at the regional level, in CARICOM regional level, we use the same methodology to prepare this roadmap and this policy. And the methodology in itself, for Shawnee, you can use to the next slide. The methodology in itself would ensure the production of this 10-year roadmap. And the intention of the government was to see the strengthening of the economy through opportunities that could be derived from interconnectedness of agriculture, trade, environmental protection, preservation, and agritourism. So those were the ideas that they wanted to bring together in this document. This having been, this is the goal that we were tasked to achieve. So we prepared the proposal, and as part of that proposal, we recognized the need for a technical committee which would guide the process. So this was the beginnings of our technical working group. And our technical working group at the national level comprised of course, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, the Guyana Tourism Authority, the Guyana, which is GTA, and it's an agency within the ministry, a semi-autonomous agency within the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce. It also comprised of another agency, which is GMC, Guyana Marketing Corporation, which is an agency within the Ministry of Agriculture. And of course, we recognize the absolute need for the private sector to be a part of this conversation, because it is this body that was driving the process. The private sector had at the time, and still has, a very active group which was called TAG, which is the Tourism and Hospitality Association of Guyana. So they sat as part of our committee as well. And of course, we co-opt as necessary other agencies that could lend to certain aspects of the discussion as we proceeded. This very dynamic group was very instrumental in every single phase of the project. And it is through, there were, of course, a few other unique points of unique groups that played an instrumental part. Next slide, Shauna. But before I go to those groups and the role that they played, I want to just mention some of the issues or some of the key points that led to the country recognizing the need for this kind of strategic direction. 70% of Guyana's 800,000 residents live on the coastal region. Agriculture, though, is a principal part of our principal economic earner for the country, because we are an economy that has recently struck oil. We are also engaged in much, well, tourism is new, though new to us, because of the oil boom. We have now a number of people visiting our country. And this has led to us recognizing the opportunity not only for agritourism, but ecotourism as well. So this is a concept that tourism is a concept that as a country we are currently exploring, and we have actually been seeing quite a bit of success. Or we have arable land. We do, of course, have the effects of climate change, and it has negatively impacted food availability as well as food access. But the government has consistently put in place measures to mitigate against a number of these issues. We do have extreme drought, but we are participating and guiding on initiatives such as climate smart agriculture, etc., which would of course help to tackle some of these concerns. Next slide. What we were asked to do, in essence, was one, to map the relevant studies and initiatives regarding agritourism development in Guyana. We were asked to engage with stakeholders from agriculture and tourism with a view of determining the needs and capacity constraints. We were asked to identify products or experiences in agriculture and tourism best suited for an agritourism discussion or agritourism development. Additionally, we were asked to recommend sources of financing most accessible to agritourism development. And we were asked to propose the institutional arrangements needed to oversee the development of an agritourism sector in Guyana. We were also asked to identify the barriers and the challenges of developing agritourism initiatives and to identify what the public sector should do to enhance future agritourism initiatives. As you can see, it was a long list of requests, but we were not at all daunted. So ECA took on the task, of course, of guiding this process, as I indicated, and we believe that these were the areas that for us to have a successful 10-year implementation of this strategy, these were the areas that we needed to tackle. Of course, capacity building was also part of our understanding or in terms of needs. So we also looked at opportunities in which we could do that. And I'll tell you a little later why that was important. Next slide. As we engage with our stakeholders, some of which I've mentioned, what we aim to do is have a strategy, a very clear strategy for engagement. The group met to discuss not only the proposal, but the work plan, and accept internally that this is the methodology that we would use to execute and be able to achieve the development of this policy and the roadmap. And they met consistently with ECA at the helm or chairing this committee every 2 weeks until the document was completed. This committee also was integral in one of the things that we wanted to ensure was absolute buy-in from the beginning of the process to the very end. So in order to achieve that, what we asked them to do was to ensure that as we went into the field to visit stakeholders, to talk to potential agritourism products, that either someone from the Ministry of Agriculture or someone from the Ministry of Tourism or even one of the agencies would go with us, would be part of that team. And they happily agreed. And we used the opportunity as well to do some capacity building and sensitization, because of course, the concept of agritourism at the community level was very new. This led to an absolute buy-in by not only the tourism authority, but and agencies, but the agriculture agencies as well. The technical working group was also very, very instrumental because of their engagement with many of these stakeholders in identifying the stakeholders that we should go to. Yes, indeed, and in some of the regions that were visited, Guyana, of course, has 10 administrative regions. And in many of the regions that we went to do our assessments, we recognized that they had technical committees, working groups that were primarily focused on tourism. And these committees comprised of private sector individuals within the region that had an interest in growing tourism at the regional level. So even though we had at the national level the involvement of the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Tourism, and their supporting agencies, at the regional level, we also had private sector bodies that had a vested interest in ensuring the development of this policy. And in many of the instances, they also guided as to what are some of the agritourism policies that could be developed. Most importantly is that in every region, as we visited, as we spoke to, as the stakeholders, there are 3 administrative bodies that we ensured that we communicated our intentions with and ensured we had their buy-in. Those persons was the mayor of that region, the Regional Democratic Council, or the chair of the Regional Democratic Council, and any other person that had an administrative role within the region. The chairman of the region also would be somebody that we would meet with to have discussions on why we were there, what our intention was, and how the region could support. What we found is that once we engaged those individuals and those groups, they immediately offered support. Something that I failed to mention is that because this project idea began in 2019 and the budgeting and all of that was conceptualized very early, but the execution happened later. We did have, and I'm noting this because we did have constraints, budgetary constraints in the execution. But because we engaged not only the ministry, but the persons in the region as well, they were able to support the execution of some of the visits so as to reduce cost. And so I'll give you a perfect example. In Region 2, we visited the mayor of the region. She provided a space free of cost for us to meet with all of the stakeholders. And all we had to do was, of course, provide lunch or snacks or whatever was necessary to execute the sensitization activity. In Region 9, the region provided transportation for us to visit some of the spaces that they thought were agritourism products. In Region 3, they provided space and meals for us to facilitate the sensitization. So in each region, they ensured that they played a role in our success. And we were very, very grateful for this, because then we were able to meet our expectations without breaking the bank. That being said, there were other entities, Guyana Manufacturing and Service Association, GCCI, which is the Georgetown Chamber of Commerce. They have offices in all the regions as well, the Private Sector Commission. All of these agencies, once we met with them, we identified them and we met with them. They provided us with lists of potential stakeholders that we can then speak to, and facilitated sending in information to these players, and even facilitating conversations where necessary with some of these players to ensure we got all of the information that we needed. As we move through the process, or as we executed the process, what we recognize is that there was a very keen interest. And the structure of the document allowed us to understand where we believed everyone would fit in this developmental agenda. So the policy itself was divided into, the roadmap itself was divided into 3 parts, which was the short-term priorities, medium-term priorities, and long-term priorities. Short-term priorities entail those activities that we would be able to achieve within a 2 to 3 year window. And then, of course, long-term would be 3 to 5, and then medium-term 3 to 5, and long-term 5 to 10. The short-term priority, in the short-term priorities this is where we believe we had our greatest win. Because, next slide. Because of the fact that we had this participatory process, the short-term activities that we identify helped us to, 1, articulate very clearly what had to be done, and 2, helped our stakeholders to understand their role in the process. And once they had garnered a very clear understanding of their role in the process, they then embedded those ideas into their work plans, their ministry work plans, their agency work plans. And that in itself spoke to what we believed would be the sustainability element of this project. Next slide. The work undertaken, as I've discussed, had many areas of focus. What I wanted to note here is that the embedding of these concepts into, or the priorities into the work plan of these agencies, they weren't embedded only from a technical standpoint, but also from a financial standpoint. They took the opportunity to ensure that budget lines were created for the execution of what they believed were the priority areas that fell under their ambit. And this led to us developing the document and having a phase 1 implementation plan for the roadmap, even without the process being completed, because they were so committed to its success. Next slide. Shauna, I'll let you deal with this slide for the proposed value chain, if you don't mind, and then we can come back in.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Joanne. Okay. So this slide shows the various agritourism services and product sites that the policy would have identified. One of the things is to recognize that the importance of the various collaborators on the development of this policy, because each collaborator would interface with a different stakeholder within this value chain, or a different type of service provider. So for example, the Ministry of Agriculture, they would be the contact, or the mechanism through which we would interface a lot with the farmers. The Ministry of Tourism, as well as the Tourism Authority, the Tourism and Hospitality Association of Guyana, they would be the ones that would be able to refer the team to the attractions, the tour operators, the accommodations, and so forth. Then there's the Guyana Marketing Association. They are an entity within the government that tries to facilitate the development of agro-processing, greater value-added production from agriculture. And so things like the beverage products or other types of products from agricultural items, they could help us to interface with those entities. So the different collaborators, right, allowed us to interface with a wide range of stakeholders or potential service providers and sites within this agritourism value chain. So we're just showing you how everything links together with the collaboration that took place for the development of this policy. John, handing over back to you.
Yes, thank you.
Move on to the slide.
Yes, I just wanted to mention something though. Even with our stakeholder engagements, there were a number outside of the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Tourism, which we've mentioned many times. We did meet with other ministries that we felt had an integral role in this process. The Ministry of Amerindian Affairs was one of them, the Ministry of Labor, because of course we have currently an oil boom. Many of the potential agritourism products that we spoke to did indicate that labor was a constraint. So we thought it best to meet with the Ministry of Labor, and we spoke with them in order to garner an understanding of where they felt support could be had for the development of the industry. It was interesting to note that as we explained the objective, they were familiar, of course, but as we explained the objectives and the roles, the Ministry of Armenian Affairs, for example, said, well, I want to be part as well. I have a budget line I'm willing to support. Can I sit as part of your committee? And we immediately began to involve them in the process. And to this date, they are still part of that working group and that committee. And as we speak to issues of capacity building and so on, they form part of that discussion as well. The Ministry of Human and Social Services, for example, our team, prior to the final consultation process, met with the minister, and she, having understood the process and recognizing its importance, indicated that she would put in place a budget line that dealt with capacity building for agritourism for women entrepreneurs that fell under the ambit of her ministry. The Pesticide and Toxic Chemical Board, having met with them, they recognized that what was missing was a protocol that spoke to how pesticides and toxic chemicals are managed in an agritourism or tourism type environment. And prior to the completion of the document, they drafted for us a standard operation procedure that would be part of the management or the capacity building process for agritourism industries. So we were able to embed that into the work plan and the policy. So each of these agencies began to understand their role and participated quite actively in ensuring that they did what had to be done to ensure its success. Next slide.
Just give me a second. I seem to be having a slight challenge moving the slide forward. I'm not sure what's happening. Just give me 1 second, please.
No problem. Thank you. As Shauna mentioned earlier, the economic development roadmap for the country, this model that is presented here is the model that best indicates where we felt our priority areas or what our priorities were. We recognized that we needed infrastructural development, market access and trade facilitations. We absolutely needed skills and capacity building. We recognized that there was a deficit in our database and that data collection and market intelligence was needed. We did use the fact that we were visiting regions to collect some information, but we recognized for decision-making to be effective, we needed constantly updated data. Sustainable practice and environmental conservation needed to be something that communities understood and adhered to. And they also needed to be community engagement and empowerment in many of the areas, as well as marketing and promotion needed to be done. Now, to achieve this, there were skill sets in each of the stakeholder groups that we engaged, each of the agencies, even within the private sector, that we could then use to facilitate the implementation or execution of these activities. And we would have assigned, based on our assessment of their skill sets, each agency towards a particular goal. For example, as Shauna mentioned, Guyana Marketing Cooperation was tasked with marketing and promotion, as well alongside the tourism GTA, Guyana Tourism Authority. Even the TAG, which is Tourism and Hospitality Association, had some level of involvement there as well. Market access and trade that task was given to the Ministry of Tourism, because embedded in that, their unit was a specific unit dealing with trade and facilitation. So they thought that they were best suited to manage this area. ICA, from our standpoint, we felt that we could support in terms of skills and capacity building. And thus, as the process was completed, we offered a agritourism course free of charge to the government of Guyana and the private sector, which they are now able to capitalize on. So we've been continuing to support from the ICA end in terms of capacity building, but the other agencies are also moving forward in terms of their specific areas of concern. Next slide.
Madam, sorry to disturb you. We have the last around 5 minutes of your presentation.
Sure. In terms of implementation mechanisms, what we recognize is that we needed to have clear coordination. We needed to determine what resources were needed, and that has been effectively undertaken by the stakeholders because of their involvement. As of the policy was presented at the national level in November 2024. In December 2024, each agency had embedded in their budget lines for the year 2025 funding to support the short-term priority areas that the policy would have identified, as well as the roadmap. So we were able to ensure that even though there are still elements that needs to go, for example, to Parliament and Cabinet, the agencies were still working to execute certain elements of the policy because, of course, there was absolute buy-in. Next slide. I think we discussed a bit of what has been offered in terms of implementation structure and governance, so I'll move to the next slide. In terms of funding and resource mobilization, as I mentioned, both private sector and government has already identified funds within their budget lines to ensure that we move some of these initiatives forward. And ICA, of course, has been leading, because one of the things we agreed to do as part of the consultancy is to develop at least one project in each region and support the government to find funding for its execution. So we've been working with them on what are the short-term priorities that we'd like to find funding for immediately, and then developing project documents accordingly. Next slide. Shauna, I'll let you take it from here. You're muted, Shauna.
Oh, sorry. I'll just wrap up quickly. My colleague John would have explained the process, which we refer to as a participatory process, comprising engagement with ministries of government, tourism boards, local government, to develop this tourism policy. So we see it as a way of how we partnered to, for increased economic empowerment through agritourism. One of the things that in concluding, we realized from this process is that because there was such engagement from the very beginning, the government entities have already begun to include budget allocations for the implementation of the policy, although the policy has not even reached final government approval, which speaks to a high level of buying for the policy from a range of stakeholders, including the government to the private sector. Their level of interest is demonstrated in their overwhelming want to have their capacities strengthened via the enrolling in ICA's Rural Tourism online course since the drafting of the policy. We've also recognized that by engaging all of these entities, it helped to reveal the differences in capacity depending on the type of entity and the location, and thus the regional and organizational nuances that will impact the implementation of the policy. And so our experience leads to the recommendation that it is integral to have this level of collaboration, partnership, engagement from the beginning and throughout the process of developing anything relating to agritourism, in particular, such a policy. Thank you. We wish to thank you for your time. And we're not sure if you have any questions.
Thank you so much to both of you. Today is the era of collaborations, definitely, because what you can't achieve single-handedly, you can achieve together. And like you rightly said about the PPP, the public-private partnership model, that is working wonders in different sectors across the globe. And in agri-tourism too, it will definitely benefit. The government of Maharashtra in India is also the first government which has an official agri-tourism policy. Pandram sir, would you like to add on to it?
Johan and Sona, and the presentation, ICA work, what you are doing is exceptionally helpful for the agri-tourism, the farmers, to the policymakers, and to the entrepreneurs in agri-tourism. And I think it has given us a lot of opportunities and a lot of roadmaps because in India also, we are trying to get funding from government agencies. There are agencies in agriculture, they are funding to, for example, agricultural mechanization, agricultural fund for, dairy farming, that kind of things, post-harvest management, that way. We need, your kind of, organization where you, government and farmers are actually collaborating together for the betterment of the farming communities in that part of the world. We will also learn from you. We will also take help from you how to actually make a project report and submit it to the government to get the funding. Thank you so much for being part of 18th World Agri-Tourism Day and International Agri-Tourism Conference. Revati madam.
Thank you so much.
To both of you. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
We have our last speaker for the day, but an exceptional speaker. Dr. Christine Van Zyl is an agri-tourism specialist in South Africa, having pursued her PhD in tourism management from the Northwest University, and currently busy with her postgrad research in agri-tourism marketing at the University of Cape Town. She is also a part-time tourism lecturer at the Central University of Technology. She is here with us to guide for developing a framework for sustainable agri-tourism development in South Africa. Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. It's evening in India right now, and yes, ma'am.
Well, it's still a sunny but rather cold afternoon in South Africa. Is my presentation working?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you everyone for listening. So yes, a framework for sustainable agritourism development in South Africa. I'm going to share two studies with you. Both were conducted under the Northwest University and Trees Research Unit. The second one with Professor Lindy and Professor Piet. So first, I just want to give you some background on South Africa. So we are located at the southernmost tip of Africa. And then the first study to be conducted focuses on the entire South African country, which includes 9 provinces. And then the second study only focused on the Western Cape. So generally, it is seen as the more tourist destination in the country, and it's, well, rich in everything. Well, entire South Africa is rich in culture and history and heritage and landscapes and everything. So yes. So first, I want to start off with what is agritourism in South Africa. So the Global Agritourism Network is busy working on a more standardized, more universal definition. But for now in South Africa, we focus on agritourism as any activity or attraction that allows a tourist to visit a working or commercial farm for education, enjoyment, or to be actively involved in the day-to-day activities. Now, what is important in our definition is we do not include any government-owned land. Now, South Africa is very popular, especially when you get to the conservation side of areas. A lot of the land is government-owned, but still open to tourists, so we exclude that from agritourism. And then also any town-based elements. So very interesting and very controversial. The town where I currently live, right next to like a ordinary residential house is an agricultural land, and then there's another house again, and then it's another agricultural open space with windmills and everything. So it's a bit strange, but generally nothing in the town, only outside of the town. So in 2019, we did a national study. So we had over 550 questionnaires. It took almost a year to complete that, but now we know next time how to better engage with farmers. So in that, we found an annual growth rate of about 8%, which I think is very, very good, especially since not a lot of people are aware of what agritourism is or what it entails, or even what all the benefits are for this. And then farmers' main motives were economic advantages, and then secondly, to preserve the culture and heritage, which was a more secondary motive for why farmers engaged in this. And then the most popular offerings were farm stay, hunting, hiking and nature trails, and then wildlife viewing and photography. So whenever I'm asked by locals or people interested in research or just in general about what is agritourism, then the three examples I generally give to fellow South Africans now is farm stay, wine farms, and hunting. That is the most commonly associated farm activities in the country. So in farm stay, it's very, very easy to have it since you can literally convert an old building or even have camping sites. Glamping is the new trend now. And then they add on any products like farm tours, picnic sites, fishing, etc. So it's not always just the farm stay activity. They add other farm elements to show the tourist as well. Secondly is wine farms. So South Africa has world-class wines, but our wine farms are just as world-class. And they offer various elements, wine tastings, wine sales, wine farm tours, vineyard tours, etc. And then hunting farms, or rather say game farms. So on the game farms, there's hunting, accommodation, game drives, sometimes restaurants, and even more. So whenever I mention these three, then everybody in South Africa knows exactly what agritourism is. So for interest's sake, I went to search top wine farms in South Africa, and TripAdvisor gave me these 8. So luckily, 2 of my personal favorite are also on here. So Spier Wine Farm and Groot Constantia Wine Farm. Now, both of them are actually one of the oldest or part of the oldest wine farms in South Africa. Groot Constantia being the oldest, that was established in 1685. Now, besides the fact that there's a lot of culture and heritage that's also protected by law these days, the farm is ever changing. So I visited there a couple of years ago, and this is also one of my best examples of how agritourism farmers can keep on progressing. So when I visited the farm on the app, I downloaded a farm tour. And then the farm tour is linked to my GPS coordinates. So I could walk around anywhere on the farm, and whenever I was, then my phone would tell me the story. So it's a farm tour, but you don't need any staff for it. You don't need to constantly be there, and the person can decide exactly where they want to go and when they want to go where. So this is for me a really, really great example, but also great wine, of course. And Speed Wine Farm is also very family orientated. So there's things to keep the children busy with. There's multiple agritourism products on the farm. So even if you have no intention of drinking wine, you can still visit it. So I think they're very good examples of how a farmer can capitalize on the opportunities of agritourism. Then top hunting farms. Now, personally, I'm not really a hunter, but everybody that thinks of Africa in general usually thinks about wildlife, and especially in the big five, which some game farms do have. A very popular question is for South Africans is, do we ride lions to school? Well, if the school is based on the game farm, then maybe, but generally not. But very, very popular. So even though hunting is also a very big international attraction that attracts a lot of outsiders, a lot of even our South African companies, if they do team building activities, will go to a game farm. So both national and international tourists support this very, very big operation. And then finally, farm stay. Like I said, it's very, very easy to have, since a lot of farms have old farm buildings. So either they need to be restored or they just weren't used anymore, which then makes it very appealing to change into this. Yes. So this is just a short overview of all the different elements that there are, and especially the popular ones in South Africa. But our big question was, where do you begin? I grew up on a farm, and we had no agritourism on our farm or anywhere near me. So I grew up with more of a farmer's view in terms of, this is my farm, this is what we do, this is the agricultural elements that we have. But then to go from that change to an agritourism farm, to have tourists come to your farm and then open it up to other people, then how do you start with that? What do you look at? What do you use? So South Africa has, our farmers have the basic challenges that everybody over the world has in terms of climate, external challenges. Then we have a few more unique challenges in terms of our political views and our safety and things like that. So there is a very, very big opportunity for farmers to have agritourism, as this is a very big way of diversifying. So we then decided to develop a step-by-step framework. So it's still very, very basic in terms of what it includes, but we wanted sustainable practices. So I interviewed 33 farmers in the Western Cape Province specifically. So this was done in 2021, so after COVID. So while none of my questions focused on how they survived COVID, the fact that I had an interview with them said that all of them did survive COVID. So some of them discussed how they had to close down, or then the different elements that they introduced after COVID to still keep the business sustainable. So all of them have been open for, well, now it should be by at least 10 years, some of them a bit longer. And then we wanted to learn more in depth of what was their view, what was their process, and how they started this business. For some of them, when they bought the farm, there was already some elements, but they further developed that. Or for some of them, they just one day thought, why not try this? We want to try something new. So we considered various elements. So basic theory in terms of the steps of product development. Then we looked at farmers' motives. Why do they want to invest in agritourism? Critical success factors. So what do they think are very, very important for this? What changes do they need? And then also, how do they define success? So success within their agritourism business. What is the biggest thing that they wanted to achieve? And then they actually did achieve it. So we are still busy in the process of actually publishing this. So I'm not giving away all my secrets today, but I would still like to share with you the general overview of this. So it was divided into 6 steps, which is also general product development steps. So the first one is conceptualization. Conceptualization. What type of agritourism product or service do I want to offer on my farm? So for this, we looked at what is on the farm. Whenever somebody asks me, where do I start? I always start with, look what is already on your farm. Work with what you have. Work with the resources that are already available on your farm. And then the second one is idea scrutinizing. So you've gathered different ideas, looked at what can work on your farm, how can it work on your farm, but now how are these ideas beneficial to me and my farm? So most of the time, there's not a big financial support for this. So it's very important to look at the farmer's financial capability, because the whole point of this add-on agritourism diversification is so that it's an additional income, not an additional expense. So very few of the farmers that I spoke to had the financial capability to have something new, to develop an entirely new product or business or infrastructure, while most of the people did maybe one thing, and then that income generated the next aspect that they developed. So looking at how does this work in with your farm, and how can you utilize the resources that are already available on your farm. Next, we looked at the idea evaluation. So what changes must take place on the farm? So we looked at 3 specifically. We looked at the psychological changes. So from the farmer's mindset to go from and pure agricultural, this is what I'm doing, to open it to tourists, to open it to what part of my farm am I opening? What are they going to do to this? The ecological impact of that, the safety impact of that. We looked at the physical changes. So what needs to change on the farm? Do we have infrastructure? Do we need to build infrastructure? Do we need to restore infrastructure? We looked at that. And then the third one was the human resources, so the staff. Whether agricultural staff can be utilized for the agritourism products as well, whether you need new people for tourism, and then also at the training in that aspect. And then what financial and marketing planning is needed for this. So linking also to the previous one of your financial capabilities. So what do you need for this? When it came to the marketing plan, most of the farmers were unsure about this, because marketing is ever changing. I mean, if you just take the accommodation side, bookings.com, Airbnb, we have a few South African versions of that as well. So where do you start to market your place? Where do you market for international tourists? Where do you market for local tourists? So that one was a bit of a question, but I'll get to that one a bit later. Then step 4 is your product development. So what is essential to developing this product? So we looked at different strategic planning elements. So for this question, I specifically asked them, what steps did you take for this? And I did not get a lot of clear answers. I had a few trial and error, a few wing it conversations. So that just shows that you don't always need to have a 100% thought out plan to do this. But all of them did mention that they did think this through before they started it. They at least considered a few elements or spoke to a few people, but it wasn't as theoretical as we are used to in terms of product development. So in one of the farms, they redesigned their entire project 3 times. So they developed everything. They had their whole marketing strategy. They went out and nobody was interested. They got a new concept. So they redesigned everything. They got a new marketing strategy. They went out and again, nobody was interested. And then the 3rd time that has stuck. They've been doing that for, I think, 20 years now. Because now they got the recipe to what other people want, or specifically from their farm. And I think that's such a success story in terms of not a lot of people, you don't always get it right the first time. But if you have the ability to then just keep on changing and innovating and seeing how can you adjust, how can you learn from what you did wrong in terms of to progress then. Then in step 5, we went over to product introduction. So why do I need to launch this product or service into the market? Now, more theoretically, this was like a soft launch and things like that, while in practice, it's not always considered that way. So they just opened up the business and learned as they went along. What they did mention as very important was providing a personal experience and offering value for money. So in some areas, there are very few agritourism products in the area, so there's not a lot of competition. But what makes a tourist drive that far to your place to visit you? What do you have that's unique? What do you have that's valuable to them? While in other areas, every second farm, there's just a sign, there's something going on there. So how do you compete with that? How do you stand out from everybody else? And then our final step was in monitoring and auditing. So how is the product or service performing? So this one is, of course, constant. It's ever changing, whether it's 5 months down the line or 5 years down the line. I love seeing how our farms that I've already visited in the past, well, if I go have a look on the website again, there's something new to do. There's something new that they were innovative about and something that they found can add more value to their farm. Now, I haven't really seen a farm that offers too many products. So I think there's still definitely development options for farmers. But yet there's very little collaboration between farmers, which I think is a very, very beneficial element that farmers can add, especially during the development stage, because you don't have to have everything figured out by yourself. You can utilize your farm's resources and your neighboring farm's resources. One of the farms that I interviewed, they focused on a specific agricultural product while their neighbors focused on something else. So during the farm tour, you visited both farms in the tour. Even though it was managed by the one farm, both farms had, you could experience both farms. Both farms were educational to the tourist. Yes, I had the most exciting stories about all of them. Whenever I need to start writing articles, I just want to tell all the success stories of my farmers. And every time somebody needs to tell me, like, this is not academic, you cannot say this. So I love sharing the farmer stories. So what do we do now? So next, we want to practically implement this framework. So it is, even though it is based on the practicality of what farmers did, we need to implement it now in terms of, this is the background to it, but how does it actually value in real life? So I have had a friend's farm that I've kind of applied this to, but I would love to do more case studies on this, to see more trial and error, to take them through the entire process, because these 6 steps, it looks so easy. It's not like you can do them in 1 week. So to go with a farmer from the beginning till the end and see how they adjust to the mistakes to the learning opportunities, how they compare to that would also be very, very interesting. And then, of course, more research. So that's where the marketing element came in that I said about earlier. So my current research focuses on marketing aspects for agritourism farmers in South Africa, but I would probably go more to the Western Cape since it's a lot easier to get data from there, and then hopefully to present that in Scotland next year. Yeah, so general things about South African farmers that I think there's so much opportunity, there's so much potential. I think our farmers just need to be educated on this, because there's not a lot of information available on this, but there's definitely a great opportunity about this. And then collaborating with other farms is another big element that can definitely benefit a lot of farmers. And finally, we don't have any government policies yet, specifically for agritourism. So policies, regulations that both guides agritourism and protects it and markets it, of course. So there's definitely still a lot of room for improvement in South African agritourism, but we are definitely getting there. So that is my story for today. Thank you so much for everybody for listening. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to reach out. I love talking agritourism, especially with people that know what I am talking about.
Thank you so much, Christine ma'am, for a wonderful presentation. At the end of day one, we actually answered the question of where do we actually begin to start an agritourism center. We have some questions in the chat box relating to the wildlife hunting that we add into the agritourism products. So could you please elaborate on that?
Just in general, wildlife for hunting related to the farm. So it's a wildlife farm. So they basically different types of wildlife, mostly buck, but there can also be other types. And then, but it is very, very regulated. Let me just say that. That part is very government regulated. So tourists come to the farm, then you always go out with a professional hunter. Generally have your own gun, or you can hire a gun, but there's a whole process behind that as well. And then you go hunting, then depending on what you shoot, you pay for that. There's also a very big business in terms of taxidermy, so where they stuff it and then send it to you back to America or Europe or whatever. It's a very, very big thing, but it's all on privately owned land. So that's the part that makes it agritourism. Does that answer the question?
Yes, it does. Have you seen any of the farms in South Africa where the farmers fall onto the demands of the tourists? As in, for example, you said that the hunting is regulated, or some activities are regulated on the farm that you cannot harm the environment. You have to be into the barriers or into the zones of sustainability, and you have to act responsibly. So in this case, have you seen any agritourism farmers who are going or crossing that line of sustainability or responsibility just to cater to the demands of the tourists?
So at the beginning, I was not aware that it was regulated at all. So I always just thought that people are just doing what they want and however. But then after a while, the more I got to interview them, especially. So even if you look at, let's say we have crocodile farms, when you can go with interactions on that, or other wild animal farms, it's regulated to the extent of the number of hours that they are allowed to be in the presence of a human is regulated. So they need to apply for this certification annually, as far as I know. They go through the entire process again. How much they do in private actually stay to this, I'm not sure. But from what I've seen, because I mean, we're very proud of our animals. So for that part, I would assume that everybody that takes pride in the animals and in presenting their farm to the public would want to stay with that sustainability concept. Even when it comes to not only animals, to nature. So I even found out the other day that certain plants, even if it's your own private farm, you can't just take them out if you feel like it, because they are protected by a government. There's a whole process. They need to come and do it for you and everything. So I think that farmers can actually benefit from that, because then you don't need to know what's important. Somebody tells you what's important. But also in terms of, if you want to get rid of it, somebody else does it, and in a sustainable way. So I don't have any examples, and I hope that there aren't any examples of people crossing the line.
Yes, definitely, ma'am. The steps that you have articulated for building up an agritourism centers and what all points that you need to cater to are definitely apt and should be actually addressed by all the farmers that want to start an agritourism center. Thank you so much, ma'am. Pandurang sir, do you have any questions?
I think there are one or two questions. Ma'am, if you can read in the chat box, there is one or two questions.
Yes, one question is, most of the agritourism are developed in the hilly region. Just focus how it develops in plains. The question is that most of the agritourism centers are there in the hilly areas. So for the agritourisms to develop on the plains, How does it work?
Are we talking about mountain areas and non-mountain areas?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, we have it on both. We have it on everything. Like I say, South Africa is extremely diverse, especially in terms of its natural things. So the other day I found out there's an entire cultural around free climbing, like rock facing free climbing in South Africa, that I don't think farmers have seen the potential in that yet. While if it's more flat surfaces, like the area where I'm from, it's in the middle of nowhere, so we have no light pollution. So our flat areas are perfect for stargazing at night, which you can't do in the city. So we definitely have in all areas, like you can name it. Where I live, there's very little water, so we still have exceptional nature reserves there. While if you go to a highly rain and everything is green, then it's a completely different experience. So I would say both areas are definitely developed. The parts that would not be that, or that would be more motivated to why they're not developed agritourism wise, would be their local infrastructure. So for example, if the roads are too bad to get there, nobody wants to go. If there's no infrastructure, that would probably be the only reason why people don't go, if it's too far from another place. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Pandurang sir.
One more question. Mr. Adityavardhan Patak is asking, is the land agriculture or like a forest land where you do the hunting and everything?
Sorry, just repeat that.
Wherever the hunting activity takes place, is it an agricultural area or is it the forest area?
So it can technically be any of it, but because sometimes people have the wildlife areas and then they would have separate areas that are, let's say, grain or other fertilization of crop areas, that's what I'm looking for, and other crop areas, while in other places it would be other types of animals. It varies. So all of it we basically put all of it under the same term in terms of agricultural. So either more natural areas that's more preserved, so there's not necessarily, let's say, crops on the farm. We still call that a farm. So it includes everything.
Okay.
Revati madam, because we have almost 30 participants online now, if you can ask them to, start their videos, we will have a screen.
Yes, we have one last question for Dr. Christine, ma'am. That in one sentence, if you have to tell us what makes the agri-tourism centers in South Africa unique than the rest of the world, how would you define it?
South Africa is known as the rainbow country, and our agritourism farms represent every single part of that.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being a part of the 18th World Agri-Tourism Day Conference. Thank you. I request everyone to kindly switch on their videos if possible, so that we can take a photograph. It's great to see that all of you have been there with us right from 10 a.m. in the morning till right now. It is around 7:45.
David, here.
Yes, sir.
Please start your videos so that we can have the photograph. Very good.
David, sir, are you here with us?
Okay, anyway, ma'am, you take the screen.
Yes. So as we come close to the day one, the closure of the day one of the 18th World Agri-Tourism Day Conference, I extend my heartfelt thanks to each one of you for the active participation, your thoughtful insights, and your valuable time. Today, we witnessed inspirational discussions, powerful success stories, and the shared visions that truly reflect the potential of agritourism in transforming the rural economies and preserving our cultural heritage. Your enthusiasm and the engagement made today's session vibrant and impactful. We hope you too found them enriching and thought-provoking. Tomorrow, on the 16th of May, as we celebrate the 18th World Agritourism Day, we look forward to another exciting day filled with interactive technical sessions as well as the virtual farm tours, followed by the Global Agritourism Network Annual General Meeting, and then the award ceremony, which will honor the excellence in agritourism. We request all the participants to join by 10 a.m. IST tomorrow on the same Zoom link that you already have to ensure a smooth start. Once again, thank you for being thank you for being there with all of us today. We look forward for welcoming you back tomorrow with the same energy and passion. Namaste, and thank you so much for being a part of this event.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Aditya sir, thank you for being here for almost 8.5 hours. 9 hours, almost 9.5 hours.
My pleasure, Tauri sir. It's always educational, and this exposure is required to know what's happening on a global scale. Thank you for the initiative.
Yeah, Valeria madam, thank you so much for being here whole day. And Pang and Christian, your presentations were good.
Thank you very much. 谢谢大家. Thank you.
We'll see you in Scotland next year.
Yes. I see you in Taiwan. If someday welcome to Taiwan for farmer market school.
I will come. Swana and John, your presentation was well spoken and well presented.
Sejal, thank you for being a part of the event. She is one of our new interns who's joined the office, and she is also there with us to support for this entire event. Thank you so much, Sejal.
Thank you, ma'am, for letting me in this event. It was nice.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.